Hey, what's up? It's John from Coding Addict, and welcome to 15 React projects video where we'll improve our React knowledge by building a bunch of cool apps. Since there are quite a few projects, and I don't want to bore you with all the project intros till the cows come home, if you want to see one or all the projects we're going to work on in this video, just navigate to the URL react-projects.netlify.app. Again, the URL is react-projects.netlify.app, and just look for basic project section. Each project is represented by the card, and you can explore the project by simply clicking on it. Just to reiterate, navigate to the URL, and then once you're here, look for the basic project section. And then if you find any of the projects interesting, you can see it in action by clicking on the card. Before we go any further, let me just mention that this video was created as a complimentary video for my complete React tutorial video. Because of that, my expectation is that you either have watched the tutorial video already, maybe you are watching it currently, or have enough React knowledge to hit the ground running. In other words, in this video, we're going to get busy building apps, not covering theory behind use state hook. For example, if you want to see the tutorial video first, or at some point need a refresher, I will leave a tutorial video link in the description of this video. Also, the same goes for straight up vanilla JS. Since the main focus of the video is to build React projects, I did not dwell on vanilla JavaScript topics too much, since I thought it would be unfair towards people who already know it. So if at some point you feel that you need more detailed explanation of any of the vanilla JS topics we encounter, just navigate to my channel, Coding Addict, and then look for the playlist by the name of JavaScript Nuggets. And in there, you'll find all the tricky vanilla JS topics we touch upon during the projects, explained in isolation and greater detail. One last point, if you're interested in corresponding tutorial topics, in a second, I'll show you where to get project starter repo. And in the README, you'll find a URL for tutorial video and a corresponding tutorial topic for each project. In order to follow along with the project, you will need a starter project, and you can get it if you navigate to johnsmilk.com. Again, the URL is johnsmilk.com. Then keep on scrolling past the courses. Then we have the coupons, and at the end we have the project. So if the React project is not in the homepage, you'll always find it in the projects page, so you can navigate there. And then in order to speed up the lookup, you can just go for the select and then check the React one. So in here, you'll find React projects. And then in order to get the star project, just click on start files, and it will direct you to my GitHub repo. And once you navigate here, either you can clone it, fork it, or download it. And I think I'm going to go with clone option. So just get the URL here and then navigate back to the terminal. In my case, I'm going to zoom in just so you can see what is happening. I'm going to navigate to a desktop, and then of course run git clone, and then copy and paste the URL. Now, the folder shouldn't be that big because all the projects don't have node modules installed. So that's something that we'll talk about a little bit later, but download should be somewhat quick. Then open up your text editor, of course, drag and drop. In my case, I'll set right away side by side my browser window as well. So we're going to go here with a text editor, and then we have the browser. And then you'll notice that there are going to be projects, and for each and every project, there's going to be a setup folder as well as the final folder. And the idea is following, where we have complete source code in the final folder. So in here, you can just come and see exactly the code that I wrote in the video. And then, of course, you have the setup where we'll do all of our work. So the setup folder is all the files and the folders prepared for you. And then, of course, as you're watching the video, you'll be working in the setup folder. Now, I also would like to mention that for both of them, you'll have to run npm install. So that's something you'll have to do for both, for the setup as well as the final. So if you want to see the project in action, for sure, navigate to a final one. But after that, you'll have to run npm install first to get all the dependencies, and then you'll be able to spin up the dev server. Otherwise, you'll have the error. Now, for the setup, of course, you'll have to do that as well. Otherwise, nothing will work. Now, I also would like to mention that as far as the project, I already created all the CSS for you. So if you navigate to index CSS, you'll see all the styles in action already. And you'll also see that you have all the files as well as boilerplate already for you. Now, I did that simply because I wanted to save some time on some redundant typing. So that way we can do more projects, we can do more interesting functionality instead of working on a boilerplate by creating the files and then creating, I don't know, the setup for the component. So for example, if you have app.js component, notice how you have all the imports already here and the general structure for the component. So that way, like I just said, we can add more interesting features to our project instead of doing the repetition of creating the files and then setting up the imports. And the last thing that I would want to mention is that there is a README file, and in here I have corresponding tutorial topics. So I would suggest following this guideline, because that way, for sure, once you're done with use state in tutorial, you know that you can work on birthday reminder project. Once you're done with use effect and then conditional rendering, then you can work on these projects. Now, technically, you can skip tutorial if you want, but I'm just saying that you'll be much more comfortable if you complete the tutorial first. All right, and the first project we're going to work on is going to be birthday reminder, where essentially we have a list of birthdays, and up on the top, we have a text that says, well, how long is the list? So in this case, it tells me 5 birthdays today. Each and every person has the image, the text, as well as how old they are. And then also all the way in the bottom, we have clear all button. And of course, once I press on the button, notice I clear the list. And now, of course, the text also says 0 birthdays today. Nice. And once we know what we're going to be building, then of course, navigate back to the start project. And in my case, I'm going to open up the integrated terminal and I'm going to type cd, show how I would want to navigate to a specific folder. And the folder that I'm looking for is birthday reminder. And then, like I said, setup. And what's really cool in VS Code, then I can just grab that folder and do the drag and drop again. So now I'm in the setup. Beautiful. And then, of course, once I'm here, now I would want to run npm install to get all the dependencies, and then I'll right away run npm start to spin up the dev server. And then, of course, it's going to spin up here in my web browser. And I also have the bigger web browser just in case if we would ever need it. And then I'm going to navigate to localhost 3000, which, of course, at the moment doesn't have anything there. Now, one thing that I would want to showcase while the dependencies are being installed is that the idea from this project is coming from the site called UI Design Daily. And by the way, in a README, you can find the link. And what's really interesting that it opened up in a bigger browser window, my localhost 3000. Usually it does that on a smaller one. So let me just navigate here, copy and paste, and you'll notice that this is where I got the idea from. If you're interested in the site, it's a really cool site where the author is just sharing the design ideas. Now, as far as our project, like I said, all the files are already created for you, as well as the imports, and then, of course, the CSS. Now, let me open up the localhost on a smaller browser window, and of course, I can close my integrated terminal. And what you should see is reminder project setup. If you don't see that, then of course you need to make sure that you are in the correct folder and that you're running the correct commands. Specifically, this project has data.js. So this is going to be an array with all our people, and each person is going to be represented by the object. Notice here we have the ID, we have the name, age, as well as the image. So that's going to be our list. Then we have the index, where we import currently the app and then inject it into our root. And then, of course, I also have the list component, where eventually I will display the list. And I know I already have mentioned this quite a few times, but all the components, so all the files that need the imports, they are already provided, just so we can avoid the repetition. And also, as a result, we can add more functionality to our project. So let's get to work. And first, in the app.js, I would just want to set up our static look. So essentially, no functionality. There's going to be no list. However, at least I'll display, well, what HTML elements and what components eventually will be part of our app. Now, one quick side note, if you don't like the background color, just navigate to index.css. You'll find the global styles. So here we have some variables, and then you're looking for the body. And then notice I set it up as a variable, but if you want to change this around to some kind of different color, just change the value for the background. And then, of course, it is not going to be a pink background for our whole project. So back to our app.js. And then in here, as far as our HTML elements, I'm going to go with main. And then in the main element, I'm going to place a section with a class of container. Then inside the container, there's going to be a heading 3, which eventually will display, well, how big is our list. But for now, I will just add this manually, where I'll say 0, and we'll go with birth, days, and then today. Okay, let's save it. We should have something like this on the screen. And then, of course, let's display our list component, which at the moment shouldn't have anything besides the list component. So heading 2 with list component. And of course, it is already imported in the app. So let me close out my component. And then also I would want to place my button to clear my list. So we go here with button. Then we add right away a on click. But of course, that on click won't do anything. It's just going to have a console log. So let's go here with inline function. And let's write log, and then you clicked me. Okay, beautiful. And then, of course, we need to remove the semicolon. And then as far as the text, well, let's just write clear all. So once we save, this is the look that we should see in a browser. And now, of course, we can proceed and iterate over our data, as well as add the functionality to clear our list. Nicely done. And once we've got our static data out of the way, now, of course, let's make this project a bit more interesting, where I would want to set up some kind of state value, then set up our default value with our data. So a list of people, and then, of course, pass it into a list, iterate over it, and then eventually also make this button work, where at the moment it is just console logging, you clicked me. And I think I'm going to start with state value. So I'm going to go here with const and then people and then set people. And that is equal to my user state. And as far as the default data, well, I'm just going to pass in data that I'm getting back from the data.js file. So I pass it in. And then I know I already covered this a bit before, but I have my data.js file. In here, I have my array of objects, and then each represents that particular person. You'll also notice this syntax, where notice how I did not name this array. Normally, prior to that, we always did something like this, where we have either a function or some kind of array or object or whatever, and then either we're going with named export, or if we're setting up export default, we do it right after, where we go with export and then default, and then of course the name. Other way how we can do that is by simply writing export default and then whatever we're going to be exporting. Please keep in mind that both of them do exactly the same thing, where when we import, of course, we can come up with our own name, which in my case, I named this data, just like the file. But this is also possible where if you know that you're exporting as default, and by the way, this is only for default, so you cannot do that with name export. With name export, yes, of course, you would need to set up as a variable. When you're setting up a default one, yes, you can do it where you go with export default and then whatever you're exporting. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of this particular setup, so I'm just showing you that that is possible. But in most cases, you won't see me using this type of syntax. So we have our array. Now that is my default value. And you can probably already guess that since I have this list, I will pass it in. So I'll say here people, and that is of course equal to my people state value. So I'm setting up people prop that is equal to my people state value. And then before we move on to a list, one thing that I could do here in heading 3 is check, well, how big is my list, correct? And I can do that by going for people and then length. Since I know it is an array, once I save, you'll see that I have 5 birthdays. Why? Well, because my list has 5 items. If you would have 2, then of course it's going to say 2. If you have 3,000, then of course you can already guess that the birthdays text is going to have 3,000 here. And once we are somewhat done in app.js, we just need to clear the list eventually. Then of course I would want to navigate to my list component. And then in here, I need to deal with that people prop. And I'll destructure it right away in the function parameter. I'm going to say that I'm looking for my people prop. And now, of course, I would just want to iterate over. Now, I will leave the fragment, but I'll delete the heading 2. And I'll say people. So that is, of course, my prop. Then I have my map method. Now, I will set up a parameter here with the name of person. So that will represent each and every object. And then since I know that in the data, the properties for each and every object are ID, name, age, and image, I'll destructure it right away because I think it's going to be faster. So I'm going to go here with const, and then I'm looking for the ID. I'm looking for name, age, as well as the image. So that is coming from the person. And now I just need to decide on my return. And what I would want is the article. So I'm returning the article, and then let's add right away a key. So this is where we'll use that ID. Now also let's add a little bit of styling. So we'll add here a person class, and then inside the article, we're going to go with an image. Now, of course, for the source, I'll use my image property. Then for the alternative, we're just going to go with name. And then we're going to have another thing, the div with the name and the age. So in here, let's go with heading 4, and we'll type here name. And then right after that, we're going to have a paragraph with an age. So with my age property, and then the years. So once we save, this is what we should see on the screen. So we have 5 birthdays. That is the length of my list. And then each and every item is represented with an image, with a name, as well as, well, how old they are. And the last thing that I would want to do in this project is to add functionality to my button where I can clear the list. So I have state value, I have set people, and it is an array. So the only thing that I would want in this case is to go back to my inline function where I'm setting up the onClick, and let's just go with set people. And then as far as the new value, I'll just pass in the empty array. And then, of course, once I click on a button, notice how we clear the list. And also, since we're checking the length, then, of course, it is going to be 0 birthdays today. Hopefully, everyone enjoyed the project, and I hope to see you in the next project. Amazing work. And our next project is going to be a tours project where we're going to fetch list of tours. And then notice for every tour, there's going to be an image, There's going to be a name of the tour, price, also a option to read more. So notice this is the description of the tour, or once we know conditional rendering, we can toggle the text. And also, if we're not interested in the tour, we can just remove it like so. And once we remove all the tours, then we have text of no tours left. And then, of course, we can refresh. Now, you probably also notice that since we're fetching the data, we also have this loading option as well. So while we're still fetching the data, then we display loading. And then once we've got all the data, then of course we display the tours. And once we've covered how the second project, the tours project, is going to look like, then of course we need to navigate to the setup folder of the tours. Now, if you're using the same setup as me as far as the integrated terminal, first we would need to leave the setup folder of the birthday reminder. So first, what I would want you to type is CD and then 2 dots. So now, of course, we are back in the birthday reminder. Then we type one more CD and we'll be back in the React project. And now, of course, again, let's type CD and grab the setup folder of the tours project. So essentially, that is going to be a setup for every project. Make sure that you are in React projects, and then of course you can navigate to the specific setup folder. And once I'm here, I'll run npm install and the npm start as well. As far as this particular project, again, we have index.js where we import app, of course. We have app.js where we import loading. So loading component as well as tours component, which of course is going to be responsible for rendering all the tours. Then we have the URL, which we will use once we start fetching all the tours. And also we have a single tour component. So the way it's going to work, we will fetch our data, then we'll pass it into the tours, and then we'll iterate over the tours data. And then for every tour, we'll display a single tour component. Now I think I can close the integrated terminal, and let's start by just setting up some kind of state values as well as fetching all the tours. Now I can tell you right away that I set up my own API, and if you want to quickly check what is going to be the response, you can just copy the string here and navigate, of course, to some kind of browser, copy and paste, and you'll see that there's going to be an array of objects. Now, there's a couple of reasons why I'm setting up my own API. First, I can always make sure that the API doesn't change. So as I'm recording the video, the API will be the same when you're watching the video. So that is very, very important because, of course, we know that in a real world, APIs do change. And then the second thing is I wanted to avoid, especially in the beginning, the nested structure that typically comes with some kind of external API. You'll notice that all my APIs are usually going to be very simply structured where we have all the properties right on the object. Of course, don't worry, later we will work with external APIs as well, but especially in the beginning, I think it's very important that we start with the basics. So this is what we'll get once we fetch the data from this URL. And like I said, I set up the API myself. And at the moment I have heading 2 with tours project setup, but I think we can start by setting up some kind of state values. And I'm going to have 2 loading and the tours. So let's go with const loading. That is, of course, going to be displayed while we're loading. And then set loading, and that is equal to use state. And then by default, I'll set it equal to true. So by default, loading will be true. That just means that we will see the loading component. And then the second thing is the tours. So we're going to go with const and then tours. And of course, we need to have our function as well. So set tours, and that is equal to a use state. And the default value will be an empty array. Now, before we fetch anything, why don't we also right away work on the returns? Because at the moment we just have the heading 2, but since I already introduced the state value of loading, and we have covered before that, of course, we can have multiple returns. Why don't we have one return for loading and one return when we're not loading? So essentially, once we've got the data back. And as far as loading, first, of course, we would need to set up our condition. And I'm going to say if loading is true, then I would want to return, and I'll wrap my loading component in the main tags. So I'll say here loading, like so. And then, of course, since loading is true, that's why you can see this on the screen. Now, I took a liberty and already worked on the loading.js. And essentially, there's not much there. So we have the component, we have the div with the class of loading, and then we have the heading 1. I think at this point, you are familiar of what is happening here in the component. So this is what we're seeing on the screen. So that's my loading.js component. And then, of course, I would also need to have some kind of return. Well, if I'm not loading, correct? Because at the moment, loading is true, but eventually, of course, we will have our data. So here, as a default, I can just say that I'll return main element again. That is for my styling purposes. By the way, I need to fix it here. And then I'll return my tours component inside there. So say tours component. We'll save it. And just so we can see that everything works, let's type by default false. Once I save, of course, I have tours component. So this is where we'll have the list of tours. Now I'm going to go back to true. We'll save it. And now, of course, let's work on fetching the data. I'm going to set up my function. So right above the condition of if, I'm going to go with const. I'll call this fetch tours, and it's going to be async. So right away, set up my async keyword. That is my function. And I'll use the built-in the fetch API. And just in case maybe you have set loading to be false, I'll just showcase that set loading we would set up as true. So just in case you would start as default value as false, well, you always, when you start fetching, you can say set loading for sure to be true. Now, of course, in our case, we already have true here, but this could work as an extra precaution where we say, yeah, you know what? When we fetch loading, for sure, set loading to true. So then, of course, we're displaying to the user that we're fetching the data. And now I would want to fetch, of course, my tours. So I'm going to go here with const, and I'll name this a response like so. And that is equal to await, then fetch. And now, of course, we just need to pass in the URL. Now, I know that I'll have to run the JSON since we would need to parse it. So we're going to go with const, and then tours is equal to, again, await. And we go with fetch and JSON, and then invoke it. So this should give us a list of tours. And for starters, we can just console log the tours. And of course, I would need to use my use effect where I'm going to invoke the fetch tours once the component renders, my app component. So in here, I'm going to go with use effect. Then I'll make sure that it only runs once the component renders on the initial render. And then we go here with fetch and then tours. And then, of course, we invoke it. And we should see in the console the tours. Now, fetch JSON is not a function. And yeah, of course, it is response JSON. My apologies. Response JSON. So once I invoke it, we should see in the console the array that we're getting back. And of course, there it is. Those are my 5 tours. Now, before we set up the tours with set tours function equal to the tours that we just fetched, we can also place this in try and catch. So that way, if there is some kind of error, at least we can display it. Again, keep in mind that with built-in fetch, we're just talking about the network errors. And in the tutorial, we talked about it, how we can actually look for different errors if we ever wanted to. And since I don't want to repeat myself, I'm not going to go over that. But as far as these network errors, if we would want to catch them, we can just go with try catch block. And now let's set up our awaits in the try block like so. And let's also set up right away loading is false and our tours value, the one that is an empty array, to whatever tours we're getting back. So here, let's go with set loading to false. Then of course we'll flip what we are displaying on the screen. And as far as set tours, we're going to go with set tours, and also we'll pass in the tours that we just fetched from the API. And then in the catch block, we still need to set loading to false, even if we have the error. So say here false. And then as far as the error, I would just want to console log. So I'm going to go here with console log error. So we start with loading, and then eventually, once we've got back the tours, then of course we set loading to false in both cases, whether we're successful or there is an error. And then as far as our state value, well, we should see the array of 5 items. So now let me navigate back to my bigger browser window. And now let's see, as far as the React DevTools, if I navigate to components, notice in the beginning, this is false, but if I refresh, then of course loading will be true. Then once I've got the data, then of course it is going to be false. And as far as the state value for my tours, initially it was an empty array. And then once we successfully fetch our tours, beautiful, we have array of 5 items. And since we set up the use effect, of course, we're doing that on the initial render because we also added the dependency array and we left it empty. Amazing job. We successfully fetched all our tour data. So now, of course, let's worry about displaying it on a screen. I have my state value, the name is tours, and I have my tours component. So I can use the props. I can say tours prop is equal to a tours state value. And then, of course, in the tours component, well, I would need to deal with my tours prop, correct? So in here, I'll destructure it right away. I'll say my tours prop, and let's work on our return. So instead of heading to, we're going to go with section over here. And then I would want to set up my title first. So div with the class of title. And then inside, I'm going to type heading to, and inside I'll type our tours like so. Let's save it. And after that, I'm going to add a little bit of underline too. So div with a class of underline. Okay, beautiful. And then right next to this div, I also would want to iterate over my tours. So let's place a div, and then let's go with tours, then map. And then, of course, each and every item will be represented by some kind of parameter. So in my case, I'm going to go with tour. And since I have the tour component already imported in the tours component, I can simply say return and then the tour component. Now I still need to add a key. And if you check out the API, you'll notice that each and every item has the ID. So this is exactly what I'm going to use. So I'm going to go with tour ID since we have the list. And then in order to speed this up, I will set up right now. And by the way, you know what? There is a bit of an issue where I need to place my return inside here. So I forgot about the curly braces. Again, we're setting up the return. And then in order to speed this up, in order for me to get all the properties that are in a tour, whether that is an ID, name, info, image, and all that good stuff, I'm just going to go with object spread operator, where I set up the curly braces, ... and then tour. And what that means that in the tour component, I'll have access to all the properties that are in my object. So I'll save it here. And then at the moment, I can see that I have 5 single tour components. Why? Well, because my list has 5 items. And then as far as the tour, well, at the moment, it just returns a heading 2 with a text of single tour component. So let's start first by destructuring all the props, which are properties from the object. And I'm looking for ID, I'm looking for image, I'm looking for info, and then price as well. And name would be good too. So I've got all these things, and then I would need to work on my return. So instead of heading to, it's going to be a article. Then we're going to remove this text. We'll add right away a CSS. So let's say here class name, single tour, like so. And then we're going to set up a image. Here we're looking for source. And of course, as far as the value, we pass in the image property that we're getting for every object. And for the alternative, let's type the name, of course. Now, right next to the image, I would want to set up a footer element. And then inside there, there's going to be a div with a class of tour info, like so. And inside here, let's go with heading 4. And then let's display the name. And we should see all the images as well as the name. Well, right next to the name, I would want to go with another heading 4. Now, this one will have a class name. And we're looking for here the tour price. So that's the name of my class. And let's add a $sign here, of course. And let's target the price prop. And there it is. Now we should see the title as well as the price. Now I think I can close the console for now. And now let's work on the paragraph, because I would want to display all the text. Now don't worry. Of course, we will work on the toggle functionality a little bit later. But for now, let's just go with paragraph. And inside the paragraph, I would want to display my info. So essentially, description of my tour. And then as the last thing, there's going to be a button that allows us to remove the tour from the list. So for now, we're just going to go with button. I will add a class name of delete and then -btn. Now, I won't set up the onClick yet. And let's just say not interested. That is going to be the text. We save it. And there it is. Now we have everything. We have the image. We have the name of the tour. We have the price as well as the info and a button that says not interested. So if we navigate to a bigger browser window, of course, there is. Now I have all my tours. As a side note, of course, I have massively zoomed in. So if you put to 100%, you should see something like this. Amazing work. We can display our tours list. Now let's work on the toggle functionality, where at the moment, of course, we're displaying the full info. However, what I would want to do is to add a button where by default, I only display part of the info. And then if the user chooses to see the full info, he or she presses read more, like so. And then, of course, we can see the full info. However, there's still option of going back to the default where we press on the show less. So first, we'll start by setting up some kind of state value. And here, I'm going to go with read more. Again, that is just my name. And of course, the function of set and then read more. And by default, I'll set it equal to a false. So by default, it's going to be false. And once I have my state value, now where we have the info, we would need to set up a conditional rendering. Where at the moment, yeah, I'm saying I would just want to display the full info. However, since I have my state value, what I could do instead is say, if the read more is true, then I would want to display the info. However, if it is not, so right after the colon, then I would want to do something else. Now, since I'll have to add a little bit more functionality, I will need to set up over here the template string. Then I'll set up my expression and we're going to go with info and then sub string like so. And of course, that is the function that just gets part of the string. And we start with 0. So we'll start with index 0 and then comma and then how much text you want to display. So in my case, I go with 200, but of course you can choose your own value. And then in here, let's just add ... So again, what is happening right now is we have the state value. the name is read more, and by default, it is false. And then in the paragraph, instead of just displaying the whole info, I'm saying, hey, listen, is read more true? So if it is going to be true, then yes, we will display the full info. However, if the read more is not true, then I'm going to look for info, and then I'll run my substring method because it is a string. And I'll just say, you know what, show the 200 characters instead. And of course, since the value by default is false, that's why we see the short version of the info. If we'll set it equal to true, you'll notice that essentially we're back to the previous setup where we just display the full info. So that's step number one. Now, the second thing inside of the paragraph, I would want to set up a button that toggles that value. So in here, let's go with a button. Then we'll set up right away on click, and we'll pass, of course, the inline function, and we'll say set read more. And now the interesting thing is, since I would want to toggle the value of read more, I just need to go with exclamation point and then read more. And essentially what that means is whatever is going to be a value, I will pass in the opposite. So if at the moment it is true, the first time I click, of course, my value will be false. Then next time I click, of course, it's going to turn back from the false to a true. So this is how essentially we're toggling. And as far as the name in my button, well, I also would want to change it, correct? Because in one case it's going to be read more, and then in the other case it's going to be show less. So here's what we could do. I could say read more. Again, I'm checking my state value. And if it is true, then of course I know that I'm displaying the full info, correct? So that way I know that, you know what, I'll display show less inside of the button. However, if the value is false, then of course I know that the name in a button should be read more. So in here we go with read more. So I'll save it. By default, I will hide the info, meaning not all of it, but at least most of it. And now I have my read more button. So once I click the button, then of course I'm changing the state value. And then I'm also changing, well, what am I displaying over here? And I think this would be a good use case where we go to a React developer tools just so you can see everything in action. So I'm looking for the tour, the first one. And of course, these are my props. And notice how the value is false. So the first time I click, now of course the value is true. And then since I set up my conditional rendering, well, there it is. Now I'm displaying the full info. Now, the next time I'll click on a button, now, of course, not only I'll display only part of the text, but also the text inside of the button will change. So once I click, notice again, the state value is false, and then the button says read more, and I'm only displaying the part of the text. And with our toggle functionality in place, now let's work on the removing the tour functionality, where if I'm not interested in tour, can just remove it from the list. And once I remove all the tours from the list, we'll set up another return where we display no tours left. And then, of course, we can fetch the tours one more time. Now, first, we need to decide, well, where we're going to set up the functionality. So the moment we're in the tour, correct? But it is sitting in the tours component, and then tours is rendered in the app.js. Now, where do I have my tours data? Well, that is, of course, in the app.js. So it would make sense if I would have my function right here. But then where I'm going to call it? Well, that is going to be in every tour, right? So we'll need to figure out how we can pass the function, the remove tour function, down to a tour component. Because in here, I will need the ID. This is why I destructured it, because my function, of course, is going to be looking for that ID, because I would need to know, well, which tour I would want to remove from my list. So let's go with a function, remove tour. Now, like I said, we'll be looking for the ID. So as a parameter, we'll pass in the ID. And then as far as the functionality, we're just going to go with const I'll name this new tours, and that is equal to tours. And we just go with filter method, where I say if the tour ID doesn't match, beautiful, it's going to be placed in the new tours array. If the ID matches whatever I'm passing in, well, that means that that is the tour that I would want to remove. So of course, that's why I will not place it in that new array. So say tour ID and then does not match the ID. So if that is the case, if the tour ID doesn't match the ID that I'm passing in, beautiful, is going to be returned. If it does match, then it's not going to be returned in the new tours array. And then of course, I will call my set tours and set it equal to my new tours. Now, the next question is, well, how we can get this function down to a tour component, because this is where I would want to call it. Of course, this is where I have the button, and this is where I have the ID. And we simply pass it as a prop. So I have my function. I just need to come up with some kind of prop. In this case, I will name it exactly the same. So remove tour prop is equal to my remove tour function. Then I would need to destructure it in my tours component. So remove tour and also pass it to a tour component. So we can also pass functions as props. And let's go the same name. Remove tour prop is equal to a remove tour function that is coming from app.js. And then finally, we go for remove tour prop in the tour component. By the way, this is something called prop drilling, which we're going to cover later in tutorial. So if you're watching tutorial and then project, tutorial and project, then I just want to tell you that yes, there's a way around this where essentially we'll use something called Context API. But for now, we're good. We have our remove tour. And then finally in my button, of course, we just need to call it, where I'm going to go with on click. Then I'll set up my inline function, of course, and then I would want to invoke my remove tour. But then remember, remove tour was looking for what? It was looking for the ID, correct? And each and every tour has that unique ID. So I just pass it into a remove tour. So that way I know which tour I'm going to be removing. So I have my tours. And if you want, you can check your array where once you click on not interested, notice the array got smaller. We already have only 4 items. And we can keep on going here. Not interested, not interested. And then finally, once we remove all the tours, we should have the empty array. And this would be a good case where we could set up another return, where if there are no more tours that you can display, why don't we set up a condition? So I'm going to navigate back to app.js. I already have my one condition for loading, and then second, the default return. Now I would want to set up another one where I'm going to say if, and now I'm checking for tours length. And if that is equal to a 0, so essentially if I have no tours in my state value, well, what I would want to return, I'm going to go here with return, and we're going to set up our main here. And inside there, we're going to go with div, and I'm going to add the title. And then inside the title, let's go with heading 2, no tours left, like so. And now let's add a button. And this button will simply call the fetch tours. So essentially the function that fetches the tour. So then, of course, we'll set up our state value, our tours value, back to the array that is coming from the API. So we have no tours left. And then right after that, we're going to go with button. We'll go with on click. That is going to be equal to my inline function here. And let's go with fetch tours, like so. And by the way, in this case, you can also set it up as a reference if you wanted to, since you don't need to invoke it with some kind of argument. So in here, let's write button and let's type refresh, like so. And what you'll notice is that once you remove all the tours, we'll refresh them. So I remove all the tours. I have no tours left. And by the way, I think I can add a styling here. So let's say here class name, and that is equal to a btn. It's going to be a bit more presentable. Now, in this case, I'll have to remove the tours again. We remove them from the list. I have no tours left because now, of course, our condition matches, and I have this option of refresh. I click refresh, and then, of course, I fetch the tours from the API and display them in my tours component. That should do it for our second project. Hopefully, everyone enjoyed it, and I hope to see you in the next project. Beautiful job. And up next, we have a reviews project where we're going to have a list of reviews. And we just want to set up the functionality where user can navigate through the reviews, whether that is forward or backwards, or we can also show the random review. And I'm going to start by navigating back to our project. So our repo, then I'm looking for the reviews project. So now you can see that I'm in the root, I'm in React project. So of course I go with CD, and then more specifically, I'm looking for the setup folder. So I have reviews folder, and then in the reviews, I grab the setup one, I navigate over there. And as always, we need to start by installing dependencies. And also we would want to spin up the dev server. So as far as this project, there's two things that I would like to mention. First, even though we learn how we can fetch data using the use effect, I will alternate between the projects. So in some projects, there's going to be a local data. And then in some projects, we're going to fetch data because I didn't see the point of repeating myself. Where yes, I could have set it up as an API and then we fetch the data. But in my opinion, it would be too much repetition. Once we cover in tutorial how to set up custom hooks, and more specifically, we'll set up a use fetch hook, where essentially we have the fetching functionality and we can just import it, then it's a different scenario. So later on in the course, when we're going to work exclusively with external API projects, then of course we'll use that custom hook. Because again, repeating the same 7-8 lines of code seem somewhat redundant. So in some projects, yes, we will fetch just because it is more real world scenarios. But then in some projects, there's just going to be a local data. And I'll try to alternate so it's a bit interesting. Okay, that's the first thing. Now, the second thing, if you're looking at the project, you can notice that we have some icons over here. And even though we can technically add the font awesome link in our public one, so by the way, that is also an option if you navigate to the public and if you check the index HTML, since that is our index file. By the way, here we can find, of course, our title. You could technically get the CDN link for the font awesome and include it over here. But my preference is using a library called React icons for my icons. And the way that library works is following. So by the way, let me navigate to localhost 3000. You should see something like this on the screen. And before we set up any functionality as far as the project, let me just showcase how the library would work. So first, of course, we would need to install it. Now, in our project, of course, I already installed it for you. So this is what you'll find in a package.json. However, if you would want to include it into your own projects, then of course, just run npm install React icons, and then they advise using --save. So once you install the library, then in order to use the icon, you would need to import specific icon from specific library. So these are all the libraries they provide. And also, of course, you can check more specifically, well, what icons are in that library. Now, what I really like is this search option, where, for example, I could go with GitHub, and this just gives me all the icons that I have from all the libraries. So in here, you can pick whichever icon you would want, and then just copy that. And then, of course, you just need to check, well, which library is it? So in this case, I can see that it is font awesome. And if we check out the font awesome, then we can see that in order to use it, we would need to go with React icons and then / and FA. Now, what I really like that this is a component. So full blown React component. So before we do anything, let me just show you how that would work. And I think I can do that in the app.js, where at the moment I have review component imported. but I also would want to import. And then since I can already copy that to the clipboard, I can just copy and paste from. And then since I have installed React icons, we can just go with /NFA. And then, of course, in our return, anywhere we can just place our icon. And what's really cool, it is SVG. And if you want, you can also add classes to it as well. So this is going to be my component. Notice once I render, there is my icon. And then, like I said, you can add here a class and style it. Or if you check out the return, you'll be able to see, by the way, this is the one that I'm looking for. You'll be able to see that it is the SVG. So what you could definitely do is, of course, in your styling, use that fact and target the SVG. So whatever is the parent container, and then style the SVG. Or, like I said before, you can add here a class. So class name, and let's say icon, and then in your index CSS or whichever CSS file you're using, you can just target this class as well. So my preference, most cases, is adding a class, but sometimes just so I don't add too many classes, I also use that SVG option. So in this case, of course, I'll check my class name, that is icon. And if I'm going to go with icon and then font size 4 REMs and then color, I don't know, red, you of course will see that first of all, my icon is bigger and then also the color is red. So that's how we can use this library throughout the project. We will use it. So not every project, but once in a while we'll use this library. And now hopefully we're all on the same page, how to install it, how to use it, and how to add it to our own project. Not bad, not bad. Once we've got React icons out of the way, of course, let's focus on our project. We won't need the index CSS because all the styles are already there. And then, of course, I don't need also this particular icon. This was just to showcase how the actual library works. So let me save it. And then let's start with a general return, where instead of the heading 2, we're going to go with main. Then inside of the main, I would want to set up my container and title. So let's go here with container div, and then also with a div with a class of title. And then we're going to go with heading 2, and then our reviews like so. And then let's add the nice underline as well. So underline. And then once we've got that, then still within the section, by the way, you know what? The container should have been section like so. So let's set this up as a section. So still within the section, but not inside this title div. I'm going to go with my review component. So I render my review component, and at the moment it should just say review component. And of course, now we can navigate to the component and get busy building our functionality. As far as the imports, we're looking for people coming from the data file, and we'll take a look at it in a second. And then, like I said, the font awesome icons coming from the React icons library. So we have the chevrons as well as the quote, right? And then before we start working on our return, let me just show you what is in the data. Again, we have the array. I named it reviews. I export it as default. So of course, when I import, I can call it however I would want. And then again, I have multiple people. Each person is represented by the object where I have the ID. I have the name, job, image, and text. And of course, we'll need to figure out, well, how we can display them one by one, where we're not rendering a list in this case. So I would want to access them and then figure out some kind of way where I can go back and forth as far as my array is concerned. So in the app, we have the review that is rendered, of course, and now we need to go back to the review. And I think I can close the app because at the moment it is just confusing me a little bit. So we have the review, beautiful. And then in here, let's start by setting up some kind of state value. So that is going to be my index over here. And this is exactly what I'm going to call it. I'm going to say const index is equal to a set index. Now, as far as the default value, I'm going to go with 0. Why? Well, because arrays are 0 index based. And by default, I would want to showcase the first person in my array. Hopefully that makes sense. And now let's think about it. So we have this people array. Now, if you want, you can console log it and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Now I'm going to do that on a bigger screen. And there it is. So this is my array. Now, like I said, each person is an object. So what I would want to do when I'm setting up the return, I right away would want to access these properties. But in this case, I need to be very specific. Where again, I'm not rendering the whole list. I would just want to render one person. So what I could do is access these properties using the structuring from the people array, but then I need to be more specific which item I'm looking for. And since I would want to display the first item and arrays are 0 index base, I could use this state value, correct? So what we could do is say const, and then I'm looking for name, I'm looking for job, I'm looking for the image as well as the text, and that is coming from people array, and then I'll use my index. I'll say not 0, not 1, not 2, even though technically I could have done that. But the thing is, I don't want to have this hard coded. I want to set this up as index, so that way, as this value changes, also I'll see a different person. Hopefully that makes sense. So I'm getting all these properties out of the first item in the people array. And as this is going to be changing, as my index value will be changing, so will be the person that I'm accessing in the array. And with that in place, of course, now we can set up our return. So in here, I'm going to go with article. And then inside of the article, we're going to go with review. So there's going to be a div eventually, but for now, we'll just add a class name of a review, like so. And then inside of this article, we're going to go with div with the class of image container. And then let's just showcase that image. So image for the source, I'm going to use the image that I'm accessing here. So I'm going to say here image. Now for the alternative, let's just display the name. So that is going to be name. And also I would want to add a little bit of styling here where I'm going to go with class name and then person and then hyphen img. So let's save it. And there it is. We should see our container and we should also see our first person. And I'm going to do this multiple times, but just so we all are on the same page, notice as I'm changing this value, which eventually we'll do, of course, dynamically, also the person changes. Because, of course, in this case, index is number 2. So now I'm accessing the third person. Hopefully that makes sense. And then right next to the image, we're going to go with span here. We're going to add a class name of quote, and then hyphen icon. And then inside of the span, let's go with one of our icons. And we're looking for quote right icon. Let's display it. And there it is. Now we have the icon. Then there's just going to be some info. So right next to this div, we're going to go with heading 4. And then we would want to add a class name. And class name will be author. Again, usually I try to avoid adding too many classes, but in this case, there was no other way. And then I'm looking for the name here. So I'm going to go with a name like so. And then once we've got that, then we can work on job and info. So let's go with a paragraph. Let's add right away class name of job. And then, of course, I would want to access that property that is coming from my object. And then one more paragraph, and this one will have a class of info. And then we're looking here for the text. So these are the values. And now, of course, let's set up our buttons. Now, at the moment, there's going to be no functionality, but at least those buttons will be there. So we go with div with a class of button container, like so. And then inside of this container, we go with button. And then inside of this button, we just go with chevron left. So FA and then chevron left. Now I also would want to add a little bit of styling here. And I'm going to go here with the class name of prev button. So prev hyphen btn. Let's save it. we should see this button over here. And now let's copy and paste, and we're just gonna have to change this around a little bit. So 1, 2. Now the second button, of course, is going to be a next button. Then as far as the icon, it's gonna be chevron right. And last one will be a random button. So in here, let's go with random and then -btn. And we're not gonna display the icon here. We'll just say surprise me. And there it is. Once we save it, this is the look that we're shooting for. Now, the one thing that I would want to do is place it outside of the div, so the button container. And then, of course, the button, the last one, the random one, will be on a separate line. So that's our basic return. So now, of course, we just need to add the functionality where as we're changing the index, also we display different person. Nice job with our basic return in place. Of course, we can add the functionality where as we're clicking on a button, we're displaying either the next person in the list or the previous one. And of course, we would need to set that up on these buttons. So before we set up the functions, let me just add right away on click to the prev and the next. And I think I'm going to call, as far as the function names, one is going to be prev person, and next one is going to be a next person. So I'm going to go with prev person. Of course, that function doesn't exist, so we'll have to create it. Otherwise, we're going to get a nice error, and then copy and paste, and I'll just say next person. So once I have my on clicks, now, of course, it's time to work on the functions. And I think we can go with next person first, where I'm going to go with const and then next person, of course, next person, and that is equal to my function. And then inside of this function, what I would want is to call, of course, set index, because I would want to change the index. However, just so we can keep on practicing, I'm going to go with functional update form, where I go with set index and then I pass in the function. Remember, as a parameter, we're accessing the current state value. And in this case, I will call it the same. I'll say that that is the index. And then whatever we're returning from this function, of course, now will be that new state value. So just to be a bit more explicit, I'm going to go with new variable. I'm going to say new index, and that is equal to the index plus 1. Why? Well, because I would want to see next person, correct? So if I have 0, then I would want to increase it by 1, which would be, of course, person number 2, since arrays are 0 index based. And then once I have that new index, then of course I'm going to go with return, and I would want to return that new index. So what we could do is just save, and then we still have a complaint for the prev person. We just copy and paste, and then we need to change these values around. So prev person, that is the name of my function. I still access the index. It's still going to be a new index. But of course, since I would want to see the previous person instead of index plus 1, I go index minus 1. I save it. And when we click on a button, we should see the next person. Now, eventually, we'll run into the error. And the error is going to be simple, where index, so the state value, is going to be bigger than the last items index in my array. So if I check my data, I can see that I have ID 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have 4 items. So the last index that I have is number 3. So once this index gets bigger than 3, then of course I have the error. Why? Well, because I'm looking for people, and then index number 4, for example. And then of course, if the item is not there, well, that's why I have this error. And as far as the prev, I right away have that error because I'm looking for index minus 1. So the prev is going to work if I navigate to the last person, or maybe to the first person, or whatever. And then of course I can still toggle here back and forth. So it works, but the problem is once I get to the end of the array or beginning of the array, then of course my functionality falls apart because such an indexes don't exist, whether that is negative or in my case, bigger than 3. So what's the solution? Well, we can add here manually where we're checking for the value. And if the value is, for example, bigger than the last item in the array, then I just flip it to a 0. Or since I know that I'm going to use it multiple times, I can just come up with a function where I go with const and I'll name this check number. Now I'll pass here the number. So as the argument, I'm going to be looking for the number. And then inside this function, I'm going to check. I'm going to say, hey, listen, if the number is bigger than the last item in the array, then return 0. If the number is less than 0, well, then return the last item in the array. So here I say if and then number. And in order to get the last item in the array, I need to go with my array name, then length, and then -1. Because again, the arrays are 0 index based. So in here I say if number is bigger than people, and then dot length and -1. So if my number is bigger than the index of the last item in the array, well, then just return 0. So then return the first item in the array. However, if the number is less than 0, well, then of course, just return the last item in the array. So I go here with number is less than 0, then of course return. And now the value should be people, length -1. So if I come to the beginning of the array, now I would want to display the last item. Now, if the number is neither of these cases, well, then I can just simply return number. I can go with return and then number. So I'll save it here. And then instead of passing the new index, now I would want to pass that new index in my check number. So I go here with check number and I pass in the new index. And the same thing I'm going to do over here where I'm displaying the last person. So instead of just returning a new index, which of course could be negative, now I'll pass the check number. And then if it is negative, then I know that I'm going to get the last person in the array. So now, of course, our functionality works. We'll notice we can go forward and we can go backwards. And if we come to the beginning of the array, then we display the last item. If we go to the end of the array, then of course we just display the first item. Awesome. We can display the next person and the previous person. So now, of course, let's work on the random person functionality. I think I'm going to come up right away with a function. So we're going to go with const, and of course, we'll name this random person. Now that is going to be equal to, of course, my arrow function. Now I'm not going to pass anything inside of the function, but just to showcase how the math random works, we're going to go with console log and then math and then random, and we'll right away invoke it. And now, of course, where I have my button, I'm just going to go with on click, and that is going to be equal to my random. So now, of course, I'm going to navigate to a bigger screen. And then in the console, you'll notice that as you're clicking on a random person, you get this random value. And that value always will be between 0 and 1. However, it can be 0, but it will never be 1. So it can be 0.99999999999, but it's never going to be 1. So how we can use this random value to get the random person from the array? Well, there's multiple ways how you can do that, but one of the ones that I like the most is simply by multiplying the value with a length of the array. And then just make sure that number is always rounded down. So we go here with let, and then I'll call this random number. Now I'm purposely using let, and you'll see in a second why. And that is going to be equal to a math random. So first what I could do is multiply by the length of my array, which of course in my case is going to be 4 because I have 4 items. So again, if we navigate here, notice, and by the way, I didn't console log it. My bad. So we go here with a random number here, and you'll notice that as I'm clicking, now I'm getting a random number between a 0 and 4. So the thing is, it is never going to be really 4 because again, I'll never have 1. So if I multiply 0.999 something by 4, it's always going to be somewhere between 3 and then 4. but it's never going to be 4. And what I would want to do instead is just always round it down. So then the values will be between 0 and then 3. So essentially, that's just going to give me all the indexes that I have in array. Since I have 4 items, I have indexes between 0 and 3. So 0, 1, 2, and 3. And this is exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm going to have a math, and then floor, and I'll pass in this value. So again, I multiply the random number by the length of my array, and I always make sure that I round it down. So that's just going to give me this random index. So again, if we navigate here, if we keep on pressing, notice how we're getting values between 0 and 3. Now, one issue that people have complained about is the fact that notice, even though technically it is a random number, once you click, you get some repetition. And essentially what that means is that as you're clicking the button, technically, if the number is exactly the same, well, the person won't change over here. And in order to avoid that, what you could do is simply say, you know what, if the random number is equal to my current index, well, then just add 1, or I don't know, subtract 1, whatever you would want to do. So in here, I'll say if, and then random number, not person, but random, and the number, if it is equal to an index, then either add 1 or subtract 1. That's up to you. I'm going to say random number is equal to index plus 1. And then, of course, I would want to set index, but make sure that you also go with this check number, where if you're adding this plus 1, you still might run into this problem where the value might be bigger than the index for the last item in the array. So let's go with set index, but instead of just passing random number, we also need to go with check number and then only pass this random number. And that way, what happens is that you'll successfully avoid that repetition, where if I go with random, notice how each and every time there's going to be a random person. Hopefully you were able to complete the project, and I hope to see you in the next project. Nice work. And up next, we have accordion project, where essentially we have a list of questions and we can toggle the answer. And also, as we're toggling, we'll change the icon inside of the button. And as always, we're going to start by navigating back to our repo. And then, of course, we're looking for project number 4. So let me open up right now my integrated terminal. I'll stop the dev server. I'll navigate back to the root. And now, of course, once I'm in the React project, then I'm going to go with CD. And then we're looking for accordion and then the setup folder. We drag and drop over here. And then we're, of course, navigating to a setup folder. Then we run npm install and then npm run. By the way, let me clear the console. So let me go with npm install and npm start. And I would want to give you a challenge where essentially the steps you would need to take are following. First, you would need to iterate over the list of questions that I have, I believe, in the data. So if I check out the source, you'll see that I have the data. So these are the list of questions. And then I would want you to iterate over them in the app.js. And then for every item that you have in array, display the single question. And then we already have done this before, where we have this toggling functionality depending on a state value. You're either displaying the text or you're hiding. Again, it's not mandatory, but I would suggest just practicing a bit, at least iterating over the list. So you display the single question. And then if you get stuck on toggling, of course, feel free to watch the remaining of the video, but at least challenge yourself a little bit where we have already covered this functionality. It's just the project is a little bit different where now we're toggling the answer for the question. Previously, I believe we were working with tours, and also we did the same thing in tutorial. Now, I would want to start with an app though, where, like I said, I have the data, correct? So data is list of questions. As you can see, there's an array again. Each and every item is an object. And then here I have ID, I have title, I have info, and I have all these values. I believe I have 5 questions. And then in the app.js, first, I would just want to display my container. Now it's up to you. You can set up here a state value in the app.js, or you can just omit it. That's up to you. In my case, I used state, but we're not going to change those values. Also, I want to let you know that if you don't like the background, so if for some weird reason you're not a fan of this awesome background color, then of course navigate to index.css and then change this value from the purple to wherever you would want. And one last thing that I would want to mention, the idea again came from the website, the UI Design Daily. So if you want to check it out, please do so. So back to app.js, let's just set up a basic return with a single question component. Like I said, it is not really necessary in here, but I'll still set up a state value where I'm going to go with const and then questions and then set questions, even though we won't use this function. I'm going to go with use state and I'll just pass in the data. So the array that I'm getting from my data.js file, the array of questions. And then as far as the return, we go with main. Then we place our container. So div with the class of container. Inside of the container, we go with heading 3, and that is going to be questions and answers about login, like so. And right next to it, we're going to have a section with a class of info. So section, and by the way, I should have done it this way. So section, info, and inside of the section, I would want to iterate over the list of questions. So I go here with questions, then map, of course, and then each and every item will be represented with a parameter of question. So that is that object. And then, of course, I would want to return my single question component. Now I do need to add a key here. So I'm going to go with key prop and we'll pass in question ID. So the parameter name and then dot ID, because I know that in my array, I do have that property. So every object has that property. And also let's use that spread operator to pass rest of the properties as well. So we go with dot, 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 and then we have the question. So now, of course, once we navigate there, by the way, of course, the mistake was I didn't close it out. Let me do that. And now you can see we have questions and answers about the login. And then I have 5 question components. Why? Well, because the array has 5 items, and that's the only return that I have in my question component. Now, I also imported some icons. Again, a little bit of repetition. We already covered that in the previous project. So we have the icons for the question. Now, inside of the question, of course, now we can access all the properties from that object. And there's not many. Essentially, there's going to be only 2 because they are set up as props. So I know that I have title, and of course, I have the info. Now, I'm going to hold off on the state value, even though eventually it's going to be there for the toggling purposes. For now, let's just worry about our return. So we're going to go here with article. Then we'll add here a class name, and that class name is going to be question. And then as far as the return, well, let's go with a header here. And then inside of the header, we're going to have a heading 4 and then the title. So whatever is going to be the title. And eventually we'll also have our toggle button. So right next to the heading 4, let's go with button. We'll add a class name of btn. And eventually there will be icons here. But for now, let's just say btn. Let's save it. We should have the title and then our button. And then, of course, right below the button and essentially also the header, I would want to showcase my paragraph. So in here, I go with an info. So that looks good. But of course, we would want to add that functionality where only once we click on a button, then we display this text. And not only that, I also would want to change my icons around, where if, of course, I would want to collapse it, then I switch from negative or minus to a plus, and then the opposite if I would want to display more info. And we already know how we can toggle things. So we're going to go here with state value. I'm going to call this show info, and then set show info, and that is equal to a use state, and then I'll pass in the false. Okay, so by default, it is going to be false. And now where I'm working with my paragraph, I wouldn't want to display it right from the get-go. I'll say, you know what, if show info is true, only then I would want to display my paragraph. So I'm going to cut it out, I'm going to copy and paste, and now, of course, they will be hidden by default. Why? Well, because this one is false. So I'll change this to true. Now, of course, all of them will be shown. Again, something we have covered already multiple times in tutorial as well as in the project. So now, of course, we just need to set up our button where we go with onClick, and then we'll pass in our inline function because I think it's going to be the fastest. And remember, we just wanted to set the new value opposite to the current one. So we go with our function, and then in here we go with exclamation point, and we say show info. So whatever is the value, pass in the opposite. And now, of course, we can also check for the icons. Now, in this case, I'm going to do the ternary operator, where if the show info is true, then I'll display one. And if it is false, then of course I'll display another one. So I go with show info, my ternary operator, and then if it is true, if I would want to display the icon, then I'm going to go with minus, like so. And then if it is not true, then of course I'm going to go with the plus one. So I have the colon, and I go with other icon, like so. And then once I save, notice, since show info is false, now, of course, I'm displaying my plus icon, but then the moment I change it around, of course, I also display different icon. So that should do it for the project. Hopefully you were able to follow along, and hopefully you also challenge yourself a little bit where you iterated over the questions. You maybe tried to set up the state value and all that good stuff. And I hope to see you in the next project. Awesome. And up next, we have the menu project, where essentially we'll have a list of menu items, but not only we'll have list, we'll also have the buttons that allow us to filter the list. So if I would want to see breakfast, I would click on breakfast. If I would want to see lunch, I would click on lunch, and you get the idea. If I would want to go back to all of them, I just click on button all, and then of course I can see my whole list. Now, what's also really cool, that these buttons will be added dynamically. So it's not like we'll just hard code these types. Essentially, the more types you have in a list, the more buttons you'll have. So that way, you just create functionality once, and as your list changes, so will the buttons. So let's navigate back to our main repo. In here, we're looking for the folder number 5. So let me stop the dev server. Then I'm going to navigate back to my root. And then, of course, I'm going to navigate to a menu, and then more specifically setup. Drag and drop. We are in the correct folder. We can clear the terminal, and then let's just run npm install. So we get all the dependencies, and then, of course, npm start as well. And now, of course, we can navigate to the source, and the file we're looking for is app.js. So in the app.js, we import 3 things. We have menu component, which will display the list. We have categories that will display the buttons, of course, and then we have the items. Now, the items are coming from data.js, and again, data.js is a file that holds my array, and then each and every item is an object, and again, we have the properties, the IDs, the titles, the categories, prices, images, and a description. So as far as the buttons, we'll use this category property. You'll notice that each item has some kind of category, and then depending on that category, well, we'll display the buttons. So the more categories you have, of course, the more buttons you'll also have in your project. So that is my list. And then let's start working in the app.js. And first, I would want to set up two state values. And by the way, as far as return, you should see the menu project setup. If you want, you of course can do the same thing here, where you go to localhost 3000, and you should see the same thing, menu project setup. And I'm gonna have two state values, one for menu items and the second one for the categories. So let's just go here with const, and then we go with menu items, and then also, of course, the function set menu items, and that is equal to a use state. And now, of course, again, we pass in those items. So whatever array we're getting from our data file. Okay, that's awesome. And now I would want to set up categories. For the time being, it's just going to be an empty array because I would want to do that last though. So we're going to go here with categories like so, and then set, and the same thing, categories. Okay, and that is to use state. And like I just said, it's just going to be an empty array at the start. Then I would want to work on my return. And in here, we're going to go with main. Then we're going to delete this menu project setup. Let's also add nice title just in case. So let's just go with section, then add some classes here. We're going to go with menu and then section like so. Then, like I said, title. Inside of the title, we're going to go with heading to our menu. Okay, awesome. And then let's also add a underline. All right, beautiful. And now let's have our two components. One is going to be categories, something we're going to work on last. And then, of course, also the menu. So we display, we have categories component as well as the menu component. And I think the more straightforward one is going to be menu, where we have list of items, and I would just want to iterate. And for each item, I would just want to return some kind of nice looking article with an image, with text, and all that good stuff. And of course, in order to pass my data into the menu, what do I need to do? I need to sum up some kind of prop, correct? So I set up the prop, and the prop name will be items. And I'll pass in my menu items state value. And then, of course, inside the menu.js, so of course, that is my menu component. Now, of course, I would want to access the items and then iterate over the list. And then for each and every item, have a better looking return. So in here, let's change the heading to a div. Then let's add a little bit of classes, and more specifically, we're looking for section center, like so. And then I'll delete my menu component, my meaningless text. And inside the section center, I'm going to iterate over my items, so over my prop. And then again, we need to come up with some kind of name. In this case, I'm going to say menu item that represents that object. And as far as the properties that I'm looking for, well, I can just check, correct? I have ID, title, category, price, image, and description. And we're going to do the structuring because I think it's going to be faster. So again, we go with ID, we go with title, we go with image, as well as the description. And that is equal to my menu item. And once I have access to all of that, then we just need to come up with a return where I'm going to go with article. Again, we have a list, so we need to have a key. Then we pass in the ID. We set up a class name. Now that is equal to a menu hyphen item, like so. And then, like I said, there's going to be an image. For the source, I'll use my image property. For the alternative, we'll use the title here. And then class name will be photo over here. Let's save. And then, of course, I can see that I have my images. And then right next to the image, I would want to have the item info. So I have the image, and then I'm going to go with div with the class of item and then info. And inside, we're going to go with header with the title and the price. And then, of course, we'll also have the description. So let's go with a header. And inside of the header, we have a heading 4 with a price, or I'm sorry, title property here, like so. So that should be our title. And then also I would want to have a price. Now for this one, I do want to add a class name. And then of course, I'm looking for my price property. Now the problem here is that of course I didn't destructure it. So let me go back. Let me just double check. Yeah, the price is the name of my property. And then inside of the menu, I'm going to go with a price and I'll close out my curly braces as well. So there it is. Now I have my price. And the last thing is my description. So right next to the header, but still within a div, we're going to go with paragraph and we're looking for the description. We'll close out our curly braces and I would want to add a class name of item and then hyphen text. So this should look extremely familiar because we have done that already quite a few times. Now the only thing probably that is missing is the $, like so. So now we have that as well, but successfully we have the list. So now comes the interesting part where we'll set up our buttons. Nice work. And once we've got our list, now of course it's time to work on the buttons, where we would want to have buttons for each category plus button for all. And then of course, once we click on a button, then we display only the items that match that category. And then once we click on all, of course, then we display all the items. And we'll start with manual approach, and then we'll see the downsides. And of course, eventually we'll switch to a dynamic approach where we iterate over the list and then automatically get all the categories. But we'll start simply by just doing that manually. Now, my first step is going to be creating that function. So in the app component, I'm going to create a function by the name of filter items. And this function is going to be looking for the string. Now I'll call this string category, like so. And then inside of the function, I would want to iterate over the original list. And that is important. I'm not talking about menu items. So we will use set menu items to change the list that is displayed. However, when we're looking for the items that match that category, we always need to work with original list because that one won't change. And I'm going to start by setting up some kind of variable just to be a bit more explicit, where we go with new items, then we go with items. So again, the original list, because that one won't change. Then we go with filter. I need to come up with some kind of parameter name, which in my case is going to be item. And then I'm going to say if the item category property matches to the string that I'm passing in, then of course return that item to my new items array. And then, like I said, we have set menu items. So I'm just going to use this and we're going to go with set menu items and new items. So once the app loads, then of course we use our whole list. We use the items and then we pass it in. So then the state value of menu items is equal to my original array. However, in filter items, I filter the original list and I only look for the items whose property category matches to whatever I'm passing in. And once I have my function, then of course what I could do is just pass it down to a categories, since I would want to use it over there. So I'll start here by setting up some kind of prop, which in my case is going to be exactly the same as the function name. So we're going to go with filter items. We save it. And then of course we would need to navigate to the categories and then deal with that function. Again, we are going to start with just the manual approach, and then eventually we'll make this dynamic because I would want you to see the downsides of the manual approach. So we're looking for the prop by the name of filter items, of course, and then inside of the categories in the return, I would want to add those buttons. And of course, since this is a manual approach, I'll just add them manually. Eventually we'll iterate over the list, but not right now. So just so it looks a bit better, I'm going to go with btn container over here. And then inside of the container, let me just add few buttons manually. So we're going to go with button. I will add class name here and I'll say filter btn. And then on click, I would want to get the items that match the category of breakfast. Now, if you would want to see what categories we have, of course, you can just navigate to data. And then as you're looking at the items, notice you have a category for lunch, you have a category for shake, and all that. So since we're going manual approach, I'm not going to add all of them, but just to showcase that my function works, of course, this is exactly what I'm going to do. Where I have on click, then I would want to have my inline function, of course. And then in here, let's call filter items. And then let's just set up that string. And like I said, I would want to start with breakfast, like so. And then inside of the button, let's also write what items we're going to be getting. So once you save, you should see the button. And then once you click, of course, now we're displaying only the items whose property category is equal to a breakfast. So this works somewhat okay, where I have my list. And then once the app renders, then of course I have my whole list. And then once I click on a breakfast button, I only get items whose category is equal to the breakfast. But there are two issues with this approach. First one, we don't have a button and functionality for all, so I cannot display all the items. And a second, even bigger issue is the fact that we are not in sync with our data. So let's start with all button. And then, of course, I'll show you the bigger issue, the fact that we always need to manually update if there are some changes to our original array. So first, let's navigate back to app.js. And then notice here where I have filter items. I also would want to set up functionality where if the category is equal to all, then of course I would just set my menu items back to my default, back to my original items array. And we can simply do it this way, where we set up a condition and I say if, and then category is equal to all, then what I would want is set menu items and then again pass in the items. So my original array, and I can just nicely return from the filter items. Now, of course, what's missing is in the categories a button that passes in that string into the filter items. So in here, what we could do is copy and paste, and we'll just change this value around where instead of filter items and breakfast or lunch or whatever values I have in data, now, of course, I'll just set up all and we'll save, and beautiful. We have breakfast. So now we display only the breakfast items. And then once we click on all, we display the whole list. So that works somewhat okay, where now we have a button for breakfast and then we have a button for all. Now, the bigger problem here is that we're not in sync with our data. And what that means is that if I keep on adding more items and then they have different categories, well, I'll always have to manually hop back to the categories and add that button. And that is not the best approach. And we'll fix that in the next video. Okay, so it's time to make our list dynamic. Now, before we start typing away, let me just mention that we're going to do that using the set data structure. But since it is JavaScript topic, exclusive JavaScript topic, I'm not going to go in huge detail. Basically, I'll show you, I'll tell you what happens. But if you're interested in learning more, just navigate to my playlist, JavaScript Nuggets, and then look for unique values ES6 video. And in here, of course, I go into greater detail what is happening as far as the code of getting unique values. So let's start working on our categories. And more specifically, I would want to navigate back to app.js. And then in the app.js, I would want to filter the categories. But I also would want to get only the unique ones. So that way, if my list changes, I will always have this value for my categories that will filter out only the unique categories. So if a month or day later, I add some additional category, for example, dinner, it will also show up in my categories list. And then, of course, it will also show up as far as the buttons are concerned. So we have this categories, which at the moment is just an empty array. So now above the component, I would want to set up the functionality where I only get the unique categories from my list. So I'm going to call them all categories. So all categories like so, and that is equal to my items. And of course, I would want to map over. So I'm going to say item map. And then what we're looking for is that category property, correct? So now I would just want to get all the values that I have in the category property, whether that is shake, whether that is lunch, and whatever else we had over there. So we have items map. Then I'll call this item, and I'll just say that, you know what, as I'm iterating over my list, please return the value for the category. And if we'll console log all categories like so, you'll notice that in my console, I should see all the values for the categories. Now, of course, I have an array of 9 items. So I have breakfast, lunch, shakes, breakfast, lunch, shakes, breakfast, lunch, and shakes. So that all is good. The problem is, of course, that we have repeating values. So I don't want 3 buttons for breakfast. I only want 1 button for breakfast. So if there are some repeating values, I only would want to get the first one. So I only would want at the end of the day unique values, which in my case should be 3, correct? So how we can do that? Well, this is where the set data structure comes into play. So essentially I can do something like this, where I say, you know what, get me new set and then pass it in. Because what's really cool about the set is the fact that it only gets the unique values. And you know what? My apologies. I deleted the console log categories like so. Let's just say now we should get only the unique values. Now the problem is that I would want to add all, because of course there also should be a button for all. And I also would want it as an array. At the moment, as you can see, it is an object. So this is where we use the spread operator. I say there's going to be a new array. So all categories are going to be equal to new array. And then the first item will be all. And then I'll just use the spread operator and spread out my set data structure like so. So cut it out, copy and paste, remove the semicolon. And what you should see as far as all categories is an array of 4 items like so. And then each item just represents that unique category from my list. And at this point, what we could do is just pass it as our state value. So notice we have categories, and of course that is the state value. So now instead of empty array, I pass it in as all categories. And now I just need to get those categories down to my categories component. So here I go with categories is equal to my categories state value. And then inside of the categories, of course, we would need to destructure that. Categories like so, and then comma. And instead of manually adding those buttons, what I would want is to iterate over my categories, and then for each category, display this button. And of course, also set up the functionality where I grab the value, the text value from the category and add it to my filter items. So I'll remove my manual buttons and we'll say categories map. So we're mapping over, and for each item, I would want to return a button. So in here, I'll call this category. That will represent each and every string that I have in my array. And then also, since I have a list, I'm just going to go with index here because we have a simple list. So in this case, we can use the index. So in here, I go with return. Then I'm returning a button. And then as far as the value for the button, well, I'm going to go with type. So that is going to be equal to a button. Now for all the buttons, I would also want to add a class name, and I'll call this filter btn. Then remember, we have a list of things. So we go with key, and that key, of course, is going to be equal to my index. And lastly, I would want to pass in the category and also set up the onClick. So here I say, yeah, whatever is the string value, then pass it in as far as the text for the button. And then inside of the onClick, of course, I would want to run filter items and then again pass the category. So we go with onClick, and then we have our inline function. We go with filter items, and again, we pass in the category, whatever string is our value. And now, of course, what's really cool is that we get all the values, unique values, as far as the categories in our list. And then once we click, notice how we can filter those items. And then if you want to display all, then of course, we are displaying all the items. And the best thing is that now we are in sync with our data. And what that means is, for example, if the value changes for, I don't know, breakfast or early breakfast or lunch, or we're just adding a new item, and I think I'm going to go with a new item approach where if I add here ID 10, and then I'll keep the name the same, I'll keep the image and all that the same, but I'll say, you know what, this is going to be a dinner and it's going to cost $99, just so we can see that we have that unique value. What I could see is that I have that item in my list. So there it is, like you see, $99. But what's also really cool that I have right away that dinner button that displays only the items that match the category of dinner. So that way, if there are any changes in my list, it is right away represented in my app as well. So that's our application. Hopefully everyone enjoy the project, and I hope to see you in the next project. Beautiful work. And up next, we have tabs project, where we have info about our previous and current job. And then only one item gets displayed. However, on left-hand side, notice I have the buttons for all the items that are on a list. And then once I click on that specific button, then of course I get the info about that specific job. Now, in order to make this interesting, I included a data fetching. So we'll be fetching this data from the API. And then of course we'll work on our setup where only one item gets displayed. However, we also have an option of displaying every item in our list. Okay. And in order to kick things off, we're gonna navigate back to our repo. Now, in this case, we're looking for the project number 6, so the tabs, and we're gonna have to stop the server first. So I'll stop the server. By the way, if you don't want to do 2 times CD, you can also just type CD and then /, and that is going to get you back to the root. So once you're in the root, now of course we're gonna go with CD. And then we're looking for the tabs, and more specifically, we're looking for the setup. Once you're here, then we can run npm install, and then right away npm start. As a quick side note, if you want to see this particular project in action, navigate to README in a setup or final, whichever directory you're working in, and just grab this URL. And essentially, you'll navigate to our Gatsby portfolio project, where if you keep on scrolling, notice we're successfully using this application. This is just a showcase that when we work on our projects, it doesn't mean that they're just theory. You can use them in practice. In this case, however, we're using Strappy and Gatsby. But since, of course, the functionality is React and JavaScript, we can use it in this project as well. So hopefully that makes sense. And now, of course, I'm going to navigate back to my setup. I'm looking for the source. And then more specifically, I'm looking for the app.js. Like I said, in order to make this interesting, I set up the API where we're fetching jobs, just so we can make this interesting. But remember that you definitely can do it with the local data as well. If you want to check out the API, just grab the URL, copy and paste, and you'll notice that again, we have a list of beautiful items, meaning they're not extremely nested. It is just one level deep where I have the objects. And then, of course, each object has the properties of the ID, order, and then, of course, the title and dates and duties. So this is going to be an array of items that we display as far as, well, what we were doing on a job. And we'll simply start by setting up our fetch functionality. And then also probably we can add the loading just in case. So let's do it this way. We have tabs project, and I'm going to start by setting up some kind of state values. So we're going to go here with loading and then set loading, and that is equal to my use state. And I'm looking for true. So by default, loading will be true. Then I would want to have the list of jobs. So we're going to go with const jobs and then set jobs as well. Again, that is use state. By default, it's going to be an empty array. And lastly, there's going to be a value property. And you'll see why we need it. For the time being, just add one. So we go with value, set value, and that is equal to, of course, the use state. And then since I have the array and arrays are 0 index based, I'll just pass in the 0. That just means that I'm looking for that first item. Then I'm going to repeat something that we have done already quite a few times. Let's come up with that function, fetch jobs, just so we make sure that we haven't forgotten how to use it. So we go with async, of course, and then I'm going to use the traditional built-in fetch API. So we go with const, and then response is equal to await, and then of course fetch. Now I'm passing in the URL for the API, and then I would want to turn it into the JSON. So I'm going to call this new jobs, and that is equal to a await, and then a response, and then a JSON. So that's the method we need to run. And there's two things that I would want to do. First, I would want to set jobs equal to my new jobs. So the array that I'm getting from the API. So instead of the empty array, of course, it's going to be array of jobs. And the second thing, set loading to false. So set jobs, and then let's pass in new jobs. And then, of course, like I said, set loading, and that should be false. Now, what is missing is, of course, the use effect. So essentially, when I would want to run this, so I'm going to go here with use effect, and then I have my callback function. And in here, I'll just run it once the app renders. So on the initial render, and we're going to go with fetch. And of course, we're looking for fetch jobs. We invoke the function. And now, of course, we would want to set up some basic returns as well. So we're going to go here with a loading condition. So if loading, then we're going to display one thing. If not, well, then we'll just display our jobs. So for the time being, the second one, the default one, will be jobs or here. But then if we have loading, so if loading is true, then as far as the return, we go with a section, and then in that section, we're going to add a heading 1 with a text of loading. So loading, or here, ... And then in here where we have the section, let's also add class names, and we're going to have a section and loading classes. So now what you'll notice is loading. So while we're loading, of course, that's when we display this return. However, once we get the jobs, then we just have this heading 2 of jobs. Now, in order to see whether we successfully fetch the jobs, which we should, but just to double check, above the if condition, I'm going to go with console log, or you know what? Why don't we just use the React DevTools? My bad. We don't need to console log anything. We can just head back. I can open this up in a bigger browser window. So localhost 3000. And then I'm looking for inspect, more specifically components. And then in the app, notice, of course, loading right now is false. And the state has 3 values. So if I'll refresh, I'll see that state is an empty array first. And then I fetch successfully the list of jobs from my API. Bad, not bad. Once we can fetch the jobs, now let's display the first one. So initial job. And then, of course, eventually we will worry about displaying buttons for all the jobs. And then once we click on a button, then, of course, we change the job that we displayed. For the time being, I just want to display this one job. I'm going to be shooting for the first job, but it can be any of the jobs as long as it is only one. So if I navigate back to my app.js, I can see that I have my value, correct? And by default, that is set to 0. So what I could do after the loading, I can access that first job in my array, since it's not anymore empty array, and grab the properties that I'm looking for. What properties more specifically? Well, I would want to get the company. So that is, of course, going to display, well, what is the company? Then also the duties. So what I was doing, the dates, as well as the title. Now, keep in mind one thing where this needs to happen after loading. And I'll show you that in a second. So right after loading, what I would want is to destructure from my first job those properties. So in here, I can go with const and then company, then dates, and then duties, and then, of course, the title. And that is coming from jobs, which is not anymore an empty array since we fetched the jobs. And more specifically, I'm looking for the item. And in my case, since the value is 0, that just means that I'm going to get the first item. And if you want, you can console log the properties and you'll see that they are there. But I'll right away move to my return. And I'll say section over here. We'll add a class name also of section, like so. And then one by one, we can just display those properties. Now, I'll start with the title, something we have done already before, where we go with a heading 2. And I'm going to call this experience. I'll save it. I'll add that underline just because I like it. So we're going to go with dot and then underline div, like so. Okay, we have the experience. And then after that, we're going to have our jobs center. So right next to the title div, we're going to go with another div, jobs center. And then inside of this div, there's going to be a button container that currently, of course, won't be there since we'll deal with that last. We're going to go with button container. Okay. And then the next thing is the job info. So we go here with a job info. Now, inside of the job info, there's going to be an article with a class of job info. You guessed it. Yes, correct. So job info article. And then in here, let's display those values. So if you're looking at the complete project, this is what we're building right now. I would want to display the title. I would want to display the company, the dates, and then I would want to iterate over my duties as well. So heading 3 is going to be this title over here. So title, and then once we save, we should see the loading first. Then we have the experience, and then of course we have the title. Then after that, there's going to be a company. So heading 4, and we're looking for the company like so. And then, like I said, I would want to have a date, but it's going to be in the paragraph. So job date, and then we're going to display the dates. And lastly, we're going to iterate over our duties. Now, why we're iterating over the duties? Because duties is an array. Since in most cases, you would want to list multiple things that you are doing on a job. And I also would want to add this little icon here as well. So right after the paragraph, let's just say duties and then map. We're mapping over. Then I need to come up with a variable name, of course, for my parameter. and I'm going to say duty in here, and then the index as well, since I have the list. And then as far as the return, well, I'm going to go with a div here. Then key will be equal to my index. Now let's add a class name here as well. Job description, like so. And then inside of this div, we're going to go with our icon. So FA angle double right. So that's the one that I imported from the React icons, of course. And then let's add a class name here as well. We're going to go with job icon. And then right next to it, we're going to go with paragraph. So not inside of it, right next to it, we're going to go with a paragraph with a name of duty. We save, and this is what we should see. So that's our first item. Now, please be very, very careful. Where in the beginning, jobs is an empty array. And we're doing the structuring over here, where essentially I say, you know what, get me the first item from jobs array, and then from that item, get me the properties of company, dates, duties, and title. However, initially, since it is an empty array, well, there is no item that has these properties. So if you'll move this up on top of the loading, you'll get a big fat error. Okay. Why? Well, because React complains, hey, listen, I cannot destructure property company of jobs value as it is undefined. Because again, initially, this is an empty array. That's why we want to do that destructuring right after the loading. So in this case, I know, hey, listen, I had initially empty array, and then after the loading, my jobs won't be an empty array. It will be an array of jobs that is coming from my API. And then, of course, we don't have the error anymore. Beautiful. We can display one job. In our case, of course, that is the first job. But if I'll change this value around, and if I'll say, for example, 1, then, of course, I'll see the second job from my list. Now, it would be awesome if we would add the buttons for all the jobs that we have in a list. And then once we click on a button, then, of course, we change this state value. And then the moment we do that, we also display different job from our list. Now, before we go any further, let me just tell you that, yes, you'll see right now this setup on a bigger screen just because we haven't added the buttons. So don't freak out. We'll fix it in a second when we add the buttons. And the way it's going to work is where we have the button container. So at the moment, we just have the comment, but of course, eventually we'll have the button container. I'm going to add a div with a class of btn and then container. Now, in here, I would want to iterate over jobs. And then for every job, I would want to display specific button. So each job should have that button. So I'm going to go here with jobs. So I'll use the map, of course, because I would want to wrap the values in some kind of meaningful return, in my case, button. And then I'll also check for the index. And this is going to be the case where index is going to be important. So we're going to go here with return. We're returning a button for every item we have in the list. And if you just want to see the item, you can choose whichever property you would want. In my case, that is going to be a company. So in here, go with item that represents that object. But since we cannot render the object in React, we would need to go with specific property. So in my case, I chose the property of company. So now, as you can see, I have my buttons. Now, of course, nothing is happening as I click on them, but at least I can see that I render button for every job that I have in my list. Okay, that's awesome. Now, I also would need to add a key because there's going to be a big fat warning if I don't. So in here, I'm going to go with item and then .id, since I know that that property is on my object. And now, of course, I would want to add the onClick. Now, I'm purposely not adding CSS yet because this is going to be a bit more interesting CSS. So I'm leaving that for the last. For now, I would just want to deal with onClick, where the moment I click on a button, I would want to grab that index, which essentially just tells me where in the list that particular job is sitting. And then once I click on that button, I would want to change my value. And then as I change the value, you'll also notice that, of course, our data will change because in here, we're looking for jobs and then whatever is the value. So by default, it's going to be 0. But then as we click on different buttons, also the value in a state will change. And so will the values for these properties. All right. So where I have the button, now I would want to set up my on click. So right next to the key, I'm going to go with on click here. And I'll say that I'm going to have my inline function. And then we're going to go with set value and we'll pass in the index. So I'm grabbing the index that represents the placement in the array. And then once I click, I change my state value. And as I change the state value, I also change what am I displaying. So if I click on this one, notice this represents right now this particular job. Once I click on this one, then of course I have the third job. And then once I click on the first one, then I display the initial job that I rendered by default. Okay, that's good. And also, if you take a look at the complete project, you'll notice that the item that I have clicked on has this active class. So as I'm hovering, there's some changes in CSS, but also once I click on the item, I would want to apply some specific CSS. So this is exactly what we're going to do, where instead of just adding the CSS directly like we normally did with a class name, what I'm going to do over here is class name, and then I would want to set up my template string. And that's why I'm going to go back to JavaScript. So I'll set up my curly braces. And then by default, I would want to add the job btn class. So I'm going to go here with job-btn. So get some default styles right away. But then since it is a template string, I can also check if the index is equal to the value, which just simply means that this is the button that I have clicked on. I also would want to add the active button class. And the way we do that, we set up our interpolation. And inside we say if the index is equal to my current state value, then I would also want to add the additional class. So I'll use my AND operator, and I'm going to say active-btn. So what I'm checking here is if the index of the button matches the current state value that I have for my value, then of course I would want to add this active button. If not, like for the rest of them, then I'm not adding. And then once I click on a button, notice how now for the second button, index of that button matches my state value, and that's why I'm adding that active button. Of course, I can navigate to a bigger screen, and we can check it out, how we display that specific job. And we're also adding classes on the fly. And if you're more interested, you can go to your console. And then, of course, we're looking for root. We're looking for the section. We have job center, and then we have the button container. And notice here how we have job button false, false, and then we have our active button. So as I'm clicking, notice how the placement of the active button class changes. So it goes to the button that I have clicked on. That's our project. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next project. Perfect. And up next, we have the good old slider, where we know the functionality. Once we click on the forward button, of course, we can see the next slide. Once we click on a prev button, then we can see the previous slide. And in order to make things interesting, I also added the auto slide option. So notice if I don't touch any buttons after a certain amount of time, we'll be able to see the next slide. All right. And we already know the drill. We navigate back to our repo. We're looking for the slider. I'll open up my integrated terminal. I'll make sure that I'm in a root. And once I'm here, I just go with CD and then set up for my slider. There it is. Once I'm here, I'm going to go with npm install. And then right away, we can run npm start. And while we're getting all our dependencies, as far as our project, In the source, you'll have the data. So we have list of people that are going to be displayed in our slider. Of course, we have CSS. In this project, we'll also use a React icon. So of course, they already installed as a dependency in our package JSON. And two more things that I would like to mention. In a README, you'll see project in action. So let me navigate right now to the URL, and you'll see that that is one more Gatsby project. Now, this is Gatsby course specific, where we work with Airtable. Or if we navigate to a homepage, you'll notice a reviews app as well. So again, a little bit of different setup because we are getting data from the Airtable, but the idea is exactly the same where we have the slider. And I also would like to mention that in this project, as far as the app component, I purposely jammed all the functionality in there. So you'll notice that we have only one component, and I can tell you right away that it is going to get quite big. Now, my reasons for that were following. Were first, I would want you to get comfortable with working in bigger components, because it's not always going to be the case where everything is nice and cute and everything is separated into separate components. As your projects get bigger, or as you start working on projects created by other people, you might run into situations where, yes, your component files will get quite big, and you have to be comfortable navigating around that file. It's not like you can just ask for a different file where the component will be smaller. That's number one. And the second reason is because I have a challenge for you. Once you're done with the project, I would want you to decide how you would separate into single components. So our app component will be quite big. And then I would want you to take a look at the file and be like, you know what? I'll move my buttons to a separate component. And then, of course, set up the functionality where you pass in the props. Or you would want to move something else into separate component. And I'm not going to tell you which parts you need to place it in separate components, because that is up to you. But I think it would be a great challenge for you where you can take a look at the file and you can decide, hey, listen, maybe it makes more sense if this particular piece of component is in its own component. Again, I would suggest doing that at the very end of the project, because that way you can avoid some unnecessary bugs. And with all that said, I would want to work in my slider component. And at the moment, the only thing you should see is the slider project setup. And as always, I'm just going to start with my state values, where there's going to be a value for my list, and I'll name this people and then set people. And that is equal to a use state, of course, not use effect, sorry, use state. And then I'll pass in the data. So the array that is coming from my data.js. Again, in the data.js, we just have the array of people. Each person is represented by the object, and we have the properties. We have the images, name, title, quotes, and all that good stuff. So in here, we just pass in the data. Once that is out of the way, I also would want to set up the index, because in order to set up that slider, there will be an index that, of course, will change as we click on a button. Okay. So we're going to go here with const and then index and then set index, and that is equal to a use state. And again, initial value will be 0. Then there's going to be some use effects where, of course, we're going to have our functionality. And right after our use effects, the ones that we currently don't have, we are going to have our return. Now we'll start with the very, very basics where there's going to be initial setup. Now there's purposely some CSS commented out in a CSS, so we can go over step by step. And then once we understand the CSS, then of course, we're going to add functionality in our return as well. So for the time being, let's just go with return. And here I would want to have a section. I'll add a class name here. And that class name will be section. Now let me go with the title here. And by the way, this would be a perfect example for separate component. So I'm already suggesting something that I would move into separate component, and that is the title. But again, it is up to you. Just a friendly suggestion. And I have a span, then forward slash, and then I'm looking for the name, which is going to be reviews. So once we set it up, there it is. We have our title. And then we're going to have a section center. So right next to the div, I'm going to go with another one, and I'm going to call this section center. And inside here, I would want to iterate over my list. So the data that is coming from my data.js. So essentially my array. And for the time being, we'll just iterate. And again, there's going to be some CSS that eventually will add dynamically. But first, I would want to get that list. And then I would want to display at least something on the screen. So we're going to go with people map. So we're iterating over my people array. And then I would want to access two things. I'll call the object person. And then also I would want to have a person index, which is coming with map method. And then, of course, I would want to destructure properties from the person. Again, if you want to double check the properties, just navigate to data.js. In my case, I already know that I'm looking for ID, I'm looking for image, name, and then title, as well as the quote. And that is equal to my person. Now, as far as return, yes, there's going to be more functionality over here, more stuff coming up over here. But for now, I would want to go with return, and then we're going to go with article like so. And we might as well add a key here. So I'm going to go with key is equal to my ID. And inside of this article, I would want to go with img. Now that, of course, will be equal to the property that I structured, which in my case is an image. Then for the alternative, I'm going to go with name. And we should see a massive image on the screen. So the problem here is that I did not add person img class. Once we do that, then of course our image is smaller. Beautiful. So at least we have something on the screen. And then right next to the image, or I guess right after the image, I'm going to go with name here. I'm going to say that inside of the heading 4, I would want to display the name. And then what is happening right now, we have a bunch of names. And the reason is because with CSS, we're at the moment placing them one on top of the other. And that is something that we're going to cover in the next video. So don't freak out. That is on purpose because I have commented out some CSS just because I would want you to understand the general idea. Just keep on writing the return with me and you'll understand everything in a second. So in here where we have the paragraph, I'm going to go with class name and that will be equal to my title like so. And then inside of the paragraph, I'll look for my title property, of course. And then what else I would want is, of course, the quote. So let's go here with another paragraph. In this case, the class will be text, and we're looking for the quote property instead. Now, lastly, let's add that massive icon, and the name is quote right. And I'll add a class name here as well, and it's going to be an icon. And then still within the section center, but not inside of the article or the iteration over the people, I would want to set up my buttons. And it's not going to be a container. There's just going to be two buttons, one for prev and then one for next. I'm going to go with button. I'll add a class name. So for the first one, it is going to be prev. And eventually there will be on click, not for now. And we're just going to go with the icon name. We're here and it should end with left. So that is, of course, our button. And now I would want to copy and paste. And there's going to be a next button as well. So class name will be next. Now I also would want to change the icon. Instead of left, it is going to be right. So once we save, this is what we should see. Now, like I already previously mentioned, because of the CSS, we have this gibberish look because we are placing one item on top of the other one. Okay. So we have first item, next one, next one, next one, but we can technically see only one. And the reason for that is because of the CSS. And I did that because in the next video, we're going to cover step by step what CSS we would need to add in the first place. And only then we're going to take a look at how we can do that dynamically using the React. Beautiful. So what is the general idea behind the slider? Well, we can just navigate to the complete one. Then we can go to the DevTools. And what I would want you to do is look for the section center and then remove overflow hidden. So you'll have section center and then just uncheck the box. Okay, that's number one. Then I would want you to go to any article, just look for the opacity and then unclick 0. And what you should see, by the way, let me zoom out, is that we have the list, correct? Now, by default, I'll place all my items here on the right hand side. So they will be placed over here. Then the active one will be in the center. And the one that was just displayed is going to be over here. And again, we will use smartly the indexes that we have in our list. So depending on that index, we will change that class. So in order for me to move those items, we're just changing the classes. And you can see that right away if you're looking at the class names. Notice how the active slide is changing. So that is the one that is displayed. And then we have the last slide, which is all the way on the left-hand side. And then we have the next slide, which all the slides by default will have next slide. Okay, so what CSS we would need to fix in our setup so at least we can start working on our React functionality? Well, let's navigate to index CSS. And then in here, all the way in the bottom, you'll notice 3 classes that have been commented out. Then I also have commented out the opacity for the article. And then also, if you scroll up, you'll notice my container, where at the moment I have overflow hidden commented out, and then I have comment for the height. So let's start with the basics. We have a list, correct? In the section center, we iterate over our list. So what we could do for our parent container, we could set up display flex. So that is just going to line them up in one row. Okay, good, awesome. Now the problem is that right away for the article, I have the position absolute and I have the actual position, and that's why they're sitting one on top of the other. So what we could do is just comment this out for the time being. And what you'll notice in the slider setup that we have the list, because like I said, we're using this flex one where we essentially put them in one row. So once we have that row, this is where we'd want to use that position absolute and kind of place them all in the center. Now, there's a reason why I still want to use the flex, because I would want to move some items to the left and to the right. So if we go back and if we uncomment, you'll notice, of course, we're going back to the look where we have one item on top of the next one. So essentially what I could have is some classes where I start moving them around. Where notice at the moment, yeah, I have position absolute and it's sitting exactly in the center. But in the CSS, we also have transform property where we can start moving them left and right. So if we have active slide, that is of course going to be sitting in the center. So I'm not going to move it. But then the last one and the next one, this is where I'm moving it either to the left or to the right. Now, by default, I can tell you right away that all the slides will get this next slide, and then only the active one and the last one will get these 2 classes. So in order to test this out manually, we can navigate back to our project. Then we look for section, again, section center, and then for few of the articles, just add that class name. So navigate to this tag and then say class here, and the class you're looking for is next, and then slide. And once you'll add it, notice now this guy moves all the way to the right. And essentially, this is exactly what we're going to do. By default, all of them will get this next slide. Now, if I would want to place a slide in a center, I would want to add that active slide. So again, you can look for the element, then add class. In this case, of course, it's not JSX. That's why we're adding the class. And we'll say active and then slide. There it is. Now there's going to be some active one. Of course, the rest of them are there as well. That's why we cannot see much change. But then let's add one more for the previous one. So for the last one. So I'm going to go here. I'll click again on the element and I'll say class, and we're going to go with prev slide, or I believe it was last slide. Sorry, it was last slide. I need to go one more time here. Sorry, I messed it up. We have class and we have last and then slide. And once I add that one, then of course I have slide to the left as well. So we have few classes. We have the active one, the one that is sitting in the center, and we have the next slide. So the one that will be displayed, and the last one, which was just displayed, or the last item in the array. And the way we'll control that, we'll have our index, and then depending on that index, we'll flip those classes. Now, back to the CSS. What I wanted by default is to hide them. That's why we have the opacity of 0. And also, I didn't want to have the overflow. So that's why on a container, there is this overflow hidden. That's why once you save, notice you cannot see those slides. But I also added the opacity so it only shows up once it is active. That's why if you check out the article here, I have the opacity. So make sure that you uncomment that. And then only the active slide or here is going to have this opacity of 1. The rest of the slides will be hidden by default. And lastly, what I would want to mention is that since we're using position absolute, you must have some kind of height for the container. So in my case, it was 450 pixels, but just keep in mind that you'll always need to have some kind of height. Otherwise it won't work, because for the absolute, it's technically out of the normal flow. So if you don't set up some kind of height, everything is just going to be collapsed. That is the main idea. We shouldn't see anything at the moment because we haven't added any of those classes. We haven't added the next slide, the active slide, or whatever. But hopefully this makes sense, where we have the setup of 3 classes, and then by default, essentially we'll add this next slide. So we'll move all our slides to the right. They're going to be here, but then depending on the value in our index, we will set up either active class or the last slide class. And once we understand the CSS, now of course, let's navigate to React and set up our functionality. Now I'll leave this one still open because I will navigate back and toggle some classes. So in the app.js, what I would want is when we're iterating over the list, then, like I said, I would want to start adding these classes to my article. And like I already previously mentioned, by default, they will all get next slide. So I'm going to go with let position, and then that one will be equal to the next slide string. Now the name here is important because it needs to match the class. Because what I'm going to do is where I have the article, I'll add a class name, and that one will be equal to the position. And like I said, by default, they will get that next slide. So at the moment, of course, we cannot see it for multiple reasons. Now I do have the next slide, but first of all, in the article, the opacity is hidden. And then also in the section center, remember the overflow is hidden. So now what I did is I moved all the slides to the right, because again, they have this position absolute, correct? And then I just used transform property to set up translate X 100%, which just means that we move them 100% off its own width to the right. Now, of course, first I would want to set up my active slide. And the way I can do that, I can check the index, where I'm going to say if the person index. So if the index for that item in the list matches to whatever I have in the index as my state value, then this slide will get that active class. So not the next slide, but the active class. So in here, I'll say if, and then person index matches the index. Then what I would want to do is change the position. That's why we used the let keyword instead. And that one will be equal to the active slide. And what you should notice that the first item should be right in the center. And if you want to double check, that is my data. And there it is. It is Maria Ferguson, the office manager, and that is her quote. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense. Where again, we have a list of items I'm iterating over. By default, I place them all the way on the right hand side, and it's going to be easier to see that over here. Now, of course, the application re-rendered, so that's why it is easier if I navigate to index.css. And again, in my case, I'll comment this out. You don't have to do that, but I'll look for my container and overflow hidden. And you'll notice that all the slides are sitting nicely here on the right hand side, and only the one that is active is right in the middle. Because for the active one, notice the CSS where the transform is 0. I go with translate X, and that is 0. That's why it is sitting where it's supposed to be. Because by default, all of them technically are position absolute. But using the classes, I moved all of them to the right, and then only the active one is still in the center. And now, of course, I would need to come up with a last slide as well, correct? And the way we do that is by adding one more condition in our app.js. So I have one for next slide, I have one for active slide, and now I would want to check if the person index is index -1 or it is the last one in the list. So let's do it this way. I'm going to go with if. I already know that I'll change my position. I'll say position is last index. And in here, I would want to set up two conditions. One, as I'm changing the slides, I would want to set up the slide that has the index value of 1 less than the current one. And also by default, I would want to place the last item in the list. So I guess let's start with a general setup, and then we'll take a look at why we need to place the last item in list as well. So what I would want is just person index is equal to index -1. So why we're doing that? Well, because what's going to happen, of course, we will be changing these values. So at the moment, of course, this is 0. So I have index -1, which is, well, -1, right? So of course, now this doesn't work. That's why there's going to be a second condition in a second. But let me just showcase that, for example, if you add the index of 2, then of course, there's going to be some kind of item already there. Now, by the way, this is last index. It should have been last slide. My bad. I'm going to go with a last slide. And then you'll notice that since my index has some kind of value, in this case, of course, it is 2, then I'm placing the item that is 1 less. And what I'm doing is I'm just moving the one that was currently active to the left. So if the index is 2, then of course I'm displaying the item that has the index of 2, but I already know that probably my last one was the index of 1 since I was increasing. So that's why I display this guy over here. And the next thing is if I go back and if I set it back to a 0, which was our initial value, then of course I don't see any slide over here. So that's why I'll set up the second condition, where not only I'm checking if the index -1 equals to the person index, which we'll use as we're actually controlling the slides, I also would want to set up or condition where I'm going to say if index is equal to and the person index is equal to the last index in my array. So I'll add here parentheses like so, one more set of parentheses, and I'll say if the index, that just means that it is the initial load. And I'm going to go with person index is equal to a people. So the name of my array, of course, and length and -1. And what that is doing, once the app initially renders, then I'm placing the last item over here. So when I'm going to be changing these index values, then of course this one will slide over here because it is going to become active. Hopefully that makes sense. And now we can proceed to set up our buttons where we'll control the functionality of that state value of index. Okay, we have our initial setup in place where we're adding the classes of next slide, active slide, and last slide. So now I would want to navigate to my buttons and I would want to add the functionality where we can control this state value by the name of index. And it's going to be as straightforward as it gets. So we have on click, and then in here, I would want to pass in the inline function. I'm just going to say set index, and that one will be equal to index -1. So once I click on a prev, I would want to make sure that the state value of the index is, of course, decreased by 1, since I would want to see the previous slide. And then you can probably already guess that for the next one, we'll just copy and paste, and then we'll add +1. Now, I can tell you right away that there are going to be some bugs. That's why we'll have to set up our use effect. But some functionality should work. So if you'll click right now to the previous one, yeah, there's going to be a big mess. Okay, don't worry about it. We'll fix that with a use effect. First, what I would want you to do is just take a look at once you click, what we do, we increase the value. So now, of course, we show up the second guy, correct? So John Doe in our array should be second. And there he is. That's why he is displayed. And Maria moved to the last one. And you can also see it, how we're changing those slides out here. So as we increase the index, now the Peter gets the active slide. And then the last slide is, of course, for John. Because remember, in the app, we were checking, well, what is the value for the index? So if the person index was equal to index -1, then we added the last slide. If the index was equal to whatever is my state value, so if the person index was equal to a index, then of course we've got a active slide, and all of them by default will have next slide. Now the problem is going to be once we get to the end of array, because either the indexes are too big, there are no referencing items in our list, or essentially we go negative. Because if I refresh, notice once I'll click the previous one, like I said, our functionality goes bananas because all of them have this next slide class. Why? Well, because in data, when I'm checking for index -1, of course, it is already negative. So there is no person index that is equal to a index -1. And that's where we're going to set up our use effect, where essentially we'll check, well, what is the state value? And then depending on that, we will flip it around. So if it goes negative, we'll set it back to positive. If it is bigger than the actual index in our array, then of course we'll set it back to the initial one to the 0. All right, so our functionality works if we don't run out of the items, or if we don't try to look for the items that have the negative indexes. So how we would be able to fix that? Well, since in here we just go with index -1 and index +1, I could set up the use effect. Please keep in mind, it is just one of the ways how we could set up this slider. Technically, we can also set this functionality in here when we are either decreasing or increasing the value of the index. But I just wanted to use, in this case, the use effect. So what we could do is just set up a use effect, which will run in 2 cases. When our index changes or when our people array changes. And first, I would want to get the last index of my people array. So I'm going to go with const and then last index is equal to a people, and then length, not entry, sorry, length, and then -1. So that is always going to get me the last index in my array. If I have 50,000 items or if I have 5. And once I have the last index, then I'm just going to check. I'm going to say if index is negative, well, then I would want to set my index equal to the last index. So last index. Now, why am I doing that? Again, because there are no items. So person index will never be negative. And in order for me to add that last slide, if I click on Prev right away, then of course I just need to check, hey, listen, index is negative. So set the index to be the last index. And you'll see what happens in a second. So once I save, you'll notice that at this point, once I click, then of course my functionality works. Why? Well, because I decreased the index, but in the use effect, I caught that. I said, hey, listen, if the index is less than 0, so set index to be the last index. So now, of course, when we click on Prev right from the get-go, Susan, of course, has the last slide, correct? But she will become active because what we're doing, we're saying set index equal to the last index. So now our index, the last index, will be active. So Susan will get the active one. And then in this case, when we're checking, hey, index -1, well, what is the value? Now, of course, that value makes sense because that's why we're displaying the Peter. That's why we're able to do this. And you can probably already guess that we need to do the same thing if we run out of the items. Now, how do we run out of the items? Well, that is if the index over here is bigger than the last index. If that is the case, then I would want to go back to the start and I'm going to say set index 0. And now our functionality definitely works because I keep on looking for the next items. And then once I'm at the end of the array, well, then again, I just flip it back to Maria. Now, if I'll be looking right from the get-go from the previous one, notice how we nicely, again, change the classes as well as the indexes. And I also would want to set up right away the use effect where we have the auto slide. Okay, so let's navigate back. We will set up another use effect because remember, we can have as many use effects as we would want. And we'll say here use effect, and we'll set up my interval. So in JavaScript, we have set interval, and let's just say that every time the index will change, I would want to set my interval. Now there's going to be one gotcha. So let's call our set interval. Now we need to pass in our callback function and then in how long it's going to run. So I'm going to go with 3 seconds. So that's why it is 3000 milliseconds. And what I would want is in 3000 milliseconds or in 3 seconds, I would want to call my set index and then I would want to add +1. Now it's up to you if you want to go the opposite direction. If you want to go back to the end of the array, you can also do that as well. In my case, I'm just going to say set index and then +1. So in 3000 seconds, once the index changes, I would want to see the next slide. But there's going to be a gotcha, and this is going to be a perfect use case of why we need a cleanup function. This is exactly why I added this example. Because you'll notice that if I start clicking over here, watching the next slide, well, there's going to be a mess eventually. And why is that happening? Well, because every single time when index is changing, I'm invoking this new set interval. And that's not what I would want, right? What I would want is to clean out the previous one. So once I click, yeah, I would want to add this option that after, I don't know, 3 seconds or whatever, the active slide becomes different slide. But I don't want to do this every time I click because notice then I have just a bunch of set intervals and my application goes bananas. Now, what is the solution? Well, set interval returns a value. So in here, I can say let slider, and I'll hold on to that value. And then in my cleanup function, I'm going to clear out the interval. So in that case, what is going to happen that yes, once I click, once I increase or decrease, or by the way, remember this also runs by default, meaning on the initial render. Then before I set up a new interval, next time I click on a button, I'll clean out my previous one. That's why it is so crucial. We go with return, we have our callback function, and then in here we just pass in clear interval, and we pass in the value that we got back from set interval. So now what's going to happen is that once you click yes, after 3 seconds, there's going to be a automatic slide. Now, if you want to change this value to, for example, 5 seconds, that's up to you. But now, if I press multiple times, you'll notice that my functionality doesn't break. Okay. Still, it checks for the last time I clicked because it removes the previous ones, the intervals, and only the last time I clicked. Then after 3 seconds, I can see my next slide. And of course, it is also happening on our initial render. Notice once we refresh, we're going to get this auto slide. Again, probably the toughest part is going to be over here, where depending on that index, we're adding those slides. Hopefully, everything is clear. How is that happening with CSS? Hopefully, everyone enjoyed the project, and I hope to see you in the next project. All right, and up next we have lorem ipsum. So if you're not familiar with lorem ipsum, it's just a dummy text, a placeholder text, and we're going to create a generator for that text. We have a title, we have some kind of input. So if I say that I would want 2 paragraphs of dummy text, I just click on generate, and there it is. Now I have 2 paragraphs of dummy text that I can place in my project. As far as inspiration, I got it from my favorite place, and that is hipsum.co, and it is called Hipster Ipsum. And if you're interested, of course, you can come here and check it out. Now, they do have a bit more bells and whistles, but the general idea is exactly the same. You say how many paragraphs you would want, and of course, they generate it for you. As far as our app, we have few edge cases. For example, if we go below 1, so starting with 0 and then all the way in negative values, will always generate 1 paragraph of text. So even if I remove and say that I have no values whatsoever, I'll still generate that 1 paragraph. Also, since in my data, I only have 8 paragraphs, if I go anywhere above 8, we'll always get back to max, which is 8 paragraphs. So for example, if the user types 50 and tries to generate 50 paragraphs, since in my data, I have only 8, well, that's the max that we're going to display. Well, I hope by now we definitely know the drill. We're going to navigate back to our repo. We're looking for lorem ipsum. That is the project name, and then, of course, the setup. So I'm going to open up the integrated terminal. At the moment, I'm already in a root, so I can simply say cd, and then I'm looking for my setup folder. Once I'm here, I'm going to run npm install, and then right away npm start as well, which of course will spin up my dev server once the dependencies have been installed in localhost 3000. As far as the project setup, if we check out the source, of course, we have the app.js that is already expected, but then all our data, so our paragraphs, are going to be in data.js, and then I have my array, of course, by the name of text. And notice here how I have the paragraphs. So in your case, if you want to add more data, so if you want to add more paragraphs, definitely feel free to do so. And then, of course, instead of displaying my max, which is 8 paragraphs, you can display more. And again, if we navigate to app.js, we just import this data array, meaning I call this array in the app.js data, even though in the actual file it is called text. But then since I'm exporting as default, I can call it whatever I would want. Now, again, it opened up on a big browser, which is good, but I also would need to open up in a smaller one. And now let's just set up our structure. So essentially, I'm talking about the form, I'm talking about the input, and where eventually we will display our text. Now, functionality is coming up in the next video, but we always need our structure first. I'll start by setting up 2 state values, and I think I can make this one bigger. Just gonna make a little bit more sense. And one is gonna be for the count. So how many paragraphs I would want to generate. And I'll go with set count as well, of course, as well. And that is equal to my use state hook. And I'll start with 0. So initially the value will be 0. And next thing is going to be the text. So it's going to be an array of those paragraphs. But I'll start with the default value, and that value will be empty array. So go with const text and then set text, and that is equal to a use state, and then I pass in my empty array. Okay, beautiful. Then I would want to work on my return. So of course I go with section. Now that section will have a class because I would want to style it a little bit. So section center, we're going to add some heading 3 here. So let's just delete whatever text we currently have in a section. And we're going to say heading 3, tired of boring lorem ipsum over here, then the question mark. And now let's place our form. So I'll save, and then we're going to go with form. Now we don't need the action. We're going to have our own handle submit. So let's just add class name. So class name here, and that is going to be equal to a lorem form. And let's also add on submit. Now for the time being, there's just going to be a placeholder function, and I'll name this handle and then submit. All right, beautiful. And then of course, since I don't want React to complain too much, I'm going to go with handle submit. That is my function. Since it's going to be called on submit, yeah, for sure, I would want to access to the event object, and I'll also right away prevent and then default, since I wouldn't want unnecessary page refreshes. And since I would also want to check it out whether everything works as far as the connection, I'm going to go with hello world. Okay, beautiful. Now, once I have my on submit and everything is in good shape, I think I can go with my label. So let's go with label, and I'll add ID to my input as well. And that ID eventually will be amount. And in here, I'm going to go with paragraphs like so, and then the colon. So let's save. We should have something like this on the screen. I think I'm going to zoom in a little bit just so you can see it better. And then right next to the label, I'm going to go with input, and the type will be a little bit different. It's going to be a number. Then I'll add a name of amount and also the ID of amount. Now, to tell you honestly, we can skip the name, but since we just covered in tutorial how we work with forms and all that, let's just add it in this project as well. So in some other projects later that we're working on, definitely names will be important. Since already in tutorial, I showed you some examples where the names are useful. But in this case, I just went with the flow and I added the name. There's really no use case for it. I can tell you that right away. And then since I have the input, and then since I would want to have the on change and value, so essentially I would want to have a controlled input, I'll right away set up my value attribute to be equal to my count. So that, of course, is my state value. And then I'll set up the on change. So as I'm changing the value, then I'll also change that count in my state. So we go with on change, and we bravely pass in the inline function where I say that, yep, I'm going to be looking for event object. And then every time I change something in my input, I'm going to go with set count, and I'll pass in event, then target, and then, of course, the value. So now, of course, I have the controlled input. And also I would want to add the button. So right within the form, I'm going to go with button. Then button has to be a submit, of course. And we're going to go here with type. And of course, that will be submit button. And then let's add a class name here as well. So class name, and we're going to go with btn. And now I have the button, but I have the text missing. So let's just type here generate, like so. Let's save, and there it is. Now we have the button as well. And then right after the form, we're going to have the article where we'll display the text. So there's going to be some iteration over that array. That's the reason why we're setting up this text array. But for now, let's just add some kind of dummy value. So we're going to go with article, and then let's add a class name right away. So class name, and we're going to go with lorem text. Okay, let's save it. And now let's add, I don't know, maybe 2 paragraphs. So lorem, and I'm not going to go with too many words. I think I'm going to go with 10. And let's just copy and paste. And I would want 2 of these paragraphs. So I copy and paste, and I have 2 paragraphs. So essentially, this is how it's going to look like. Now, again, eventually what we're going to do is change the value for my array when we call handle submit. So once we actually generate that text, we'll change this value. We'll add some paragraphs to this text array. And then, of course, in here, we'll also iterate over. For now, we just have the static data. That should be our setup. And of course, we can set up our functionality. Excellent. We've got a structure. So now, of course, let's set up the functionality. First, I guess let's test whether we can see the console log when we click on submit. Guess that would be a first step. And there it is. Now we have hello world, of course. And inside the handle submit, the first thing that I would want is to call set text. So that is going to set up my array of text. And I would just want to pass in data. Whatever array I'm getting back from my data.js, I would just want to pass it into text. Since that way we could set up the iteration as well. So I'm going to go with set text, and I'll just pass in the data. Again, if you need to console log it, please do so. But I can tell you right away that it is an array with 8 items. And now where I have the lorem text, I'm not going to add those paragraphs, of course, manually. What I would want instead is to go with text. Then I'll use my map method, and then I'll iterate over my text array. Now in here, I'm just going to call this item and then the index, since I have the list as well. And then we're going to go with paragraph. So we're returning a paragraph, and let's add a key, and the value will be index. And in here, I would want to see the item. So what I'm doing in the app.js, or I guess in the data.js, I have my array of text, and then each item is this string. So that is going to be my paragraph. And then in the app.js, I'm iterating over. I'm creating paragraphs for every item in that array. And then I just grab that string and place inside that paragraph. So what you should notice by default, of course, there's going to be no text. But then if we click on generate, we can just get all these 8 paragraphs, which is awesome. So now, of course, we would need to start working with our values, because yeah, it is nice to pass in the whole array, but the whole idea is that we would control, well, how many paragraphs we would want. And in here, of course, we can access the count, correct? Because what's really cool, since we have right now the controlled input in handle submit, I can just check, well, what is the count value in the state? So if I log count, you'll see that every time we change the value and then we click on generator, now it says, well, we're getting 6. So now in here, I'm going to go 3, and there it is. Now, of course, I have the 3. Now, one gotcha here is that even though the type is number, essentially what you're getting back is a string. So if you don't believe me, you can type here type of count, and you'll notice that even though technically you would expect this one to be number, essentially it is a string. Now, I can honestly say that in this scenario, the functionality we're about to set up, technically it doesn't matter, but I still want to point it out, this gotcha, and that's why I'll show you how you would fix it. If there's going to be some cases where you actually would want it to be a number. Again, in our case, functionality will work regardless, but I thought that it was an important point that I definitely wanted to make. So I'm going to create a new variable, and I'm going to use let on purpose, and that is going to be equal to amount, and I'm going to parse int. So I have my function where I just get the count value. So that way, even though it is a string, so essentially I'm getting back the string from the number, once I run parse int, you'll see that, of course, it is going to be a number. Again, if you don't believe me, you can just console log the amount, and you'll see that even though originally it was a string, now it is a number. And I can definitely see that even without running type off, because the color is blue. So in console, for numbers, color will be blue. And for the string, of course, it is going to be a black. Okay, so I've got my amount. So now let's start using it, where I have set text, and then I have my full data array. Now, I don't want to display all 8 paragraphs, correct? I would want to display as many paragraphs as the user wants. So if the user wants to, I need to come up with a way where I can remove some items from the array, where essentially I only display the items that the user is requesting. And in this case, we can use slice method on the array. Now, slice will return a new copy of array, and then we select items from start to the end. Now the end is not included, and those start and end values represent indexes. So if I go with slice and if I say 0 and comma, that means that I'm going to be selecting from the start of the array and then whatever is the end. So whatever is the value for the end. Now the end is not included. So you need to keep that in mind because later it is going to be important. Where I'm going to go with amount. So that is what I'm passing in. And now if we go with correct values, because there's still a little bit of gotcha, we should see some paragraphs on the screen. So if I go, for example, with 1, I should generate 1. If I go with 2, then of course I'm going to get 2, and then so on and so forth. Now, the edge cases are going to be if I go with negative, okay? Because at the moment, notice it somewhat goes bananas and it just displays all the items. Or you'll also notice that if we refresh, for example, and if I go with, I don't know, 10 or whatever, something above 8, again, I'm going to get all the items, which is kind of okay, but I would want to have a bit stricter setup here in my function, where I would want to check, hey, listen, what is the value for the count? And depending on that, I'll change the value for the amount as well. I'm going to say if count is less or equal to 0, what I would want is to set up amount equal to 1. So if that is the case, just display 1 paragraph. And the second thing is if the count is bigger than 8, then always make sure that the amount will be equal to 8. And with that in place, I can just save it. And notice here how the amount is equal to 8. So what happens, since I have 8 items in my data.js, the last index will be 7. So in here, if it is bigger than 8, well, that means that amount will be equal to 8. Now, the thing is, the end is not included. So when we're looking at this setup, don't think that just because the last index 7 and I'm setting this equal to an 8, that there's going to be that one last empty value. No, because it ends up to that end value. So the end value is not included. However, the first one, of course, in my case 0, that one is included. So if I navigate back, now I have my functionality where I can generate 2, where I can generate 1. And if I go with 0, if I go with negative, and if I remove items altogether, I'll always have this 1 paragraph, okay? And then if I go with, I don't know, 50, then of course I'll generate my max of 8, which of course in your case, if you have more paragraphs, you can definitely display more paragraphs. So that's our application. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the project, and I hope to see you in the next one. Beautiful. And once we know how we can generate text, now let's also do something similar with colors. So our next app is going to be color generator, where essentially we'll pass in the color and we're going to get different values for the color. So if the values are lighter, they are called tints. And then if the values are darker, they are called shades. Now, by default, we're going to get my favorite orange. And notice, so this is my main color. and then I'm getting the tints, so lighter values of the color, and then the shades, which is darker values of the color. But of course, we're not limited to just this one color. Can also, for example, add B6, A, and then 863. I pass in the color, and beautiful. I get the same thing. I have my main color that I passed in, and I get the tints and the shades. What's also really cool in this project, we're going to take a look how we can set up functionality to copy stuff to the clipboard. So if you notice, I copied this value to the clipboard, and if I navigate to a new window, copy and paste, you'll see that it is exactly the same value. And lastly, I would just want to mention that if we try to pass in the value that doesn't make sense, so essentially you cannot get the actual color from that value, then there's going to be an error. So if I try to pass in hashtag B6, you'll notice that there is going to be a input red, which just means that we cannot generate color from the value that the user passed in. Same drill as always, we navigate back to our repo. Last project we work on was lorem ipsum. Of course, we're looking for color generator. I would want to, in this case, stop my server and then navigate back to the root. So cd /, and then of course, again, I'm navigating to a color generator. I grab my setup folder nicely. I'm not being too mean, and I just go with npm install, and then also I would want to spin up my dev server. As far as the project setup, in the source, you'll find utils. So that's a function that will convert the RGB value to the hex, and you'll see why we're doing that. And also, in order to get those colors, we will use external library, which is called values.js. Now, if you want to see the documentation for it, just navigate to a README, and you'll find over here the link to the library. Again, everything is already installed, but just in case you would want to have it for your project, just copy and paste the URL, and then, of course, you'll navigate to the repo. If you would want to install it, you have multiple options. Again, in my case, I used npm installed. That's how I install it for our project, but you can also use the CDN option. I'm not going to spend too much time on the docs because essentially we're just going to use one method. And of course, once we cover the method, I'll talk about it in greater detail, but feel free to explore the API if you would want to set up some different functionality using this library. Again, the link you'll find in the README, and the package name is values.js. So I'm going to navigate back to our setup, and we're looking for the app.js. So that's our starting point. Notice how I import values from the values.js, and also I have single color from the single color component. And again, the main idea we'll be following, where we're going to have a form where we can submit the value, the color value, and then of course we'll handle that with our handle submit. And then if everything is correct, we are going to get list of color values, and we're just going to iterate over those color values and display them. So let's start by setting up some state values, which again, at the moment won't make that much sense, but eventually, of course, we'll go over why we're creating those values. I'm going to start with my color. So that is going to be coming from my input. So color and set color is equal to a use state. And I'll just start with an empty string. Then I would want to have the error, because if you remember in our project, and by the way, let me open up the new browser window as well, the bigger one for my setup. But if you remember, if we try to submit some kind of value that doesn't make sense, then of course we'll spit back the error. That's why there's also going to be a error state value. And also, of course, we need to have our set error function as well. It is using use state, and our default value will be false. Then I would want to have my list. Now, eventually, we will generate some values by default. That's why when you navigate to my app, I right away display some kind of color, because I just thought that it is somewhat, I don't know, useless to have the text and then the input and no colors. I thought it's much cooler if we right away show, well, what the user can expect from the app. Technically, you don't have to do it, but in my case, I went with some kind of default value. Now, since we haven't covered the library yet, we'll just start with an empty string. And I'm going to go with list, set list here, and that is equal to use state. And like I said, we're going to go with empty array. I believe I just said empty string. My apologies. Empty array is going to be our default value. Then eventually we're going to work on our handle submit. So we might as well add it right now. Again, we're going to be looking for our event object. We definitely need that. And then as far as the function body, well, let's just prevent the default, prevent default. And then also let's console log just so we can see that everything works correctly as far as the general setup. So I'm just going to say here, hello. And then as far as our return, I'm going to go with section here, and the class name will be container. Let's do it this way. So let's say class name that is equal to a container. And then inside of this container, I'm going to place, of course, my form. That's number one. And also I want to have a section with an article. And you know what? My bad. Let's place here also a fragment because there's going to be two sections. I didn't pay attention. So I'll set up my fragment just because we know that there's only one thing that we can return from the JSX. And then right next to it, we're going to have our section with a class of colors. So this is where eventually we will iterate over our list and display all our colors. So I'm just going to have a heading for list goes here. Okay. So that should be our basic setup. And then inside of the container, I would want to go with heading 3, color generator, whatever name you would want to have for your app. And then we're going to go with form. And of course, we don't need the action, but I would want to have on submit. Let me scroll down just so I can see it better. So on submit is equal to a handle, submit like so. And then inside of the form, let's go with input. Now the type will be text and the value will be color. So let's go here with value, and that is equal to my state value, and that is the color. Because again, what we're doing, we're setting up the controlled input, where as we're going to be typing something, we'll be changing the value in a state, but then the value attribute of our input will also be equal to that state value. Something we have covered already, not only in tutorial, but in our last example as well as far as the project. So on change, again, our inline function, and we go here with set color. And since I would want access to a event object, I just go with set color and event target and then the value. So of course that will be my state value. I will save just to see what we have. Okay. Not bad, not bad. I think I can make it smaller a little bit. And then what is missing over here is the button. So still within the form, I would want to go with my button. Let's do it this way. So class name will be button, btn, and then type will be submit, like so. Let's just say submit as far as the text as well. Okay, now we have our button. And then lastly, and by the way, I need to zoom out because for my setup, I use the flex box. And if there's not enough space, then of course we are wrapping it to a new line. And then we have the button, we have submit, we have color generator. I think I'm going to add here a placeholder. So I'm going to go here with placeholder, and that will be equal to my favorite color, which eventually will pass in. So I'm going to go with F15025. Let's save that. And as far as the setup, that should do it. So now, of course, we can start slowly working on our functionality. Now, the last thing that I would want to check in our structure video is just whether we can see something in the console once we submit. And if I see hello, that means everything is perfect. All right. And once we've got the structure, now let's work on our handle submit. where essentially what I would want is first to check whether the value that the user is providing actually is a color. And then if it is a color, beautiful, then I would want to do my magic. If not, then I'll spit back the error, which of course, in our case, it is just going to be this red border around the input. So we'll start with handle submit. And this is where we'll start working with our library. Again, if you're interested in different features, what the library offers, then go ahead and explore the API. In my case, I'm just going to be looking for this all method. So the way we work with a library, we go with new values, which of course is imported from the values.js, and then we assign it to some kind of variable. And in here, we pass in some kind of color, which of course, in our case, is going to be hex color. But as you can see, you can have different formats as well. And then once you do that, you have all these methods available to you. Now, the one that I'm looking for is this all, which is just going to generate shades and tints. So the lighter values and darker values. And as far as the argument, I pass in, well, how many? Now, I think it's going to be easier if I showcase that with a working app, meaning for now, we'll just pass in 10. And then once we're done with an app, I'll show you with examples how it's going to look like if you pass in different values. Because in my opinion, it is just easier to explain it that way. Okay. So for now, we'll just pass in 10. And then at the end, once we're done with an app, you'll see how the array that you're getting back, because essentially what you're getting back is an array, how that array changes as you pass in different values in the all method. For now, we'll just pass in 10. So we have our handle submit. For the time being, we just have the hello, but of course, we'll change that around where I'm going to say let, and then colors is equal to my new values. And then I'll pass in the color that I'm getting back from the state. So of course, that is coming from my input. So I'll pass in the color. And then, like I said, I'll use right away my all method, which will generate both tint and shades. And I'll hard code the number 10. Now, of course, we can take a look what is happening with the colors. So once I save, and if I try on a bigger browser window, I'm going to go here with hashtag and then 222. Once we submit, notice here how we get an array with 21 values. So there's going to be that base one. So that's the value that you're passing in. And then you're getting tints as well as the shades. Okay, awesome. Now the problem is that, of course, you also have an option of providing a value, a color value that doesn't make sense. For example, if I just go with an empty value. And the way the library works, it throws this big, massive error. And I just thought that it is nicer if we handle it on our end. That's why we'll wrap the values when we're setting up the colors in try and catch. So try to do something. If there's some kind of error, then we'll just silently pass it here in a console log. Now, of course, you can set up some kind of functionality where you let the user know, but in our case, it is just going to be that red border around the input. And hopefully the user understands that, of course, the value that he or she provided does not make sense. So I'm trying to set up the color values. If it doesn't work, then I'm going to go with log here. And I'm going to go with error. And also, of course, I would want to have my set error function. So I'm going to go with set error. And of course, we'll set it equal to true. So let's try one more time. Again, I'm going to navigate to a bigger screen. And we're going to go with some kind of value. And again, I think I'm going to go with 222 because that is the faster one. So notice how we nicely generate those colors. So that is going to be our list that we're going to iterate over. Okay, awesome. And then if I try to submit just a hashtag, notice how I don't get this massive error. I just have it in a console log where it tells me unable to parse color from the string. Now, what's really cool is that we have this set error. So what we could do is where we have the input, I could add conditionally the class of error. So if the error is there, then yes, I would want to add that red border. And then if the error is not there, well, then of course the border won't be there. So in here we go with class name. And then again, since we're setting this up conditionally, I would want to go with template string, where I'm going to say check the state value for the error. If it is there, beautiful, then add a class of error. That's why we'll use ternary operator again, where we go with error class. That's what we're adding. However, if the value for the error is false, well, then don't add the class. So just pass in a null. And of course, by default, you see there is no error. Why? Well, because state value, of course, is false, correct? But if I try to submit a value that doesn't make sense, notice right away how the border of my input turns red. Why? Well, because in here, I set the error to true. And then in the input, I'm looking for that value, state value. And then if it is true, then I'm adding the class of error. And then if it is not true, then, well, I don't add the class. If you want to check out the class in the CSS, just navigate here and then look for the error. And there it is. That's the CSS that we're adding. So that should do it for our basic input, where we either get the array of values, or of course, we're getting back the error, and then we display to the user that, hey, listen, there's something wrong with the value that you provided. Okay. And once we can handle the errors, now let's work with our list, the one that we're getting back from the new values. So right after the colors, I'm going to go with set list function. And of course, I'm going to update my state value list to the colors. So now, of course, it's not going to be an empty array. It is going to be an array of colors. And if you still need to console log, please do so. But I already did that in the last video. So now, of course, we'll scroll down, and where we have the section of colors, I would want to iterate over those colors. So I'm going to go with my list. So my state value, I'm mapping over. I'll look for two things. I would want to get the color. That's the name that I'm giving for every item that I have in my list. And also we will need a index. Now, as far as the return, I'm going to go with a single color component. So single color component. And then since it is a list, I still need to have my key. So I'm going to go with index. Then remember how we passed in all the properties from the item. We used object spread operator, where we go with ... and then whatever is in the item. And lastly, I also would want to pass in the index. That's why I'm going to set up index prop, and that will be equal to my index. And you'll see in a second why we're doing that. Now, just because I would want us to be on the same page, I'll also console log the color, because I would want you to understand, well, what values are we looking for as far as the single color. So that should do it for now in the app.js, and remaining of the work we'll do in our single color. So let's navigate there. We have our single color component, and then there's three things that we're looking for. We're looking for RGB, we're looking for the weight prop, and then the index. So these two are coming from that item, are coming from that color. And then, of course, index is the one that I set up. So let me save. Again, we're navigating to a bigger window, and then we go with hashtag, and then again, the fastest one will be 222. And then notice in my console logs, so this represents that item. And like I said, what we're looking for in the single color is this RGB, which is an array. Notice it is the color values here, and then also the weight. So weight, I'm just going to display, well, what is the actual percentage? And again, we'll talk about these percentages at the very end, because I'll show you with different values. So this is going to be displayed, the weight. And as far as the RGB, well, I also would need it, because I would need to set it up as my background. So notice this is the actual color value. So the reason why I'm looking for this RGB prop that was passed in from the color, well, because I would want to set my background to my single color component. And of course, index is an index, which we'll use a little bit later. So hopefully that makes sense. We have an object with these properties. We're only interested in RGB, which is an array, and then the weight, which is just a value. And once we have that in place, of course, we can navigate back to a single color and start working on our return. Now, I'm going to start by setting up right now my state value, which is going to be alert, which is going to be displayed once we copy something to the clipboard. So at the moment, again, it's not going to do much. There's just going to be a state value for alert and set alert, and we're going to go with use state, and by default, alert will be false. So that's the way it is. And then since I would want to set up my background color, I will have to somehow turn that RGB, the array, into a string, because we'll use inline CSS to set it up as a color value. Because like I said, what I would want is for all of these little squares, I would want the color value to match whatever I have in the RGB. So in here, what we could do is const and then BCG, so some kind of value, and then RGB, that is my array. I would want to join it into the string, and I would want to join it with commas. So every item will be separated by the comma. So now, of course, if you want to console log BCG, you will see that, and by the way, of course, we need to add some kind of value here. You'll see that we have these RGB values. And this is exactly what we're looking for. So now, of course, let's work on our actual return. So instead of console logging, I'm going to go here with an article. I would want to add a class name of color, but later there's going to be one more functionality that I'll add here. That's why right away, when I'm setting up the class name, I'll set it up here as a template string. Again, at the moment, it doesn't make sense, but it will make sense in a second when we start checking our index. So let's just add here a color. And then, like I said, I would want to add also the inline style, because I would want to have that background color. So in here, I go with style. And then remember, we needed to go back to the JavaScript. So we have double curlies. And then the property that I'm looking for is background and then color. And that is equal, again, to my template string. So let's go with template string here. And let's say that I would want to access the BCG. So I'll start with RGB. So of course, that is the CSS property, or I guess value more correctly. So RGB function. And then inside of this RGB function, I would want to pass in the BCG value. So that string that I got from my array. And once you save, of course, you will have an error because it should be here a colon, because of course it is a JavaScript value. So now, of course, if I add my favorite color, the orange one, notice you'll get these squares. Again, each and every object has the RGB. In the RGB, I have those RGB values. And then what I could do is set up inline style. So the class name for color is just going to give general styles, but then that inline style, the background color, will make sure that each square has that unique color. Notice how I'm going with background color, and I invoke the RGB function, and then I pass in the value that I'm getting from the RGB array. Okay. Now with this in place, what we could do is set up the weight. So I would want to showcase, well, what is the percentage here? And that's why inside of the article, we go with paragraph. We'll add here a class because it has a little bit of styling where we're going to say percent and then value. And inside of the paragraph, let's go with weight, and that will be equal to percent. So essentially, I'll just add here percent as well. Let's save it. And yep, it's going to be a little bit annoying where we have to keep on adding the values. I mean, probably I could have set it up as default, but I'll just live with that. So notice here, now, of course, I have all these percent values as well. And then it's interesting. I would want to display the hex color. So I wouldn't want to display the RGB that I'm getting. Instead, I would want to display hex. And I'm going to go with class name and then color value. And prior to that, I use this RGB to hex. So if you navigate to utils, you'll find a function that I got from Stack Overflow. And as a side note, this is one of those cases where I'm not going to go over the function because I would want you to feel comfortable using it without fully understanding what is happening. Just understand that this is a function that I just Googled how to convert RGB to hex. And then this is what I've got from the Stack Overflow, where we pass in the values. And at the end, it spits back the RGB to hex, meaning I pass in RGB values and I get back the hex. And of course, I import this function in the utils. Now, however, as I'm recording, I also noticed something that I missed while I was building, where if I open up my object, there's also a property of hex. So let me try this one out. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Fine. Then, of course, we can use our RGB to hex. If it doesn't work, beautiful. Then we'll just speed this up. So I'm going to try to access my hex. And then inside of the paragraph, I'll just display the hex color. So let's see whether that works. Again, I'm going to go with my F15025. And unfortunately, I'm not able to display flex this way. So let's try two things. First, let's try to use this function. And the way this function works is we need to pass in the separate values. So I cannot just grab the RGB, which is my array, and then pass it into my RGB to hex. That's why let's try this way. So we're going to go with hex, and we're going to go with RGB to hex. That's our function. And then I need to use the spread operator, where instead of passing in the whole array, I'm going to go with dot, dot, dot. And then remember that RGB array, correct? That's what I'm passing in. So now let's see whether that works. And of course, I have big fat complaint because I use the same name. So let me call this hex color because I'll still try to do it one more way. So hopefully this works. So hopefully this function works. I mean, it should work. So we're going to go with F15025. And there it is. Now I'm displaying that hex color. So that's good. That means that this way for sure will work. So now let me try to set it up a little bit differently in the app.js, where we're essentially using the hex color that the library provides. So this is going to be a nice fallback if something goes bananas, if I'm not able to access that hex color, but I would want to try it one more way, where at the moment I'm console logging the color, but I'll change this around where I'm going to say that there's going to be some kind of hex color, and that is equal to a color and then hex. And I set up my variable right now, and of course I can pass it in. And you know what? I'm just going to skip this part. Sorry, a little bit of detour. I'm going to say hex color, so that is my prop. And the reason for that is because I'm already looking for it in my single color, and I'll set it equal to a color and then hex. And now let's try to console log in a single color whether we have access to a hex and then color. And let's see whether that works. Again, I'm going to go back to the same color. And yep, I can access it this way, which is really cool. So now, of course, we have two ways how we can access that hex. You can either use the function, or we can get the value that the library provides. So instead of looking for hex, I'm going to go for hex color. Now, I'll leave this for your reference, just in case you need it. Just keep in mind that once we have this setup, of course, we can still display the hex color. And there it is. Now, let's keep on going. And one thing that I would want before we start working on the alert and before we start copy the value to the clipboard, I would also want to change the color value depending on the tint or the shade. Because notice in here, I can clearly see my color value, but once I get to a darker shades, of course, it is harder and harder to see. So it wouldn't be nice if at the base color, we would switch, where in the beginning, we have the dark values, and then starting from the base, we'll have these lighter values for the percentages as well as the hex colors. And the only thing we need to do is check that index. That's the reason why in the app.js, I also passed in the index. And then in the single color, I'm just going to say, hey, listen, if the index has the value bigger than 10, because that's where I know is my base, then just add a different class. So that's why in here, we were setting up everything in the template string, where now I can simply say, check the index. If the index is bigger than 10, then also I would want to add one more class. And that class is color light. We just make sure that the paragraphs that I have are just going to be in lighter color. Again, I'm going to navigate here, and then we'll try with my color. And you should see that the first ones have the darker color, and then the moment index gets bigger than 10, then of course we have lighter colors, because that way, of course, we can see it a bit better. And also, you know what? I think what we could do is add here a hashtag. I think that's just going to make a little bit more sense. Or, you know what? We can construct a string over here that will have that hashtag, because we'll have to copy and paste that value. So let me double check quickly something. Let me see what I'm getting back from the function. I think from the function, the RGB function, I was getting right away the color. And of course, in here, I have the error. So let me submit. And yeah, notice. So if I'm using that Stack Overflow function, I right away have the hashtag up front. Now, if I'm using that hex color, then I don't. So it would be an awesome time to construct a new string over here, because I will need to use that value. So let me go here with const, and then I'm going to come up with a variable name, which is going to be hex value, and that is equal to a template string. And in here, we're going to go with interpolation, and I'm going to add a hashtag, and then we'll just place a hex color. And now, of course, instead of hex color, we're just going to go for hex value. So once we save, we should see the hashtag, of course, where we have the hex color. And also what's really cool is that we'll copy this value to the clipboard. So we'll right away have that hashtag as well. Again, if you went with hex, if you went with function, you right away had the hashtag. But since I went the library route where I was getting the hex color from the library, that's why we had to do it manually. So in here, let's try it out one last time. And yep, there it is. Now, of course, we have the hex color. So last thing that I would want is to set up the functionality where we can copy the values to the clipboard. And then once we click on the square, we also have this little alert, which says copy to the clipboard. And after 3 seconds, it disappears. Beautiful. Now, the last thing that I would want is to add functionality to copy my hex value to the clipboard. And since I also would want to display to the user that the value has been copied to the clipboard, I'll start by setting up the alert. So I have my alert state value, and right after the paragraph, I'm going to set up my conditional rendering, where I'm going to say if alert is true, then I would want to display a paragraph, and then I'll add a class name here of alert. And then inside of this paragraph, I'm just going to say copied to clipboard. That's it. Okay, beautiful. Now, of course, it's going to be hidden because alert is false, but as always, we can still test it out. So maybe let's set this up as true, just so we know for sure that we can see that value. And let's go with hashtag F15025. And there it is. Now, all of them have this copy to the clipboard because, of course, alert is true. So let me set this up to a false. And now I would want to set up on click on the article. Please keep in mind one thing, where technically you can set up some kind of button or something like that. But in my case, I just went with the whole square. So once you click on a square, then you'll copy to the clipboard. If you want, you can set up a button that, for example, appears as you're hovering, or sky is the limit. You can really do whatever you'd want. I just went with the whole square where once I click on a square, notice I have copied to the clipboard. And then of course I have that value in the clipboard as well. So I can just use this value. Beautiful. So now let's navigate back. And of course we would want to set up on click on the whole article. So we're going to go here with on click. And this is just to showcase that you can add those event listeners wherever you would want. So in this case, I'm looking on the article, and now I would want to run my function. Now, if you want, you can set it up as a reference. In my case, however, I'm just going to go here and set it up everything in line. So first I'll set my alert to be true. So that way it will display that, yeah, we copied this value to the clipboard. So of course our alert will show up because by default it is false. And second, if you're wondering how you can copy this value to the clipboard, well, we just need to go back to JavaScript land. We go with navigator object, then we look for clipboard property, and there is a method by the name of write text. And you just need to decide what you would want to pass in. So in my case, I'm looking for either hex value or hex. That's up to you. Since I'm already using hex value in here in the paragraph, I'm just going to pass in my hex value, the one that I was struggling to find from the library. So now, of course, we can just test it out. I have color generator setup. And then again, I know it might be a little bit boring, but it is the fastest color that I can generate. And now I go with my color. So now what is going to happen that once we click, notice we have copied to the clipboard. So if we navigate here, there is our color. So now we can use it. So the last thing that I would want is to somehow hide it after 3 seconds, because I think it is just a better look if we hide it. Otherwise, I can go here and then all of them have this copy to the clipboard. It would be nice that essentially after 3 seconds, it goes away. So what we could do is set up a use effect where I say each and every time the value for alert changes, well, then I'm going to do something. What is going to be that something? Well, that is just going to be setting up the timeout to clear the value for the alert. So I'm going to say once the alert changes, then I would want to run my set timeout. So set timeout is going to be looking for 2 things for the callback function, as well as in how long it needs to run. Now, remember one thing though, I would want to clear out as well. And since I have covered that already in plenty of projects as well as tutorial, I'm not going to go into details. I'll right away just set up my cleanup function. So the set timeout will return a value. So timeout here, and that is equal to my set timeout. And then my callback function, of course, first. And then in how long? I don't know, 3 seconds, 1 second, whatever you would want. And then let's set alert back to false. So we pass in the false. And then every time I click, I also would want to clean it up. So I'm going to say, you know what? Before I set up another timeout, let me clear out the first one. So I go with clear timeout, and then I pass in the value that I got back from the initial set timeout. So now, of course, what happens, and I think I can do it this time on a smaller screen as well. So again, yes, we're going back to the same color. There it is. Now I have my colors. So once I click, copy to the clipboard, and then after 3 seconds, it disappears. Same here, here, and everywhere you click. Now, the last thing, what I would want is to go back to the app.js and set up some kind of default value. Because like I said, in my opinion, this is not the best look. Where basically we have color generator, but we're not suggesting to the user what actually is happening. So I'm going to go back to my use state for my list, and I'm going to say new values. Then remember, we needed to pass in some kind of value. So in my case, I'm going to go with hard-coded value of my orange color. So I know that you're probably sick of this color already, but I'm going to go with string and then hashtag F15025. And then I'll right away invoke my all, and I'll pass in the 10. So I'll save it. So by default, I'll have this placeholder in my input, and I'll also have these squares. Now, let me finally talk about this thing. So the number that we're passing in. So if you'll notice, we have the base color, and then if we pass in the 10, what that means is that we will set up the tints as well as the shades 100% divided by 10. So we have this all method that generates tints and shades. And then since I passed in the 10, it generated tints divided 100% by 10. So that's why I have tints changing by 10%, because I know that 100 divided by 10 essentially is 10. That's why I have these 10 tints, and the same works with shades. So if you'll start changing these values around, what is going to happen? Your array is also going to change. So now what I'm saying here, if I pass in 20, that means that I would want to divide those 100% by 20. So essentially I have less values. Why? Well, because I have my base color, and then notice I divide 100 by 20, correct? So I get back my tints, but I only have 5 tints because I move from value to value by 20%. So if, for example, I'm going to go with 1, that just means that I'm going to have 100 values for the tints, because we're dividing 100 by 1, and then also for the shades. Now, if you want, you can set up a application where, of course, the user can change this value as well. That is definitely an option. In my case, I just went with a hard-coded value where I said 10 and 10 over here. So this is my default value. And also when I'm checking for the form submission, I also hard-coded the 10. But you can definitely set up some kind of select or something that controls the amount of colors as well. That is our application. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I mean, I know you probably got sick of me typing the orange color, but I think that is the fastest color for me to type. That's why I was using it as far as generating some nice colors, because otherwise I would have went with hashtag 222. And I hope to see you in the next project. All right, and up next we have grocery bud, where essentially we have the form where we can add the items. Of course, we can add it to the list, we can remove it to the list, as well as edit. So let's try it out. I'm gonna go with first item. As you can see, we will have also a nice alert that displays that we added item to the list. Let's go with second item. Of course, now we have 2 items. And then I can go with third item. So once I have my items in my list, I can also edit them. For example, if I don't like the name for the first one, I can just go here. Notice how the button value also changed. Now we went to edit. And in this case, I'm going to call this item. And then, or you know what, let's go with a random item. And then I add it. And now, of course, my first one is random item. And we also display this alert. Now we also have, of course, the ability to remove the item. So I can remove item number 3, or I can just clear the whole list. And lastly, I would just want to mention that we will use the local storage as well. So for example, if I add the item again, I'm going to go with item number 1. And then once I refresh, notice how we're utilizing local storage. So data is persisted between the times that user visits the application. All right, and back to work. So let's navigate back to our repo. We're looking for grocery bud. Now let me check where I'm at. So let me stop the server, clear the console, cd, root. Okay, once I'm here, again, I would want to go to grocery bud and more specifically setup, like so. And then, of course, same deal, npm install and npm start. Let's start up the dev server. And then as far as our project in a source, you'll find, of course, the app.js, the alert.js, which is going to be our alert component, and list, where we are going to iterate over the data and display the items. Now, also in this project, we're going to use the React icons. And as you can see in list.js, I already imported both of them, the edit one as well as the trash one. And I guess we can first start by navigating to app.js. And as always, we're just going to set up some state values. First one is going to be for the form. So we go with const name and then set name. So this is the value that we'll use in our form. And by default, we're just going to have the empty value. Then there's going to be one for the list where eventually we will use the local storage, but not for now. So for now, it's just going to be an empty array. So we go with use state and then we pass in the empty array. Then we're going to have one for is editing. So there's going to be a flag in a state, whether we're editing or not. So in this case, let's go with is editing and then set is editing, of course. And by default, yes, you guessed it, it is going to be false. Yep, that's the case. All right. Once we have is editing, there's two more state values that I would want. I would want one for edit ID. So this is going to be very specific where we have edit ID and then the alert. So edit ID, of course, will reflect, well, which item are we actually editing? So we go with edit and then ID and then set edit and then ID is equal to a use state. And by default, it is going to be null. And the last state value will be alert. So const alert, and you can probably already guess that we're going to have some kind of function. So set alert as well. Now the difference here is going to be an object. So unlike previously where we just had Boolean values, true or false, in this case, I would want to pass in the object because in this project, I would want to pass in more values as well. Where as I add the item, I would want to display some text and I would want to display different color for alert. But for example, once I delete it, then I have, again, different values for the colors as well as I have different value for the text. So that's why instead of just true or false, which we will still use, there's going to be still a Boolean value. I'm going to be setting this up as an object, and then there's going to be more properties with values. So first one will be show. So this is going to be that Boolean, which by the way, by default will be false. Then the message, what we're going to display inside, and then also the type. And for the type, there's going to be either success or danger. Now I borrowed those class names from the Bootstrap. There's nothing specific about them. Danger is the red one, and then the success one is the green one. So of course, if we add the item, then it's success. If we delete it, then we display that we have a danger. We deleted the item. Okay, good. And now as far as our return, it's not going to be a heading 2. It's going to be a section. Let's add a class name here. And let's say section center. Beautiful. And then inside of this section, I would want to go with a form. And then also there's going to be a list. Now the gotcha for the list is going to be that I only would want to display that list if there are some items in the list. So I don't know, maybe in the beginning, let's not set up that flag. Let's always display that list. Just remember that if you'll check out the app, you'll see that by default, if there are no items, then the list, of course, is not displayed. But for the time being, since we don't have any items, we might as well add it side by side where we have the form and then we have the list. So maybe let's do it this way. First, I'll add my div. It's going to have a class name and grocery container. Like I said, eventually there's going to be conditional rendering, but not right now. And in here, I would want to go with list component, which of course I'm already importing. And it's just going to say list component. So we should have something like this. And then right next to the list, but still within this div, I would want to go with a button. And then here we're going to go with class name. And we're going to have a clear btn class. And on click, we're going to clear the list. Now, we don't have the function yet. So let's just put this on ice. And we're going to have clear items value. Okay, awesome. That should be our button. And then right above our grocery container, now I'm going to set up my form. Now, I just set up my on submits on forms, but just please keep in mind that if you want, you can do on click on a button. So there's going to be a submit button. And yes, you can definitely set up on click Just remember that if I'm setting on submit on a form, then on a button, if you don't like this approach, you'd need to go with on click. So let's start with class name. And then in here, we're going to go with grocery form. And also, like I said, there's going to be on submit, and we might as well right away add it submit. Now, there's not going to be much functionality there, just console logs and all that nice stuff. So let's go with const handle submit, and I'm looking for event object. Of course, I would want to prevent the default, prevent, and then default, and then let's just console log hello. Okay, not much originality over there, but I think that should do it. And then what else I would want? I would want to display my alert. So right within the form, but above everything else that we're going to be setting up, I would want to set up my alert. Now, alert will depend on that value. So what I'm going to do is alert and then show. So I'm checking for the property of show, more specific for the value of that property. And if that is the case, I would want to display it. Now there's going to be more things that we're going to add in alert, but for the time being, let's just add this conditional. And then where we have the alert, by default, let's set it up to true, just so we can see that our functionality works. And there it is. Now, of course, we have alert component, which is beautiful. So now I can delete it. We can go back to the default. And again, we cannot see the alert. So right after the alert, I'm going to go with my heading 3, and I'm going to call this grocery bud. Essentially, that is going to be the title. And then we're going to go with div with a class of form control. Now, this one is just for styling. So there's nothing as far as React. I just added the class of form control, and then we have the input. And of course, we'll also have the button. So since the input has more attributes for now, let's just add a button. And then for the button, we're looking for type, which is going to be submit, of course. And also I would want to add a class name. So in here, we go with a class name of submit and then -btn. Inside of the button, though, I don't want to add just submit, because when I'm going to be editing, I will also have different value, and that is going to be edited. So in here, I'm going to go is editing. So I will check. And if that is the case, if is editing is true, then of course I'll display edit. If not, then I'll say submit. Now, what is the value by default? Of course, it is false, correct? That's why I see the submit. So if I'll change this, which of course eventually we'll do dynamically, then of course I'll have my edit. So let me set it up back to false, and we are in good shape. So then we have this text, and I would want to add a little bit of styling here. So I'm going to go with grocery. That is my class, of course. Then I'll add some placeholder just so the user knows what he or she needs to type. So we're going to go with example, and then we're going to type eggs. And now let's set up our controlled input. So we have our value attribute, which is equal to what? Well, that is equal to my name. Of course, that is my state value. And then on change. So on change, which of course is equal to my inline function. I grab my event object, and then I go with set name, and then I pass in event, target, and then I have the value. So I can save, I can navigate to a bigger browser window. I can open up 3000. There it is. There is my app. I can, of course, check the components. You can see that I have my list. Beautiful. I have all my state values. So as I start typing, notice this is going to be my state value. And then if everything is correct, I should see in the console hello, which of course I do. So now we know that our structure is correct, and now we can proceed to more interesting things. And once we have our structure in place, now of course we can start setting up some functionality. And first thing that I would want to do is add the ability to add item to our list. Now, of course, we're going to do that in handle submit, but we also need to understand that there's going to be some other cases as well. So first, I would also want to check if the value is empty. That is definitely something that I would want to do, where if the users try to submit the form with empty values, then we have some kind of alert eventually. And then also if we are editing. So where we have the console log, I'll remove it. And I'll start by saying that if name is false, meaning if it is falsy, because we know that empty string, of course, is a falsy value, then I would want to display the alert. Now, I don't want to work on the alert right now. That's why I'll add the comment, display alert. And then, like I said, I also would want to work on edit. Now, for the edit, it is going to be a little bit different, where we're going to go with else if, and then I need to check that name is true. So essentially, if there are some values, then I would want to edit. And also if is editing is true. So we're going to go here with is editing. So if that is the case, then we'll deal with edit like so. And then the last one is going to be that default one where we just add the item to the list. Again, here's what we're doing over here. I'm checking if the value is empty. If the value is empty, then I display the alert. And in here, I check if there's something in the value, and not only if there's something in the value, but if the is editing is true. So if both of these conditions are met, then we're dealing with edit. And here, I'm just saying, you know what? If it is empty, then I will display the alert. And then lastly, I can also deal with else. So this is where I would want to add that item to the list. And again, I'll add some comments because, of course, there's going to be more functionality. And I would want to start by show alert. Again, something that we're going to do a little bit later. And then, of course, I would want to create that new item. So in this case, I know that name has already some kind of value, because if it wouldn't, I would never get over here. And then I would want to create that new item. So I'm going to go with const new item is equal to the object. And then remember, we have a list. So again, I would need to have those unique ID values, correct? So again, we're going to cheat a little bit where it's going to be ID, new date, then we invoke it. Then we have get time, again, invoke it. And then we go to string, just because I don't want to deploy some external library. Okay. We're just going to cheat a little bit. And we're going to go with title. So that is going to be the only property that I have on this object, of course, apart from the ID. And that will be equal to the name value that is coming from the state. And then once I have this new value, what I could do is go with set list. So of course, that is the function that controls my array. And I can just say dot, dot, dot. So get me the previous values from the state list value. And then in here, just add a new one. So new item over here. And I would want to finish it off by saying set name equal to an empty string. So if we scroll down a bit, of course, now I could iterate over the list, correct? And you know what? Sorry. I'm actually going to be passing the items over here. So let's do it this way. I'm going to say items prop is equal to the list state value. Now there's going to be a few more props, but by design, I would just want to set up in a list some kind of return. So what I'm going to do is navigate to my list. I know that I passed in my items prop, so I'll destructure it right away. Remember, I just passed in the items that was equal to my list. And then in the list.js, I would want to iterate over the items. And I'm going to do that in a div. And I'm going to add class name of grocery and then a list like so. Now we can remove the content that we had in the div. And in here, let's just go with items and then map. So we're mapping over. I'll call my object item. So each and every item will be represented by the lazy name of item. And then I know that I have two things in that object. I have the ID and I have the title. And that is equal to the item. And once I have access to these two things, what I would want to return from my map, well, I'm going to go with article here, and then for the article, let's add a key, and that will be equal to my ID. And also I would want to add a class name. So we have the class name, and that one is equal to a grocery item, grocery, and then hyphen item. And then inside of this article, let's start with the title. So add a class name of title. And in here, of course, we have the property. So we just set up the curly braces and we have the title. Now, again, at the moment, there's nothing there. That's why we cannot see anything. But I know that eventually, not only I'll have the title, but I'll also have my buttons. So I'll have a div here with btn container class. And inside of this div, there's going to be two buttons, one for editing and then one for deleting. So for the time being, we'll just have the type, and then of course it's going to be a button. And also I'll add a class name of edit hyphen btn, and I'll just place my icon, and that one is fa, and then of course edit. I'll save, and what I would want is to copy and paste. Again, it's still going to be button. Now the class name will be a bit different. So this one is going to be called delete button. And then of course the icon will be a bit different as well. So now if we check it out, once we'll add the item, if everything is correct, then of course we'll display that item. So I'm going to go here with item, and there it is. Now, not only I can display the item, but I have my two buttons. Now they don't do anything. Of course, we don't have the functionality, but at least the item is displayed. And I think once we have added this functionality, then we can definitely set up that conditional rendering in the app.js, where I only would want to showcase my list as well as my button if there are some items in that div. So what we could do is we can say list and then length. So if the length is bigger than 0, only then please showcase that particular grocery container. So I'm going to go with two ands, meaning I'm going to go with and operator, and I'm going to save it. And as you can see, at the moment, we don't see anything, but when we add the first item, then of course I can see my list as well as the clear button. Again, the biggest thing over here is right away setting up 3 conditions, where first I'm checking if the value is empty, then I will display alert, which is, by the way, something we're going to do in the next video. Then I'm checking if there's something in a name, and also if I'm editing. And as a side note, this is just double precaution. Technically, you could make an argument that if this one is false, well, I wouldn't get to this condition anyway. But just as a double precaution, I'm just saying if name is there, and if I'm editing, then I'm going to deal with edit functionality. And lastly, if everything is correct and I have some kind of value in a name and I'm not editing, then I would want to create new item with 2 properties, ID and title, and add it to my list. So I grab the old values from the list, so ... and list, and then I add that new item. And then eventually I would just want to go with set name equal to an empty string, because of course, the moment I add that item, I would want to clear my input. And then we just pass in that list as a prop into our list component, and I named this prop items. And then of course, in the list component, I destructured them right in a function parameters. I have my grocery list. I iterate over that list. I destructure 2 properties, ID and title, since those are the 2 things that I have in my item. And then of course, for every item, I return my article. Inside of the article, I have my title, and I have 2 buttons that at the moment don't do anything, but eventually one will edit and the second one will delete the item. Before we go any further and start adding the delete and edit functionalities, I also would want to set up my alerts. So if we navigate back to app.js, I would want you to first change the state values for the alert, because this is something that we're going to pass down to our alert component. So by default, let's just set it up as true, because I would want to showcase. And the message is going to be, I don't know, hello world. Doesn't really matter what you type over here, because it is going to be set back to an empty string. And then, like I said, we have 2 options. We have success and danger. So let's start with success. And then, of course, by the end of this video, we'll change it to danger as well. At the moment, we don't see anything apart from the alert component. And what I would want is inside of this alert component, I would want to pass in all the properties from my state alert value. And how we can do that is by dot dot dot. So object thread operator, and then we go with alert. So now, of course, in the alert, I would want to grab them. So we're going to navigate to alert component, and we're going to grab those properties. Again, those are just coming from the alert state value, and those are type and message, because we really don't need the show. Show will handle in the app.js. We don't really need it over here. And then as far as the heading 2, I'm going to go with paragraph, and then I'll place my text. So I'll say message, whatever it is. And then as far as the classes, well, this is where the type comes into play, where again, I would want to set up my template string. And by default, all of them will have the alert class. But then, depending on that type, I'll add one more class, and that class will be alert. And then whatever is the type. Again, the options are danger or success. So if you check it out, now you can see that this is, of course, the success class. So we have the alert, and then in this case, it is alert and then hyphen success. If you want to check out those classes, just navigate to index.css. But like I said, if I change this to a danger, you'll see that our styling is going to be a bit different. If we go with danger, there it is. Now, of course, we have a different styling. But then whatever is the message gets passed into alert. Hopefully that is clear. Hopefully understand that we only showcase because true is equal to our show. So our show value is true. And then whatever we pass in as message and whatever type we pass in, this is how the alert is going to look like and what kind of text alert is going to have. So now, of course, what I would want is to go back to default, and then I'll just say empty string as well as type. It is just going to be empty string. And now let's try displaying the alert once we click on the submit without adding any kind of values. And here what I could do is I have my condition, of course. So now I can just run my set alert. So technically I could do something like this. Set alert, then I know that I need to pass in the object, correct? Because that is my default one. And I'll say show and then true. Then as far as the message, let's just say please enter value. So message, please enter value. And the last one, of course, is the type. So in here, I'm going to go with danger since I would want my styles to be red. So now if I try to submit, there is our alert. However, there are two gotchas. First of all, I would want to remove that alert after 3 seconds. So it's not sitting there all the time. And the second thing, since we're calling this multiple times, I mean, I already know that we'll have to call this multiple times. There has to be a better approach where why don't we set up a function that is just looking for these 3 values, and also maybe we can set up some default ones. And in the process, we're just going to speed up this alert functionality. So in this case, what I could do is come up with a function name, and I'll call this show alert. And it's going to be looking for 3 things. It's going to be looking for the show, for the type, and the message. So essentially everything that we're passing in, we're just going to set up some nice defaults as well. So in here, I'm going to go with show, and I'll set it equal to a false by default. So again, this is ES6, where I say, yeah, I'm looking for this particular parameter, but by default, it's going to be false. So if I don't pass it in, then type by default will be empty. And then also I'm going to go with message, and that one also will be empty. And then in this show alert, I'm just going to go with set alert, and then I'll say that I'm passing in the object. And then again, we can use that ES6 feature where if the property name matches to the variable name that holds the value, then I can just say show and type and message. Please keep in mind, it's pretty much the same thing as I would have written like this, where I have the show. So that is my parameter, and I just set it equal in my object. In ES6, I can speed it up, And this is now my value. Now, of course, in here, I messed it up a little bit with the syntax since I was going for the arrow function. And now instead of using set alert, I can just use my show alert, correct? So I go with show alert, and then I need to decide, well, what kind of values I would want to pass it in. And I would want to say that first one is going to be true. So I would want to display my alert, of course, because I'm looking for the show first. Then the next one is the class. So what is going to be the styling? And in my case, I'm going to say here danger, since again, it's going to be red. And lastly, well, what is going to be the text? So we go with please enter value. Again, if you just call it in one place, it's probably not a big deal to keep the set alert. But in my case, since we had multiple instances, I just thought that it's a bit faster if we come up with a function. So now, of course, once I click, there it is. I have my alert. Now let's also deal with hiding this alert in 3 seconds. And we have done that already quite a few times. But let me just repeat that we will need to pass in our show alert to alert function. That's probably going to be a start. And then also, I would want to set up some kind of use effect in the alert. So once the component renders, then I would want to call my use effect. And then, of course, in the use effect, I will call that show alert. However, in this case, I'm just going to say that show is false, which, by the way, is by default. If this doesn't make sense, just keep on typing with me. We're going to go with alert. I'm going to come up with some kind of name for the prop. And I'm going to say remove alert is equal to my function. So I pass in show alert like so. And then in alert, of course, I would need to destructure it. I'm going to say remove alert, remove alert. So that is my function. And then once I have access to it, then I would want to set up my use effect. So here I'm going to say use effect, and I'll set up my callback function. Now, when do I want this to happen? When the component renders, right? So I'm just going to go here with this empty dependency list. And then in here, again, let's do the cleanup just because we're responsible. And we're going to go with timeout is equal to a set timeout. Again, we pass in our callback function. And then I'll say that in 3 seconds, I would want to run my callback function. And then inside of the callback function, what do we need to do? Just call remove alert. Why? Because we already have these defaults. Notice when I invoke show alert, if show is not passed, it's going to be equal to a false, and then the rest of them to empty strings. Now, I don't care about these ones, but I definitely care about the show. So then after 3 seconds, of course, I will invoke it, and then I'll hide my alert. And then, like I said, because we're responsible, we're going to go with return, and we'll set up, of course, our cleanup function, and we'll say clear timeout, and then we have access to our timeout variable, something that we have already done before. So now if I try to submit with empty value, I'm going to get please enter value. And then you guessed it, in 3 seconds, we're just going to remove it from the list. Hopefully everything is clear. And now, of course, we can start adding more functionality to our list items since we have our alert ready to go. Not bad, not bad. What we can do next is maybe set up clear list functionality since it's going to be the fastest one. Now, before we do that though, why don't we also add alert over here when we're adding new item? So what I could say here, instead of this comment, I can call my show alert, and then what kind of values we would want to pass in. Well, first, of course, I would want to show the alert. So show needs to be true. Okay, got it. Then we're going to pass in success, since that is going to be our second class that we can display. And then we have some kind of text. As far as the text, I'm going to go with item added to the list, Let's save it and let's test it out. I'm going to type some gibberish. I'm going to press, and there it is. Now I have my alert. And then in 3 seconds, it goes away. Beautiful. And now let's deal with the clear list functionality where I would want to set up a function. I'm going to say const, and that is equal to a clear. Clear list is our arrow function. And I'm not going to be looking for any arguments. I'm just going to show alert. So I'm going to say, hey, listen, you are deleting the items. So true will be for my show. Then the class name will be danger. And then I'm going to be setting up the text of empty and then list. And we already know that if we want to wipe out all the values, we just go with set list. And then we set it equal to an empty array. And then when we would want to call it, well, when we click on clear items button, correct? So we go with on click, and then we just have clear. And of course, what was the name of the function? Sorry, clear list. My bad. Forgot my function name, clear list. And of course, let's add the gibberish. And there it is. Now we have clear items. So what can happen is I can click, and now, of course, I can empty the list. And once we can clear the whole list, now let's set the functionality where we can remove individual items from the list. We'll start with our function. So in here, I'm going to say const, and I'll call this a remove item. Remove item. It is going to be looking for the ID. So we'll have to pass it in. And of course, that is going to happen in the actual item. And then once we've got the ID, then I just need to set my list to the new values and also show the alert. I'll start with an alert because it's just going to be faster. We're going to go with true for show and then danger since we're removing the item, and we'll say item removed. Okay, beautiful. And then I also would want to set my list to the new value. Now in this case, again, just so we can keep on practicing, I'll right away pass in my value that is coming from the filter. I'm going to go with list filter. That will always return a new array. And I'm just going to say if the item ID matches to whatever ID I passed into remove item, then please don't return it from this filter function. So I'm going to say if item ID does not match, then yes, then it's going to be added to my new array. If it does match, then it won't get returned. So of course, then it won't be displayed. So now, of course, we have our remove item, and we just need to pass it into our list, of course. So we're going to say remove item is equal to the remove item function. So we have remove item prop equals the remove item function. Then in the list, we right away can destructure it, remove item function. And then where we have the button, not the edit one, but the delete, can just go with on click. And I need to set up my inline function, of course. And I'll say remove item, and then I'll pass in the ID. And of course, I already destructured the ID. So I just pass in the ID. So again, let's type some gibberish. 1, then 2, then 3, and then eventually we can remove the item. I click, and I remove the item. I click, and I remove the item. Now, while we're still in the subject, you probably notice some bug where essentially once I add the item or once I remove, after those 3 seconds, the alert goes away. Now, why is that a bad thing? Well, once you refresh, I add the item, then I'm going to count it to 1, 2, and then I click. Now, empty list is only displayed for like 1 second or whatever. And of course, the reason why is that happening, because if we check the alert, we can see that I invoke my set timeout every time the component renders, correct? So on the initial render. So the problem is that initially, yes, we added. So now the component is already rendered. So when we clear the items, technically it is still in a process. So at the end, it just removes it when the 3 seconds are up. So it would be nice if we would run this one every time there are some updates to the list. So for example, I add the item, and then for 3 seconds, this one is displayed. And once I remove the item, again, I still have those 3 seconds where the alert for the removal also is displayed. So what we do in the app, we also pass in the list. So I'll name this list that is equal to my list state value. And then in the alert, I'm going to destructure it. I'm going to say list, and then I'll add it to my dependency array. So every time it is going to change, I'll get a new set of timeout. So if I add this one, okay, notice now it sits here. And then once I click, now it's going to sit for 3 seconds. Let's try one more time. Again, I add gibberish. I wait a little bit. Then once I click, notice we'll still wait for 3 seconds. Not a big deal, but in my opinion, it's just a better user experience. Again, the only thing we do is just add a list to our dependency array. So of course, once something changes on a list, we clear out the old timeout and then we set up a new one. That's the whole logic behind it. And the last piece of functionality I'd want to add is the ability to edit the item. Probably the hardest one because there's just going to be few moving pieces, but I think we're going to be in good shape. So let's start working on it. I'm going to go with app.js, and then I would want to come up with my function. So let's scroll up. I have remove item, and then right after the remove item, I'm going to go with const edit item. And again, we're going to be looking for the ID, just like with remove item. However, in this case, what I would want is to get that specific item whose ID matches. So in here, I did not return that item. I only returned items whose IDs did not match. In this case, I do want to get that item, and I'm just going to use a variable here, specific item, and that is equal to a list. So my state value, and I'll use my find method. Again, we iterate over array, and I say if the item ID matches, then please return that item. And then once I have my item, I would want to go with set is editing. I'll set it equal to true. Then as far as the ID, remember that set edit ID, I'm going to go with set edit ID is equal to the ID that I'm passing in right here. And then the last thing, if I'm editing, I also would want to display, well, which item I'm actually editing. So I would want to grab that title value and pass it into my name. So what I'm going to do is set name, and then I'm going to go with specific item, which of course holds that value, and then I'll pass in the title. So that should do it. And of course, we can pass it down to our list. Same spiel. We're going to call this edit item. Just like with remove, we're going to go with edit item is equal to the edit and then item function, like so. We save it, and then in the list, I would want to destructure it. So we're going to go with edit item, like so. And then, of course, we have our button already. So we go with on click, and that one is equal to the edit item, but I need to pass in my inline function. So edit item, and then I pass in my ID. I save it, and then, of course, we'll have to handle that when we're submitting the form. So let me add first item. And now, of course, once I click, check it out. I have here the edit. So I clearly state that we're editing, and then which item I'm actually editing. So now, of course, we just need to deal with that when we're submitting the form. So let me scroll up. Remember, we have that else if. So if there's some value, then we're editing. And the reason for that is because I don't want to edit item with an empty value. So I don't want to do something like this. I don't want to change this to an empty value. That's why we had that flag over there. But we just need to add a little bit more functionality. And in fact, it's going to be somewhat simple, where we're going to go with our list. And again, just to practice, we'll right away pass it into our set list. So I'm going to be setting list to a new value. And I'm going to be mapping over my current list, because I know that that will always return a new list. Correct? And in here, I'm going to say that I'm going to be accessing the item from my list. And then if the item ID will match edit ID, well, then I'll do something. If not, then I'll just return the item. So by default, I'll always return the item. However, there's also going to be a flag here where I'm going to say if item if item ID matches the edit ID, so my state value, the one that I'm setting up when I'm editing the item. Remember, we got our specific item and then we set the state value here. If that is the case, well, then I would want to return. I'll copy all the values from the item over here. So say item, but I'll change the title. So ID will stay the same. I'm not going to change it, but title now will be equal to the name, like so. Again, we have our set list. We're iterating over our list. That's why I right away pass it in, because I know it's going to be a new array at the end of the day anyway. I have my item. If the item ID matches to whatever I have in a state, then return all the properties. And more specifically, I'm just looking for the ID, and then change the title to whatever is the state value right now. Because remember, when we set up edit item, also change the state value for the name. Okay, good. And then once we have changed the list, then it's just a few things that we would want to add. And that one is set name to be an empty value. Then I also would want to set back set edit ID to null. So set edit ID, and I'll set it equal to a null. Then I'll say set is editing, and I'll set it equal to a false. Okay. So again, this one goes back to null. This one goes back to false, because I don't want to keep those values true and whatever was the ID. And then lastly, we can just call the show alert. And yes, I would want to show. So I'll pass in the value of true. Then it's going to be a success. And we'll say value changed. Value and then changed. We'll save this one and we can test it out on a bigger screen, because that way you can also see the values here. So I go with first item. I add it. There it is. Now in my state, I can see that array has some value. And I can also see that my alert was displayed. And then, of course, it went away. Then I can have my second item over here. Notice how I'm typing. Again, I submit. And now the moment I'll click on edit, check it out how these state values will change. So once I click, I have one for the ID, and then I have one for the second item. So now, of course, this is my name. Okay. And then, of course, for set editing, this one also is true. So if we try to submit with no values, we won't be able to do that. Click, and we have please enter value. So that's not going to work, but I can just go back to, I don't know, random value. And then once I click, the second item has been changed to a random value. Hopefully it made sense. And now we can just deal with our local storage. So our app works pretty nicely, but the problem is the moment I will refresh, of course, I'll lose all my values. And in order to fix that, we'll need to use one of the browser APIs, and that one is for the local storage. Now, as you can see, I already have the key value pair for my list, which of course I'm going to delete right now, just so we can start from the scratch. But the way it works is I would just want to call the local storage, which of course is the name. And then we have a few methods. And the one that I'm interested in is set item. Now I would want to call it though every time something changes in my list. So I would want to do that using the use effect. So we go with my use effect. And then I'll say that every time list changes, what I would want to do is call the local storage, then set item, and then it is key value pairs. So we need to come up with a key name. In my case, that is going to be a list. And then the second thing is we only can store it as a string. So we're going to go to JSON, then stringify, and then we pass in the list. So now every time we'll do something with the list, we will wipe out the old values, because essentially we will overwrite, and we'll save the latest values of the list. So technically everything should work, but of course we'll also have to handle that when initially we set up the list, because at the moment it is an empty array. But since first I would want to showcase that once we add something, we should see the values. Let's go with first item. There it is. Now it is added. Then second item. And now we have a list of 2 items. So as you can see, this works. The problem is that once I refresh, I still start with a empty value. Okay. So how I can fix that? Well, I would need to navigate back. I would need to go to my app, and then notice here where we're setting this up as an empty array. I'll change this around a little bit. First, I'm going to come up with a function. I'm going to say const and then get local and then storage like so. And that one is equal to my arrow function, of course. And now I just want to start by getting that item from the local storage. I'm going to say let list some kind of variable name, local storage, and then instead of set item, I'm looking for get item, and I'm looking for the list. Now, there's going to be two options. Either list exists or it doesn't. So if it does exist, then of course it is going to be truthy, meaning it is going to be evaluated in the condition to true. And then of course I would want to return it. If not, then I would want to return empty array. So at least some kind of basic value. So I'm going to say if list. So if the list exists, then I have my condition. Then I will say return, and please return JSON parse. Since we're storing this as a string, we also need to parse it, and we go with local storage and then get item, and then we pass in the name that we set up previously. So since previously I used the list, so that was the name for my key. Now I also need to, of course, get the item whose key is list. However, if that is not the case, if list doesn't exist, then of course I would want to return an empty array. But I definitely need to return something. And then notice here where we're setting up the use state instead of empty array, we're just going to go with get local storage and invoke it. So now you'll notice that by default, of course, it is an empty array. But if I start adding the items, first item, second item, now when my app renders, I still get those values. So now, of course, if I delete, and again, if I refresh, it is still stored in the local storage. That's our grocery, bud. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the project, and I hope to see you in the next one. All right, and once we have covered in tutorial what is UseRef hook, let's get to work and build a project using UseRef hook. And essentially, we're going to build a navbar. So this is going to be a look on a big screen. And then once we make the screen size smaller, we'll be able to toggle the links. And let me just say something right away. Don't let the simplicity of this app fool you. There's a reason why I added this project. And later, when we work on more complex projects, we will rely heavily on principles that we will cover in this project. Beautiful. Now let's get to work. I'll right away open up localhost 3000. And then also I would want to navigate back to my repo. And of course, I'm looking for the project number 11. The name is Navbar, and more specifically, the setup folder. So I'll make sure that I'm in the root. And then, of course, once I'm there, I'm just going to go with CD. And then I'm looking for my setup folder. There it is. Now I'm here. And of course, I'm going to go with npm install and then npm start. We spin up the server, of course, once the dependencies are installed. And as far as the project, we've got app.js where we're going to run the navbar. So this is where we'll render it. At the moment, again, there's not much in there. It is just a heading 4. And also in the process, we're going to add a logo. That's why we have a logo file here as well, logo SVG. And then we've got a data. Now, I'm not going to talk about data right now because I don't think it's going to make too much sense. But then later, of course, yes, during the project, we will use this file as well. Essentially, what you can notice in the data right now is just 2 arrays, one for links and then one for social. But again, as far as the data inside the array, it doesn't make too much sense. So now what I would want is to navigate to a app.js, and then notice here where we have the navbar, I would just want to render that navbar component. And of course, I also would want to open up localhost 3000 here, and I should see the navbar. And once I've got a navbar, then I'm going to navigate, of course, to the navbar component. And let's just start with a straightforward return. So eventually, yes, there's going to be all kinds of bells and whistles, but for the time being, let's just work on a basic straightforward return. So we're going to go with a nav, and then inside of this nav, I would want to go with a div with a class of nav center. So nav center class. And then inside of this div, I'm going to have nav header. I'm going to have links container and also social icons. So we go with first div, nav header. Then right after we go with links container. And then if you want to see the links, you need to add a class of show container, which of course eventually we will do dynamically. And then, like I said, the last thing is going to be the social icons. So on our list, and then the class of social, and then icons, like so. So we save, and then let's start working on the nav header. So in the nav header, if I take a look at the project, I've got a logo as well as the toggle button. So let me make this smaller. This is going to be the look on a small screen. And of course, once we get to the big screen, there are going to be some changes. So now we're just dealing with this one. I would want to have my logo as well as this toggle button. So within nav header, we're going to go with img. And then as far as the source, remember, we needed to import the file. File name is logo svg. And then I just gave it a name of logo. So now where I have the source, I'm just going to go with logo. And as far as the alternative, I don't know. I think I'm going to write a logo. That should do it. And then let's set up our button. So right next to the logo, we're going to go with button. And we're going to add a class name of nav and then toggle. And inside of the button, I would want to use one of the React icons, more specifically FA bars. So FA and then bars, like so. So I save it, and now I have a logo as well as the button. Beautiful. Then we have show container, and inside of here, I would want to place a links. So I'm going to go with on our list. It's going to have a class of links, and then list item, and then we're going to place a link. Now, for the time being, for the projects that are before React Router, which we're going to cover later in tutorial, for all the links, I'm just going to add a hashtag. Now, that is going to spit some warnings in a console as far as React is concerned, but don't worry about it. There's really no point for me to cover React Router right now. And then once we cover React Router, then we'll use links from React Router. For the time being, just go with links that have this dummy value, hashtag or whatever, because we're not going to use traditional links at the end of the day in our React applications anyway. Once we learn about React Router, we'll use React Router DOM links. Okay. For the time being, these are just dummy links. So in here, we go with link, and then we just need to come up with some kind of text. So I'm going to go with home. And then I would want to grab this list item, copy and paste 4 times. And we're just going to change these values around. So first one was home. Next one is going to be about. Then we've got contact. And then the last one will be products. Products, like so. So we save it. We should see our links. And then the last thing we need to work on is the social media icons. So we go with list item. We have a link here. And this one will actually have some kind of URL, because you need to think of these ones as links around our project. So from homepage to about to contact to product. And then unlike the links that navigate around our project, when we talk about social media links, of course, they navigate somewhere externally. So they go to that social media platform and more specifically to some kind of specific account. That's why in here, we're not going to add the hashtag, because for these ones, we won't use React Router. So React Router will be only for the links that navigate around our project. And that's why in here, right away, add the actual URL for the Twitter. So I'm going to go with HTTPS and then : 2// www Twitter and then .com. And then inside of this link, I'm going to place another icon, and I'm looking for the Twitter one. And of course, it is already imported. So we're going to go here with FA and then Twitter. Now, to speed this up, I'm just going to copy and paste because we'll have to rebuild a few of these things anyway. We will rebuild the container because there's some downsides with this approach, but of course, I want to show you that. And then also the same goes for social media icons. That's why don't worry too much that essentially the link is exactly the same. Just copy and paste 3 times. And what you'll notice is that you cannot see the social media icons on the small screen, and that is by design. But then once you make the screen size bigger, of course, you'll notice that you'll have the social media icons, which essentially are links that navigate to Twitter. And then we have the links. So that should be our basic setup, where on a small screen, we just see the links. We have the button that doesn't do anything. And then once we make the screen size smaller, then of course we have everything. We have the logo, we have the links, and we have social media icons. And of course, these changes where the social media icons are not displayed on a small screen, but are displayed on a big screen, are done in CSS. So if you're interested, just navigate to index CSS. You're looking for social icons, social, and then icons. And you'll notice that once you get to 800, essentially, we just display them. So by default, they will be hidden. Notice we have display none for social media icons. And then only once we get to the 800, then we go with social media icons and display flex. That should be our basic setup. So now, of course, once we have this one in place, we can start working on more interesting features. All right, so we've got our basic structure in place. But can you tell me the first thing that is a bit off when we look at this setup? So what could cause issues later down the line as your app gets bigger? Yeah, we have links. Yeah, we have social media icons, and everything is beautiful. But the problem is that we are hard coding these values. And even though it works nicely here, if we work in a single navbar, what if I would have another component? So you don't have to do it. This is just going to be for demonstration purposes. But I'm going to create a sidebar.js, and then I'm going to create my component. That is my sidebar. And in here, I also would want to display the links. So in order to speed this up, we're just going to copy and paste. That would be a reasonable approach, right? So we have these links, so I can just copy them, paste them in a sidebar. And then, of course, I'm already exporting sidebar. So the only thing left is to import my sidebar. And of course, I'll call it that from and then the sidebar. And then I can place it wherever I would want. So I'm just going to go with sidebar. So technically, this works. I've got my links. Now, the problem is, what if I change the name of my page? What if I say, you know what, it's not going to be contact, it is going to be projects. So I go with projects, and maybe I also change the URL here as well. Now, the thing is, it only changes in the first one, correct? The second one is still the contact. So now, every time I need to change something, I need to hop around, and I need to look for all the instances that have the links. So a better approach would be setting this up in some kind of data. So set this up in one place, and then if it changes, then it automatically changes in multiple places. So all the instances that have the links, they right away change. Again, if you just have one navbar, you probably don't need to do that. But then keep in mind that as your project grows bigger, it is better to have the data separately. And then if you have multiple instances of the same data, for example, you would want to display these links in the sidebar, you would want to display it in the navbar, in the footer, or whatever, then it's going to sit in one place. And then if you change it in that one place, all the instances will right away be updated. And I already created a file for us. So if you navigate to data.js, you'll notice 2 arrays. And in here we go with links array, and then check it out. each link is an object. And then in the object, since I have a list, I just added some ID 1, 2, 3, or whatever. And then we have the path. Again, don't worry about this. We'll cover this path once we get to the React router. At the moment, I fully understand that it doesn't make much sense. And then we have the text. So text, of course, is going to be what is displayed here inside of the link. So what text we have. And then once I've got this array, so what I could do is just iterate over that array in the navbar, in the sidebar, or maybe in the footer. And then if I change something about those links, I just need to change it in one place. And then all the instances will be right away updated. So let's test it out. And by the way, one quick thing before we start implementing that in Navbar, technically, if you wanted to, you can iterate over this array here as well, and then export the whole thing. So in our example, we'll iterate over the links in the navbar. And then if we would want to use it in the sidebar, of course, we would do that as well. Just keep in mind that you can even iterate over these links here as well. Now, I thought that it would be a bit of an overkill for this project, but in general, just remember that you can definitely do that. So let me navigate to a navbar. Now I'm going to get rid of my hard-coded ones. So notice here where I have the list items, I will remove them like so. And then we're just going to iterate over the links. I already imported from the data.js. This is where it is coming from. And now what I could do is just go with links. I'm iterating over links. I use my map, and then for every link, I would want to return a list item. Now I know that in my object, I'm going to have three properties. I will have ID, URL, and text. So now, of course, I'll give it some kind of name. I'll say it is a link that references that object. And then let's destructure those three things: ID, URL, and then the text as well. And that will be equal to my link. So once I destructure them, then of course it is time for our return. And like I said, I would want to return a list item for every link that I have. I'll add right away a key with an ID since we have the list. And then inside of this list item, I'm going to go with href. And then this will point to the URL that I have in my data, to my URL property. And then lastly, as far as the text, I'm just going to access the text property. And then once I save, notice now I have the same links, but the cool thing is that if I have multiple instances, what I could do, and in this case, yes, I'll just copy and paste same thing just to speed it up. So we've got sidebar, and then we copy and paste, and now both of them have exactly the same. Now in here, of course, it complains that I didn't import the links. So of course we would need to fix that. Again, that is just for demonstration. You don't have to do that. So let's save. And now I have both of these instances. I have the navbar, and I have, technically this is called sidebar, right? So let me add some kind of heading 4. So I'm going to go here with a fragment, and I'm doing that because of the CSS that I have in links container. Okay, it's really irrelevant right now. I'm going to go with sidebar here. I'll save it. We should see the sidebar, and of course I can also see the links. So what we could do is navigate to the data. And if I change, I don't know, the text for the home, I go random, which you'll notice that in both cases, home changes to random. So that's how we can keep all our data in one place. And then if we need to make some changes, we just change it over here, and all the instances are automatically updated. And you can probably already guess that if we have social one, and of course we're doing exactly the same. So we have social media link. That is my object. Again, I have the ID because I'm going to have a list. Then I have the URL. So this is where we would want to navigate eventually. And then we have the icon. Now for the icon, since I'm using React icons, make sure that you also import React because this is a component. Otherwise, there's going to be an error. So make sure that not only you import icons, but also you import React. And then you set up your object. And now, of course, you're ready to export. So that's why in the navbar, I also have the social media icons. And now instead of hard coding, you can probably already guess that we're going to go with social, then map. And then as I'm iterating over, I'm going to call this social and then icon. Now I'll right away destructure it again. So we're going to go with const ID, then URL, and then the icon that is in my object. And I would want to get it from social icon. And as far as the return, we're going to go with return, li, then key, of course, and then we pass in the ID. And now it's time for our link. As far as the href, we're going to go with URL. And then inside of the link, I'm going to go with icon. So once we save, then of course, we would need to navigate to a bigger screen because otherwise we won't be able to see. And once I navigate here, notice these are my icons. So the same deal. If I would want to add them here in the sidebar, only thing I would need to do is import them there, then iterate over. And then if I'll change anything about my icons, for example, the URL, then all the instances will be updated. All right. And once we have covered why setting up data separately might be useful in the long run, now let's deal with toggle. And I'm going to start by cleaning up my app a bit where I really don't need that sidebar. That was just for display purposes, essentially demonstration purposes. So I'm just going to delete it. There's really no use case for it. That's it. I don't have my component anymore. And now, of course, let's deal with showing and hiding the links when we click on a button. And your first approach might be something like this. Since we have covered it plenty of times, we could set up state value, correct? I already have use state, beautiful. So I'm going to go with const and then show links, whatever name you would want. Set show links, set show links is equal to a use state, not use effect, sorry, use state. And by default, I would want to hide them. And then, of course, once I have my state value, I can just navigate to my button and I'll say on click and I'll pass in my inline one. And what is the state value? That is set and then show links. That is the function that controls the show links value. And then remember, in order to toggle it, we just pass in the exclamation point so that we'll check the value and get the opposite. So if it is false, first time we click, it is true. And then, of course, we do the whole dance where once it's true, then it's false and all that good stuff. So we save it. Now, of course, we can click on a button, but at the moment, we haven't set up any conditional rendering. So what I could do is just place this div in the conditional render where I say, if show links is true, only then render the div. So let me select the div and let's place it inside. And there it is. Now, of course, by default, they're hidden. Once we click, we can see the links. And technically, this approach works. But the problem is if we check the final project, notice how we're doing this smoothly. So this happens over time. And here, yes, we're toggling nicely. Everything's beautiful. But the changes are happening instantly because essentially we're mounting the component and then unmounting. So now it's mounted. So now we can see it. And then once we click, then we unmount the component. And we cannot do it over time. So we cannot add animation to it. That's why we'll have to try a different approach. So yes, technically, as far as the basic setup, it is going to work, but we would want to animate the changes. That's why we'll take a look at two more approaches. Okay, so we can see the problem with a simple toggle. Well, what is the solution? If we take a look at the index CSS, and more specifically, if you're looking at the links container, so that is, of course, the div that has the unordered list, you'll notice that there is some CSS already. And that CSS is height 0, overflow hidden, and then I have a bit of transition. And then, of course, I have this show container class that adds that height. So what is happening over here? Well, if we navigate back to the navbar, I'll get rid of my conditional render here because that is not the approach we will use. And you'll notice that, of course, we can see the links. That is beautiful. But then once I remove that show container class, then the links are hidden. And this is also something that we have done already before, where depending on state value, I could add or remove the class. Just please understand the CSS. So I have my links container. Yes, that is beautiful. And then by default, I hide it. I say hide 0, overflow hidden, and then I add a bit of transition. And then only once I add this show container class, then I get the hide. That's why in the navbar, if you add show container, then you'll be able to see. And now, of course, we just need to make this dynamic. And we already know that in order to do that, we would need to set up the curlies because we would want to go back to JavaScript. We'll have our template string because I would want to toggle the value, and I'll right away set up my ternary operator where I'm going to check the value for the show links here. So I'm going to go back to the JavaScript land. I'm doing the interpolation, and then I'll say if show links is true, then return links container plus show container class. If not, then just the links container. So we go with question mark, and then we have the colon. So of course, this is going to be if the show links is false, then I would just want to display the links container like so. However, if the show links is true, then I would want to display both. I would want to display links container, which by the way, I could have just pasted. And then I also would want to show container class. And now, of course, once we click, notice, now we're nicely animating. Now there's a different issue, and I'll talk about that issue in a second. But at least, notice, now the change is happening over time. It is not happening instantly. Okay? So what is the issue? Well, the issue right now is that in the index CSS, notice this height. So this height is 10 REMs. And essentially, I'm hard coding this value. And even though it might not look like a big deal, the problem is as my links are changing, well, the value still stays hard coded. So essentially, you probably notice that we have 5 links, but I cannot see that 5th one. Why? Well, because here the value is hard coded. So if I'll go with 15, then of course I'll be able to see my link. And of course, there's some space because I don't match exactly the links that I have. So what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, it is nice, but the value is hard coded. So this won't change depending on my links. But what I would want is if I add more links, then of course the container is bigger. And then if I add less links, then of course my container is smaller. So I still want the change over time, but I also would want to somehow check how many links I have and then create the height for the container depending on that. Okay, so we can see the problem with a class setup where essentially I would need to guess how many links I have and then adjust my height depending on that. So now, of course, I would want to make it dynamic where depending on my links, I'll have the height for my container. So how do we do that? Well, first, I'm going to go back to 10 REMs, even though technically we won't use this class at all. And then I would want to navigate back to Navbar and remove that class as well. And by the way, if we really wanted to, we can go back to the simple class name, which is exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm going to say links container, just so you don't think that there's some black magic happening. Again, we go back to links container, and we already know that in the CSS, of course, we hide it. So this one won't change. We'll just leave it the way it is. However, in the navbar, I would want to start using the UseRef. So what I would want is to set up 2 UseRefs, one for the container, and then the second one for the links. And yes, to answer the question, I did that on purpose. So we'll have to have some kind of enclosing container. And I'll show you that at the very, very end. So we have links container, and then we have links. And now I would want to set up 2 UseRef hooks. So we go where we have the state values, and we're going to go with links container ref. And that, of course, will be equal to a useref, and we'll pass in null. We'll copy and paste, and I'll just call this one links ref. So this is going to be for unordered list, and then this is for the div. Okay, hopefully that is clear. And then once we have this set up, remember we just needed to add that ref attribute, and now this is going to point to a links container ref, and then this will point to a links ref. So we go with the ref, and we go with links and ref. So once I have both of these, what I would want is every time the value for the show link changes, I would want to run my use effect. So what we need to do is import use effect, which of course we already did. Then we go with use effect. It is our callback function, of course. And then I'm going to say every time the show links changes, I would want to run my callback function. And essentially in a callback function, what I would want is check the height for the links. And that is very important. We're not talking about links container. So we'll use the height of the links to adjust the height of the links container. And the way we can check the height for the links is in the following way. So I'm going to come up with some kind of name of the variable. So links height seems like a good name. And then we go with links ref. So I'm talking about this guy over here. Then remember the node was in the current, correct? And then in JavaScript land, we have this function of get, bounding, and then client, and then rect, like so. And what this does, it returns some awesome values. So we're going to go with links height over here. And let's just check it out on a bigger screen. And I mean, it's not going to be that big, but if we go with console, and if I click, I mean, this value should be changing. And by the way, of course, I'm in a complete one. My bad. So if we go here, and then if we inspect console, we should see some values. So what are these values? Well, this is going to be the X coordinate, the Y coordinate, the width, as well as the height. So this tells me, hey, this is the height for my links. So what I would want is to grab this value, and that's why I'm looking for the height property from that object. And then I would want to manually update the container. So I'll always check the links. What is the height for the links? And then depending on that, I will change the height for the links container. However, I would want to do that in the condition where I'm going to say if show links is true, that means that I would want to display the links, correct? And if that is the case, I'm going to go for my container. Then remember node was in the current one. Then we'll do the inline style. Again, this is just JavaScript where we go with style, and then we're looking for the height property, and that is equal. And now I'm going to set up my template string, and I'm going to say links height. So whatever I'm getting back as height. And by the way, where we have the get bounding client rect, since I would want to access that property, I'm just going to go with height. Again, this is coming from the object right here. And then I'm going to go to my variable links height, and then I'll add pixels. However, if the show links is not true, what I would want is links container ref, then current, and then we go with style, and then height, and that will be equal to a 0 pixels. So we go here with 0 pixels, like so. And now what you'll notice that once the show links changes, we're going to check the height for the links, for the links ref, so the unordered list, not the container. And then depending what is the value for the show links, we'll adjust the height for the container. So now check it out. I can see all my 5 links. And what's really cool, and of course, the change is happening over time. So now if I go to data, for example, comment out, and now I only have 4 links, you'll notice that our functionality still works, but now I can clearly see my 4 links. See how we're adjusting the height for the container depending on how many links we have. And few gotchas that I would want to mention. First of all, if you navigate to index.css, you'll notice that when we talk about the media query, the 800 pixels, we must add this height auto, and then important. Now, the reason why we're adding important, because in here, this is inline CSS. So we need to make sure that we overwrite any values in our index CSS. And the reason why we're adding that, because if you'll comment this out and if you'll test it out on a bigger browser window, you'll notice that if, for example, I hide my links by default, I'm not going to be able to see them on a big screen. Why? Well, because now the height, of course, is set to 0. That's why in the CSS, we always need to change it when the screen size gets bigger. So always make sure you do that. Otherwise, if you hide the links on a small screen, you won't be able to see them on a big screen. And then the second thing that I would want to add is the reason why we have this enclosing div, and that's the one that we're adjusting the height, is because if you'll have only the unordered list, because in the CSS, you already have the height of 0. Remember, for the container, we right away added the height of 0 when you'll be checking for that value. In the use effect, it will also come back as 0. So you won't be able to adjust the height depending on the links. Now, just to showcase that, if we go with console log, then I'm looking for links, container ref, and then I'm looking for current, of course, then again, the function, and then I would want to check the height, okay? Or I can just check the whole object, doesn't matter. What you'll notice that once you click on a button, well, the height is going to be 0. So you won't be able to do that functionality if you don't have that parent one, okay? So you must have the parent because you'll be able to access those links inside of it. So previously, remember, we were able to access the height because for the links, the height came back as some kind of value. So if you won't have that parent one, you won't be able to do that because in a CSS, this one right away is 0, okay? Hopefully that makes sense. And this is how we can set up the nav toggle on a small screen using UseRef hook. Nicely done. And once we have covered the context API and use context hook in tutorial, of course, let's build a project. And the first project we're going to build with use context and context API is going to be sidebar and a modal. So we've got a modal as well as the sidebar, like so. Of course, we can toggle them. And what's really cool about this project is that we're going to see how we can add context to our whole app. So in tutorial, we just work with a specific folder, or in this case, we're going to add the context to our whole app. So anywhere in our application, we can access the modal toggle functionality as well as the sidebar. So let's navigate back to our repo. We're looking for folder number 12. So let's stop the dev server, clear everything, cd, back to the root. And then once I'm back in the root, of course, I'm looking for the setup folder in the folder number 12. And then I would run npm install and then npm start, like so. So in the project, you'll find, of course, the source. You've got app.js where we have the heading 2, and there's going to be multiple components. We're going to have a home component. That's where we display both buttons for the sidebar and the modal, and also the components as well for the modal and for the sidebar. I think I'm going to close the integrated terminal for now. Then we're going to navigate to app.js and we'll just display all 3 components, and then one by one, we'll set up the structure. So I'm going to start with home, like so. Then I'm looking for the modal and the sidebar. The order is irrelevant since we're using position fixed for both of them. So we have home, modal, and then the sidebar. So now, of course, let's start working in the home. And in here, we'll place 2 buttons. So I'm going to go with some kind of return, and I'll just say main here. And then inside of the main, we'll place 1 button for the sidebar and then the second one for the modal. So let's just go with button. I'll close the sidebar here. And eventually there's going to be on click For now, we just want to add the class name, and that one will be sidebar and then toggle, like so. And then inside of the button, I'm gonna go with FA bars icon that we're getting from the React icons. Let's save it. Yep, there it is. Now, of course, we have our button. And then right after the button, I'm gonna go with another one for the modal. So class name, and then btn. And in this case, I'm not gonna place an icon. I'm just gonna have a text of show modal. So now we have both of these things. Next, I would want to work on modal or sidebar, whichever one you prefer. But in my case, I'm gonna go with modal. And then in here, eventually, of course, there's going to be more logic, but we'll start simply by returning a div and we'll add some class names. So eventually it is going to be dynamic. That's why I'll right away set up my curly braces and I'll right away use my template string. Again, for now, we'll just add those classes, but then eventually there's going to be a ternary operator. So I'm going to go with modal overlay class, and that one for sure always needs to be on. If we would want to toggle show or hide the modal, we will do that using the show modal class. And then inside of the modal, I'm going to go with div with a class of modal container, modal hyphen container. And then in here, we're going to have a heading 3 with modal content, like so. And if I save, if you have the show modal, then you'll be able to see. If not, then of course the modal will be hidden. Just keep that in mind. Since I would want to see right now what I'm actually adding to the modal, I'm going to go with show modal class. And then let's just add a button that eventually will close the modal. So we go with button. We need to add a class name. And the class that we're looking for is close hyphen modal and then hyphen btn. And then inside of the button, we have FA times icon from React icons. So we just go with FA, then times, and then of course we need to close out our component. And there it is. Now we have the button. Of course, no functionality is working right now. Don't worry about it. Eventually, of course, we will hook it up. And of course, now since I would want to see my sidebar, I will remove this show modal class. And I cannot see the modal. That's beautiful. And the last component that I would want to set up in my structure is the sidebar. So it is right here. And in the sidebar, we'll right away iterate over our data. So if you remember the last project, we were setting up data separately. And if you check out the data.js, you'll notice something familiar where we have links. So links array, and then also social. So if you didn't watch the previous project, please do so because I'm not going to repeat myself. What I would want in the sidebar is to iterate over the links and social, and then of course display them. So we go to our sidebar, which by the way, lost in the process. And now I would want to go with aside. So in the sidebar, we're going to go with aside, and then let's add class names. Again, there's going to be toggle functionality. So we might as well right away set up template string. And one class that I would always want on my sidebar is the sidebar class, and then also show sidebar class. So that's the one that is responsible for displaying or hiding the sidebar. So if the class is on, then of course you'll be able to see the sidebar. If not, then of course it is going to be hidden. Then inside of the sidebar, we're going to go with sidebar header. And then in here, I would want to place my logo, which of course I already imported. So I go with logo, then source. I'll name this logo as well. Class name also would be awesome. So we're going to go with logo here. As far as the alternative, we go with coding addict, like so. And then I would want to have a button, which eventually will close the sidebar. So we go with button. We add a class name. Class name here is close hyphen btn, and then inside of the button we go with FA and then times, like so. So we save it. That should be our sidebar. Beautiful, at least the header. And then right next to the header, we're gonna go with our links. So in here I go with unordered list. I'll add a class name of links. So we go here with links, and then in the links on our list, I would want to iterate over my array of links that is coming from my data. And then for every item that I have there, I'm just going to access it as a link. I'll destructure it right away, ID, URL, text, and then the icon as well, because if you'll notice in this project, we also have the icon. So I just added more bells and whistles to our data. That's why not only we have the URL text, but we also have the icon. And then for every link, I would want to return a list item. Then I'll use my key. I'll set it equal to the ID. And then, of course, I have my link. I'll pass in the URL. And then inside of the link, there's going to be two things, the icon and then the text as well. So I can save it. I should see my links. Beautiful. And then lastly, in the sidebar right next to our first on our list, there's going to be another one. We'll add a class name here of social icons. Social icons. And then in here, let's iterate over social array that is coming from data. And then I'll name each item a link. And again, we'll destructure it from that item ID, URL, and then the icon. And that one is equal to my link parameter. And then, of course, what are we returning? We go with list item. Again, the same spiel. We go with ID. And then inside of the list item, we go with a link. Then that will be equal to my URL property that is coming from my object. And then I also would want to place my icon. I save it, and now I have everything. I have the links, and I have social media. Now, in order to toggle, of course, we would use this show sidebar. So once the class is hidden, I cannot see it. And then once the class is added, I can see the sidebar. So I'll remove it. And then, of course, in the next video, we'll start setting up the functionality where once we click on the buttons, then, of course, we can either show and hide the model or the same thing for the sidebar. Nicely done. And once we've got our general structure, well, now let's think how we would toggle the modal and the sidebar dynamically instead of removing and adding the class ourselves. And of course, we would need to set up some kind of state value. We have already done that before, where it would be either false or true. And then depending on that, we would add or remove that class. Now, all of that is nice, but you notice here that, of course, I cannot open the modal from the modal because the button is actually sitting in the home. So I cannot set up that state value in the modal. That is not going to work. So technically, you can make an argument that we could set this up in app.js, since app.js has the home, modal, and sidebar. So in here, again, we could set up some state values. We can come up with functions. And then inside of those functions, we would toggle. Then we would need to pass the open function down to the home, because, of course, this button and this button would need those functions. And then in the modal and in the sidebar, where we would want to close them and where we would want to check for those state values, well, from the app.js, we would pass down both things to the modal and the sidebar. Now, the problem with this setup is that our app component is going to get gigantic, first of all, since we'll be adding more and more and more functionality over here. And the second one is, of course, that we're going to be doing the prop drilling, where from the app, we'll start passing down to the home. And we need to imagine that in home component, we might have more components. And maybe the buttons or maybe the elements that are looking for those functions or those values are far down in the component tree. And what that just means is that we'll be pointlessly passing props through the components that don't need them. Okay. And we already know that, of course, we can fix that using the Context.js. However, the difference is going to be, like I said in the intro, that we are going to wrap our whole app in our context, not just that one folder like we did in tutorial. Since I assume that you already watched the tutorial part, I will try to keep up the pace. I'm not going to go from the scratch. So I'm going to go with const, and then we're creating the context. then that is equal to React context. And of course, I'm working in the Context.js right now. As a side note, then we create a context. We get back to components. We have one for the provider and then the second one for the consumer. We won't use the consumer one. However, we will use the provider. And then I would want to create a component. So that is a separate component. I'm going to go with app provider over here. And we need to pass in the children. Since we need to understand that, of course, we'll wrap our whole app in app provider. So if we won't pass this children, so if we won't say, yeah, get me the children prop, and then return children inside of our component, then of course, we won't be able to see anything. And I might show you that at the very end. And now, once I have my component from this component, what I would want is to return app context. And then remember, the name was provider. And then inside of this provider, I would for sure want to have the children. Again, otherwise I won't see any of my components. And then remember, the cool thing was that we can pass in the value prop. And in that value prop, we can write whatever we would want. So let's just start simply by passing in the hello. Then from this component, I would want to export two things. I would want to export app context because use context will be looking for that. And then also app provider. Now I'll show you two ways. One is how we can use context in any of the components. And also the second one, how we can set up custom hook that right away returns it. And you'll see what I mean by second. So first, I would want to export both things. I would want to export app context because I will need it, as well as the app provider. Now, app provider, I would want to import in the index.js. So this is the part where I didn't add the import, so you'll have to do it yourselves. So we're going to go with import. Then we're looking for the specific name. So we go with curly braces and then app provider. And then from, and of course, we're looking for the context. So we've got our app provider. And then inside of the React strict mode, we go with app provider. And now I would want to wrap my whole app in that app provider. And again, if you won't do this, if you won't add the children, you'll have a big fat mess. Okay. So you can save it and you can see that you won't be able to see anything. So always make sure that you display the children. So first that you access the children in the component that's wrapping your app. And of course, you also return them. Otherwise, it's not going to make sense. By the way, again, spelling is not my best friend. So I'm going to go with children over here. And now, of course, I can see my components. Now, what's really cool that in any of my components, the home, the modal, the sidebar, the app, I can access those values. Now, at the moment, that value is just hello, but that is already a good start. So first, let's take a look at the example how we'll use context plus the app context in a specific component. And then, of course, we'll set up a custom hook. So let's say here, custom hook over here. Let's save the context.js for now. And I'll demonstrate that in the home.js. So in the home.js, I'm going to go for import. Then I would want to import that app context. App context. It is coming from the context, like so. And then I also would need my use context. So we go here with use context. So once I have my use context hook, I definitely need to pass in my context in order to access that value. And for the time being, I'm just going to say, maybe not console log yet. I'm going to go with const data is equal to use context. And then I pass in the app context, of course. And once I do that, I'll notice that I'll successfully grab that hello that I'm passing in. So even if this would be, I don't know, 10 more components deep, I can simply look for my use context, then for my app context, which is, of course, the one that I'm creating over here. And then, of course, I can access it. So if I go with data, I will see in my console, by the way, I haven't opened bigger browser window. So there it is. Now I inspect. And of course, in the console, I should see the hello. And there it is. And it is coming from the home component. So that's really cool. Of course, that means that eventually we'll set up our functionality and functions over here in the provider. Now, before we do that, though, I would still want to show you how you can set up custom hook. So imagine this scenario where you wouldn't want to import in every component the use context, and also you wouldn't want to import app context. What if I would just want to import the custom hook and I'll right away have access to the same context? Again, please keep in mind functionality won't change. Just the implementation where we don't need to have that many imports. So what we could do is use the use context and we're going to create our custom hook. And I'll right away export it. I'm going to say export const and then use, and then you need to come up with a name. As long as you start with use, you'll be in good shape. So in my case, I'm going to go with use global and then context. Then I would want to return from this custom hook my use context hook, the one that is coming from React, and then just pass in the app context. So now, of course, instead of importing in the home, use context and then app context, what I could do is just grab my use global context, and instead of calling use context with app context, I can just say that I would want to access use global context. I would need to invoke it, and then you'll still notice that in the console, you'll have the hello. Okay. So those are two methods how you can access that context globally. If you want to import in every component, use context and grab that specific context, you can do it, or you can set up your custom hook. Just please keep in mind when we talk about custom hooks, you need to have this use. Otherwise, even if the naming is correct, because at the moment it complains that, of course, there's no such name, even if the name is correct, you'll have a big fat error. Why? Well, because we are calling use context hook. So one of the React hooks, not in the component and not in a custom hook. So we're just calling this in a regular function, which we cannot do. That is not allowed. So if you want to use React hooks, it either needs to be a component or it needs to be a custom hook. And in order to create it as a custom hook, we need to add that use. So use global context. So let me go back, fix it in home.js, and I should be in good shape. So as always, you have few options. And in my case, I'm going to stick with that use global context. If you want, of course, you can go this route as well. I just think that we can save on few imports along the way if we use this custom hook route. Nicely done. And once we understand how we can share our context throughout our app, I think it's time to tackle the big beast, where, of course, we would want to set up the functionality in my app provider and share around my app more than just a simple hello. Now, since it's not our first rodeo, I will set up the whole functionality in this video, and also I'll probably distribute it around our app. And by the end of this video, we should have the working app. Because like I just said, it's not our first time, so I think we should be fairly comfortable setting up the state values, setting up the functions, and then just access them in home, in the sidebar, as well as modal. Let's start with two state values. I'll have one for modal and one for the sidebar, where I go with const and that is sidebar and then open. Now I'll go with set is sidebar open, and that by default will be false. So we go with use state and false, and we can right away copy and paste. And instead of the sidebar, of course, this is going to be modal. So I'll have my two cursors and I'll say set is modal open. So I have both of these state values, and now I would want to come up with 4 functions, 2 that open and close the sidebar, and then the same for the modal. So we go with const, and then I'll call this open sidebar, and it's not going to be looking for any parameters, and the only thing it will do is set is sidebar. So set is sidebar open, and we'll set it equal to true. And you can probably already guess that if we have a function that closes it, the only thing we're doing is calling it differently. So in this case, close sidebar, and then of course we pass in the false. So notice this is not toggling functionality like we did in previous projects. So in this case, since I have 2 separate buttons, one inside the sidebar and then one inside of the home, now of course I need to have two different functionalities. And I'll copy and paste, and we just need to change this around where it's going to be open and close modal. So again, two cursors, and we're looking for modal here. And then as far as the function, same spiel, but it is going to be a modal like this. And now what I would want in the value instead of hello, remember, we could pass whatever we would want. And in my case, I would want to pass in the object. And in that object, I'll pass in my two state values, because depending on those values, of course, I will toggle my modal and the sidebar. So is sidebar open as well. Those are, I'm sorry, not the function, is sidebar open. And then I would want to pass in these four functions. So open modal, open sidebar, close the modal, and also close the sidebar. And I guess we can start with home, because in the home, we would want to grab those two functions to open the modal and the sidebar, since I have two buttons that do exactly that. So now, of course, I'm not looking for data. I'm looking for the object. And I would want to right away destructure it. So I'm going to say open sidebar and then open modal, like so. So those are the two functions that I'm looking for. I'm not going to console log anything. I'll right away add over here where I have on click, and that will be equal to the sidebar, since that is the button that opens it. And then, of course, the same thing will be for the button. So on click, and then that will be equal to a open modal. Now, of course, we won't be able to open them because we also need to pass from the context. Remember, those state values is sidebar open and is modal open to a modal and the sidebar. So I guess let's start with a sidebar. And yes, I'll do a bit of copy pasting just to speed this up. So in this case, I'm just looking for the global context, of course. So I'm going to go to my modal here, and then I'll remove that context. I don't need it, like so. And then the same thing like I had in home. Of course, I would want to access it, but of course, I'm going to be looking for different values. So copy and paste, and I'm not looking for open. Of course, now I would want to grab those two state values and, or I'm sorry, one state value. So is modal open, like so. And then also I would want to close the modal. So close modal, since this is the button that I have. And remember, I said that where we have the class names, yeah, we will set up template string because we will have our ternary operator. So instead of just one single class, the modal overlay, I will set up my interpolation, and I'm going to look for is modal open. If that is the case, then I'll have two classes. And then if it is not open, then there's just going to be one class of modal overlay. So cut it out. I'll copy and paste, and then I'll do the same thing over here where I have two classes. One will be modal overlay, and then the second one will be show modal. So copy and paste, and then show modal. So what you should notice right now, once you click on a show modal, then of course we toggle that value in our global context. And of course we can see the modal. And then once I click on close, I should be able to close the modal, but of course I didn't set up the functionality. So let's go back. We're going to go with on click. And once we click on a button, of course I would want to invoke close modal. And you know what? I think I can just go to a bigger browser window, and then there it is. I have my app provider. Notice once you click, the state value changes. I can see my modal, and then beautifully I can close it as well. And if we put two and two together, of course we can do the same thing in a sidebar. So again, just so we can speed this up a little bit, I'm gonna grab my imports here. I'm gonna grab my functions, and I would just need to change this around. Where it's not gonna be modal, it is going to be a sidebar. So is sidebar open, and then we do the same thing. We set up our interpolation here, and we say is sidebar open. If that is the case, then please do one thing, essentially add two classes, and if not, then just add one. So in here, let's set up our class of sidebar, and then if the sidebar is open, Then I also would want to add a class. Let me just double check the name for sure. And the name was show sidebar. So show and then sidebar. And of course, we can right away invoke close the sidebar as well. So we go with on click, and then we're looking for close sidebar over here. Now I can, of course, save it. Then there it is. Once I click, I show the sidebar, and then I can hide it. Now, the way I made the sidebar with CSS is for the small screen, it's going to be spanning all across the screen. And then once we get to the bigger screen, then of course it has some kind of width. That is just a side note. Hopefully everything made sense. Hopefully you were able to follow along and create that global context that we can share all around our application. And hopefully everyone enjoyed the project. And I hope to see you in the next one. All right. And once we're comfortable setting up our context API globally, now I would want to work on a bigger project. And that one will be Stripe submenus or Stripe menus. And as far as the inspiration, I got it when Stripe released their new version of the site. And the idea is that instead of those vertical sublinks that you normally see, they have these nice menus. So inside of the menu, they have more options. And then as you're hovering, notice how it nicely changes the position on the screen. And something similar Strappy has, where again, instead of those boring vertical links, they have these sub menus where essentially you can place whatever you would want. So the way our project is going to look like is like this, where again, I didn't go that crazy. So my main goal was just to add functionality. And then of course, if your project needs some kind of pictures or something more cool inside of the submenu, you'll be able to add it. My deal was to set up separate pages and then notice how depending on the page, we display these sublinks. And then also notice how we change the position of that submenu as we're hovering, and also the columns that the items have. So the more items we have, then the more columns we displayed. And also, once we go to the smaller screen, we should have the submenu here. So once I go here, once I click, notice this is going to be our submenu. Again, something similar to Stripe and their setup. I also would want to mention that yes, this project is bigger project, so it has more bells and whistles. So just be prepared for the bumpy ride. Okay, there's many things that I need to cover, and even though we have, of course, covered the global context and all that good stuff, so there's some things that we should be familiar with. There's also going to be plenty of things that we'll cover for the first time. So just be prepared to do some extra studying if necessary. All right. And once we know what we're going to be building, of course, let's get to work. We'll navigate to our repo. We're looking for folder number 13, Stripe submenus. Now, once in a while, you might see me type something menus, for example, maybe a name somewhere might be different. I believe in the title, I named it menu. Just understand that we're talking about the same project. In some cases, I might call it menus. In some cases, I might call it sub menus. That really is irrelevant. So in here, let's stop in the integrated terminal, the server. And what I would want is navigate back to the root. And then, of course, I would want to deep dive into the setup folder in my 13. And now, of course, let's go with npm install. And we'll right away have npm start. And then in the setup folder, of course, we're looking for the source. We're going to have images folder. These, of course, are the images we're going to use throughout the project. Then we've got app.js, where, of course, all our components will meet. We have global context, where we'll be setting up the context. We have data.js. Now, in this case, you'll notice that, of course, data.js will also be more complicated because we need to understand that we'll be dealing with a sublinks. So there's going to be some kind of page, whether that is product, whether that is developers. And then inside of that page, we would have those sublinks. So that's why we have a page. And then we're going to have these links. Now for every link, I have the label, I have the icon, and I also have that URL. Now, in my case, I'm pointing the URL to the same address. And I purposely did that because I didn't see the point of changing the URL for every instance. Just please understand the main idea, where essentially, of course, the URL for each sublink would be different. So that is my data. Then I've got a hero. Of course, I have index CSS where we have all our CSS. We have a navbar and then the submenu and sidebar. Like I said, more bells and whistles in this project. And in this project, I would want to start by setting up everything as far as the global context first. Now, before we navigate to the context.js, though, in the app.js, I would just want to render all my components. Now, what am I talking about? I would want to render navbar, sidebar, hero, and the submenu. So I purposely added here React fragment just because there's going to be multiple components. And we go with navbar. Then we also would want to add a hero. Then there's going to be a sidebar. So let's go here with a sidebar. You know what? I will move this one up. So navbar, sidebar, hero, and then we're going to have a submenu. So submenu. And what we should see on a screen is this navbar, sidebar, hero, and then the submenu. And now, of course, let's navigate to the context.js. And here, let's set up right away, like I said, the global context, since we have done that already before. So we're going to go with const, and then I'm looking for app context. Now that is equal to my React create context. And we go with create context. Then we'll create our provider. So const and then app provider. Now that is equal, of course, to my function. So I'll be setting up my arrow function. Since I'll wrap my whole app in this app provider, I'm going to go with children, and I'll right away return from this component the app context and then dot provider. That's what I'm looking for here. So dot and then provider. And then, of course, in here, I would want to render children like so. And then as far as the value, well, let's set up some state values right away as well. So we're going to go with const and then is sidebar open. That's the one that we're looking for. And then set is sidebar and then open. Now we want to use state. And by default, let's set it to true because we'll use these values when we're setting up the structure. So we might as well set it up in a way where we can see what is our modal, or maybe more precisely, what is our submenu and what is the sidebar. Now I'll set up two cursors and we'll switch this around to a modal. Again, by default, let's set it up as true. And then there's going to be two more state values and there's going to be 4 functions. Now, one function is going to be more complicated. That is going to be for the submenu because again, there's going to be more moving pieces, but for the opening, closing sidebar and closing submenu, it's going to be as straightforward as it gets. We're going to go with open and then sidebar. And of course, it is my arrow function. And the only thing that I would want to do is set is sidebar open. And I would want to set it to true like so. So set it to true. So now I can copy and paste. And of course, now I just want to close it. So I'm going to go with close and then false over here. And again, we just need to copy and paste these values. And everywhere we have the sidebar, we're just going to switch this around to a modal. Now, like I said, eventually, yes, the opening of the modal is going to have more functionality, but for now, you can just leave it the way it is. And then in here where we have the value, beautiful. Let's just set up our object, and then we have a bunch of state values. Is modal open, is sidebar open, then open modal, open sidebar, close modal, of course, and then close sidebar. Okay, that should do it. And you know what? Why don't we call this one actually close? And then I'm going to go with sidebar, and I'll rename the modal to be equal to the submenu because I think it's just going to make a bit more sense. So my apologies. We go to modal, and everywhere where we have the modal, let's rename this to be a submenu. So let's delete submenu, And we would want to do it over here as well. So have not modal. I want modal. I want open modal, close modal, and it's going to be a submenu. Let's just leave it the way it is. Think sidebar and submenu is going to be a good start. My apologies, a little bit of detour, but I think we're in good shape. And then right away, I would want to set up my custom hook. So we're going to go with export, then const, and then use. Again, I'll call this global context, and that is equal to my function. And I would want to return, of course, the use, and then context, and I'll pass in my app context. And then eventually, of course, I would also want to export the provider. So I could either set it up all the way in the bottom, or just so we can change this around a little bit, I'm going to go with export const and app provider. Awesome. Once we have access, and by the way, let's see, I didn't change the model. My apologies. That's what happens if you change your name at the very end. Submenu, like so, and let me just double check. Submenu, sidebar, submenu, open sidebar, close submenu, close sidebar. That should do it. And now, of course, we need that index in the index.js. So we're looking here for the app provider. And I'm sorry, I just said we need that index in index. What I meant, we need that app provider that is coming from the context. So from, and then, of course, the file name is context.js. We would want to wrap our whole app again. So we're just going to go with app provider. We wrap the app, and then let me just see what I'm getting back. So I just want to test it out, whether my functionality works. And I think I'm going to do that, I don't know, in a hero. I think that's an awesome place. So we're going to go with import. Again, the name for the hook was use global, and then context, and that is coming from, and then take a look at the context, and I would want to console log my data. So I'll set up my variable, I'll say data, and that is equal to use global context. I will invoke it, and I would want to see my data. I think I'm going to check that out on a bigger screen. So I'm going to go with localhost 3000, and then where I have the hero, yeah, there it is. I have my object with my 4 functions and my 2 state values. Beautiful. Once we have all this boilerplate in place, now one by one, we can start working on our components. All right, and I think we're going to start by setting up our navbar. Just keep in mind that a navbar is transparent, and what that means is that we'll have to add a hero so we can see it better. So once we just add a navbar, it's going to be kind of tough to see it, but then once the hero is going to be rendered as well, then of course we'll nicely see the navbar, and it is only because the navbar by itself is transparent. So I'll leave the hero the way it is, and what I'm looking for, of course, is the navbar. Now I do want to quickly grab my global context just so I can speed this up. And then inside of the navbar, let's start by looking for 2 functions and then also 1 state value. So in here, I would want to access the open sidebar, and then for reason for that is, of course, on a small screen, we're going to have this toggle button that toggles the sidebar. That's why, of course, I would want to have that function, and then I would want to have a function to open and close the submenu as well. And I'm sorry I said that there's going to be 1 state value. Effectively, we'll have 3 functions. We'll have open submenu, and then also close submenu function, and all of that is coming from use global context, and we right away invoke it. As far as our return, we're gonna go here with a class name of nav. So let's set up nav. Let's add a class name, and it's gonna be equal to nav. Eventually, there's gonna be some more functionality, but not right now. Let's delete this one. And then inside of the nav, again, we will have a div with a class of nav center. And then we're looking for the div with a class of nav header over here. And then right next to the header, there's going to be another list with a class of nav links. Now, in this case, I'm not going to iterate over the links because these links are not coming from my data and they're not going to be links. They are going to be buttons, and that is done on purpose. So within the nav header, we're going to have a image. Let's add a source right away. And I have imported in the file as well. So we have logo. It is coming from the images, and I just need to set it equal to. So we go with logo. As far as the alternative, I'm going to go with, again, coding, or you know what? Let's see. Here's the logo, and of course that is stripe. So let's just write stripe, and we're going to add a class name. So class name, and that one will be equal to, I believe, nav logo. So let's add here nav logo. Let's save. And yeah, there it is. That is our logo. Awesome. And still within this day, we'll be setting up our toggle button as well. So button, and then let's add some classes here. Class name, btn, and then toggle, btn. And on a click, I would want to invoke open sidebar, which by the way is right away open by default. But of course, eventually we'll change that. So on click is equal to open sidebar. So once we click on a button, we should be able to open up the sidebar. And then of course, we're going to go with FA bars, and that is the icon that will place inside of the button. And then I would want to work on links. So there is our button. And of course, once we click, we open up the sidebar, which is open by default because it's just going to be easier while we set up the structure for the sidebar. And then inside of the links, like I said, we're not going to iterate over those links because they will be buttons at the end of the day. So li, list item, and then in here, let's add a button. Let's set up a class name, and this one will be link btn. And eventually, there's going to be some functionality, same like I have for the general nav, but not at the moment. And then let's write some values. Now, these values, though, must match what you have in the data. So notice here I have the pages and I have the links. So the values inside of the buttons need to match the text values where we have the object. So if the object page value says products, set up as products. If it says developers, set it up as developers, and hopefully you get the gist. So the first one will be products. Then we copy and paste. Then we'll add these two, and we'll set it up as developers, like so. And then the last one will be company. Now, these buttons will only show up on a big screen. That's why you cannot see them. So if I make my screen bigger, if I check it out, what I have here, these are my values. Again, it's going to be kind of tough to see what is happening right now because we haven't added everything. And also one thing that is missing is the button for the sign in. So this is not going to be any kind of functional button. It is just there for show. So we go with button, then let's add a class name, and we're going to go with btn, and then sign in hyphen btn. And then inside of this button, let's just say sign in. We're going to save it. And I'm almost done, but I just need to fix one bug where I placed all my buttons in the same link. That is, of course, not the setup that I was looking for. So we go here with li and then copy and paste, and I'll create one more list item. My apologies. We add these values. And now, of course, this is something that we should see on a screen. Again, it is kind of tough to see the links because we haven't added the hero, which probably will work on next, since I would want you to see the navbar. And then once the hero is going to be in place, it is going to be much more easier to see those links. But that should be a general setup for navbar. Again, we grab some functions from our global context. For the time being, we just use one, but eventually, of course, we'll use the other ones as well. And as far as our return, we go with nav. We have the header. We have some links that are buttons, and also just one button for the show. And that one is the sign in button. And once we have our navbar in place, now let's work on our hero component, which won't have much functionality because we'll implement that last. but we'll still need to have our global context. So let's navigate to a hero. We already have the global context, which is beautiful. And in here, eventually, we would want to grab close submenu function. So once we have this set up, then of course we just need to set up the return where we're gonna go with a section here. So section, and it will have a class of hero. So class name, and that one is equal to a hero. And then inside of the section, let's see, we're gonna have a div with the class of hero center, and then also an article with hero info and then hero images. Let's set up the articles first. I'll copy and paste. I'll add the class name, and it's going to be equal to a hero images, like so. And in here, I would want to place my phone image, which, by the way, won't be displayed on a small screen, so we won't be able to see it in this setup anyway. So we're going to go with phone img, and then class name, and that one is equal to a phone hyphen img. And lastly, as far as the alternative, we're just going to go with home. And then inside of this one, the article, I would want to go with class name of hero info. So hero, and then hyphen info. And we're going to have a heading 1. And you know what? I think it's just going to be faster if we copy and paste from the complete project instead of rewriting everything from the scratch. So I'm going to navigate here, copy and paste. That is my heading 1, and that one will be my paragraph. So right after the heading 1, I'm going to have a paragraph, copy and paste. And then lastly, I would want to add my button. So I'll say button here, class name, and it's going to be equal to a btn. And as far as the text, let's just say start and then now. And there it is. Now there's a little bit of CSS issues because we still haven't completed the sidebar, but essentially this is going to be a look for the homepage apart from this gray stripe on the very top. So we're done with the hero, we're done with the navbar. Now let's focus on the sidebar as well as the sub menu. All right, and with our navbar and with our hero in place, now let's work on this sucker, the sidebar. Now it's only going to be displayed on a small screen. So once we get to the bigger screen, notice how I will hide that by default using the CSS. But then on a small screen, we should see something like this, where of course we have the close button. And then of course, once we click on a button in the navbar, we open up the sidebar. Okay. Something that we have done quite a few times already in the project. That's why we will speed this up. We're going to say, all right, I would want to grab my sidebar component. Now in here, though, it's going to be interesting because we're going to iterate over sublinks, and then there's going to be multiple iterations. And also, of course, we would need that global context. So let's look for our global context first. So where is the sidebar? Copy and paste. And then as far as the values, I would want to get close sidebar, since in the sidebar, there's going to be a button that closes it. And also I need that state value. I need is sidebar open. That is important. And then of course the close sidebar function as well. And I'm getting them from use global context. And now of course, let's work on our return. And in this case, I can right away set up everything using the template string. So I'm going to go with class name, and then I'm going back to the JavaScript. I will set up my template string. There it is. And then we'll set up the interpolation where if is sidebar is true, then of course we would want to add 2 classes. And if not, then there's just going to be 1. So I'm going to say here, if it is true, then we go with sidebar, wrapper, and then class of show. If it is not true, then we just go with sidebar and then wrapper, like so. And then once we save, since it is true, remember in the global context, we set it up as true. Notice right now how our screen right away got darker because we have the overlay. And then inside of it, I'm going to go with a div with a class of sidebar. So sidebar div, and let's just save it. And there it is. Now, of course, we have our sidebar. And first I would want to place a button. So I'm going to go here with a button. And as far as the class, it's going to have a class of close hyphen btn. And then once we click on a button, I would want to close the sidebar. So I'm going to say on click. We already have our function, close sidebar, correct? And we have the icon as well. So inside of the button, I'm going to go with FA and then times. So that allows me to close the sidebar. Now, once I click, notice, of course, we close the sidebar. And then since in a Navbar, we have the toggle button that does the opposite, that opens it, of course, we can clearly toggle it. Now, by default, in a state, it is true, because as we're working on the sidebar, of course, I would want to display it all the time. All right. And now comes the interesting part where right next to the button, I would want to display the links. But this is going to be the interesting thing where we'll have to do double iteration. Why? Well, because our data is nested. If we check out the data, we have one array, the sublinks, where we have the object. And then inside of the object, of course, it displays the page. But then each page has the sublinks, which is another array. So that's going to be something interesting that we haven't done before. So I'm going to go div with a class of sidebar links. And then in here, I'm already importing sublinks array from data. So let's iterate over. So sublinks, then map. And then I just went with item and then index. So index is because we have a list, and item represents this object. So now I'm talking about the whole big object. And inside of the object, I would want to destructure two things, the links and page. So links is, of course, an array, and page just says, well, where these sublinks belong to. So if the page name is developers, that means that those sublinks belong there. And now, as far as the return, I'm going to go here with an article, and then we'll add a key, and that will be equal to an index. And we won't add anything as far as the CSS, but we do want to add a heading 4, and then let's just display the page. Let's just see whether everything works. And there it is. So these are my pages. Now the gotcha here is that inside of this article, I would also want to have a div with a class of sidebar and then sub links. And inside of this div, I would want to iterate one more time over that links array. So we go with links map. And then again, we need to come up with our callback function. And then inside, I'm going to say link that will represent each item in that array. So that's another object, correct? And then the second thing, again, we need to have the index. So we go with index. I will destructure it. I'm looking for URL icon and then label coming from the link, of course. And then as far as the return, well, let's go with link since we haven't covered React router link yet. And I'll set up the key, of course, since it is a list, I'll say index. And then as far as the href, I'll be pointing to the URL, the one that is coming from my object, of course. And then inside of this link, we're going to have two things. We're going to have icon and the label. So let's add these two things. And what we should see for every page, we have these sublinks. So products page has these sublinks. Developers page has other sublinks. And of course, also goes the same for the company. And of course, once I click, I can close. And once I open it up, I can show the sidebar. So the only thing that is missing is in my global context, I would want to hide it by default, correct? That would make sense. So where I have the use state for the sidebar, I'll set it equal to false. And now let's navigate to the bigger screen. Let's see. Yep, there it is. That should be our look. Like I said, we won't be able to see the sidebar on a bigger screen, only on a smaller one. So we open it up. And then once we reach certain screen size, we just hide it by the default. Okay, good. We've got the easiest part out of the way. Now, of course, we'll tackle the big beast, the submenu, where essentially as we're hovering over those buttons, then we would want to display that submenu component. All right, and I think we're gonna start somewhat slowly by just displaying that submenu when we're hovering over the buttons. And then we'll deal with difficult part where of course we would need to place it exactly where the button is, and we also would want to display only the sublinks that belong to that page. So let's just start very simply where we have the submenu. I would want to import the use global context because there are going to be some things that we'll grab from there. So in submenu, copy and paste, we have use global context. And then for the time being, we're just going to go with one value is submenu open, which of course we already know that it is true since we set it up by default. So is submenu menu open. That is my value, and it is coming from use global context. And then as far as this return, we're just gonna go with aside, and we'll right away set up our ternary operator. So class name, and then of course we have template string, and then we'll say is submenu open. If that is the case, then we would want to display two classes. If not, then we'll just display one. So we have submenu class and then show class as well. And then of course, if it is false, which of course we know is not by default at the moment, we just go with submenu class. And then inside, we can just write something because eventually, yes, we will iterate over the data coming from our data.js. But for time being, we just need to deal with this submenu. That's the one that we're interested in. And of course, what we notice is that it is displayed. Beautiful. And if we would want to change that value in the global context, then of course we can do it. And we can just say false. And of course, now it is going to be hidden. Now, there's a few things that we would need to fix. First of all, I only want to show a submenu when I'm hovering over the buttons. So essentially, when the mouse enters the buttons in the navbar, only then I would want to display the submenu. Because at the moment, of course, it is shown by default. I mean, at least it was. So I'm checking is submenu open. And then remember where we had the navbar, right? And then we had open submenu. And in order to set it up, we would need to add on mouse over event listener, and we would want to invoke a function. Now, technically, you can make an argument that we could right away run open submenu, but because there's going to be more functionality in there, I would want to set up a reference. So first of all, I'm going to create a function const, and I'll call this display submenu. And I'll definitely need my event target for sure. And then let's just go with console log, hello world. And then I would want to go with open submenu. So yeah, there's going to be eventually more functionality, but for now, we'll just say open submenu. And these three link buttons that I have, for all of them, I'm not going to say on click. I'm going to say on mouse over. So that just means that once the mouse moves over the button, then of course we display the submenu. So let's just say display submenu. And I'm going to grab this value and we're going to copy and paste for all buttons. So 1 and then 2. And now what you'll notice is that once you hover over the button, then of course we can display it. Now the problem is, of course, the fact that we cannot close it, correct? So essentially, the moment I hover over my first button, then it is displayed and there's no way for me to hide it, which is okay because we're going to fix that in a second. So our functionality somewhat works. Once we render the app, the moment we hover over one of the buttons, of course, we can see the submenu. Now, there are two, or maybe I would say even three issues with that. So first, we would want to display only the links that belong to that page. That's number one. Now, second, also, we'd want to change the width depending on how many links we have. And third, notice how we're changing the location of the submenu. So at the moment, yeah, we hover, we show something, but it's not really dynamic. Now, I'll show you why it is not dynamic as far as the regular CSS. So in here, let's look for submenu, and you'll notice that, yeah, it is displayed, it has position absolute, and it has some kind of values. Now, what I would want is when I hover over the button, not only I would want to get which button it is, whether that is products, developers, and company, and then of course I would want to get only those sublinks, but I also would want to get the position of the button. And this is important because I want to place that submenu right in the center of that button. That's why, like I said, when we were setting up the function in the navbar, it was somewhat simple in the beginning, but of course, we're going to make it more complicated. And first, what I would want is just to get that target. So in order to get that, I would want to go with event target. So if we go with E and then target, you'll notice that in a console, by the way, of course, we need to do that in the setup. Otherwise, it won't make sense. This will point to a button. So as I'm hovering, notice the value is changing. Now, submenu, of course, stays here the way it is, but every time my mouse moves on to a button, of course, I can see a different value. And of course, this is the value that I'm looking for, because from here, I would want to grab the text and I would want to grab also the coordinates for the button. And then once I've got those, then of course, I'll dynamically change two values in the submenu. I'll change which links I'm displaying and also the location. So what I would want here is to first set up text. So I'll get the page. So I'm going to go with const and then page. So that is my variable name. And I'm going to go with event target. And then in order to get the text that is inside the button, I'm going to go back to JavaScript land and I'm going to say text content. So this is going to give me a page, whether that is developers, products, or company. And then also I would want to get that location. And then remember, in order to get that location, we need to run that get bounding client rect. So we go with const and then temp, and I'll call this btn, and that is equal to event target, and then we're looking for get. And this function name is somewhat annoying because it is really long and very hard for me to pronounce. So get bounding client rect. And now I would want to get two things. I would want to get the center of the button and also the bottom of the button. And we can just start simply by console logging the temp btn. And of course, you'll see in a console that again, once we hover, notice we're getting back these objects. So this tells me the left position, the right position, the bottom, as well as the height. So what I would want is to get the middle. And in order to calculate that, I would need to sum up left and right and divide by 2. And as far as the bottom, I would need to get the value. But since I would want to place my submenu 3 pixels on top of the button, and that is done on purpose, and I'll show you at the very end once we're trying to hide the submenu, that's why I'll say -3. So I'll need 2 values that I'll pass in eventually into the submenu. One is center. So I'll say center, and that one is equal to a temp button. Of course, this gives me that object that I'm looking for left, then plus temp button, and then right. And now I would want to divide that by 2. So this is going to give me the center of the button. So I'll know where I need to move my submenu. That's number 1. And then number 2, I would want to get that bottom. So I'm going to say const and then bottom, and that one is equal to a temp bottom. So the bottom value and then -3, since I would want to lift my submenu 3 pixels up. And now instead of just calling the open submenu, I would want to pass these 2 values. I would want to pass in the page so I know which links to get. And the second thing is an object with 2 values, with center and then the bottom. So once we call that, of course, we would need to navigate back to the context.js, and we would need to fix our open submenu because at the moment we're not handling that. So we have open submenu, beautiful. And now I'm just going to say that it is looking for two things. It is looking for the text and it is looking for the coordinates. So we say here coordinates like so. Now, none of these things we haven't set up yet. So I have text and I have the coordinates, and I'll have to set up state value. And that state value will be location. So I'll have const. I'll start with location and then set location, and it is going to be an object. I'll say use state, and then since it is going to be an object by default, I will also set it up as object. So now once I get my text and coordinates, not only I would want to open submenu, but I would want to pass in those coordinates. So say set a location and then whatever I'm passing in as far as the coordinates. And the last thing, of course, in the submenu, now I would want to grab those values, and then I would want to add the inline CSS, where of course I change the location of the submenu. So let's navigate back. That's the third missing piece in our setup, where we say that not only I would want to have a is submenu open. And by the way, I need to pass this in. I need to say location. I would want to pass it in. And then, of course, I will destructure it. So I'll say location. And then what I'm going to do here is every time that location value changes, I would want to run use effect. So I'll set up my use effect over here, and I'll have my dependency array. I'll say every time location changes, I would want to run it. And then, of course, I would want to set up also a UseRef, because I would want to access my submenu container here. So let's call this container const. Container is equal to my UseRef, and I'll pass in a null. And of course, where I have the aside, I'll need to add my ref, and that one will be equal to my container. And then when I call the use effect, this is where I would want to get that container, because I would want to add the inline CSS. So I'm going to go with some kind of variable. I'll call this submenu. Now that is equal to my container, and then dot current. So that gets me the node. And then let's do the structuring, where from the location, I would want to get center and bottom, since I know that it is an object. So center and then bottom, and that is coming from the location. So that's the value that is coming from the context. And lastly, let's do that inline CSS, where we go with submenu. So that holds, of course, my node. And we go with style. And then as far as the location, we go with left. And in here, we would want to have interpolation, where we say center and then pixels. So this is just going to set it up in a center. And then also vertically, we would want to go with submenu, style, and then top. So how many pixels from the top? And of course, now we pass in that bottom value, where we go with bottom and then pixels again. And what you'll notice that every time your mouse moves onto the button, notice how the submenu is changing nicely location, because we grab the coordinates for the button, and then notice we're changing the location of the submenu. Again, we're not changing any values yet. That is coming up. But at least what's really cool is that by default, yeah, it is setting position absolute, but now we're dynamically checking the values for the button. And then also every time that value changes, well, we also change the location of the submenu. All right, so we can change the location. Now I would want to change the values depending on which button I'm hovering over. So essentially, once my mouse enters the button, then of course I would want to display different values as well, because of course that represents different page. And then remember, when we were setting up that functionality in the Navbar, we also passed it in, correct? We passed that page in the open submenu. So now, of course, in the context, we would want to handle that. Now, I already imported the sublinks array from data, so that is already there. And then I know I showed you already multiple times, but in the data, what do we have? We have array of objects, and then we have the page property. So now, of course, I would want to use that value that I'm getting from the button and then get the correct page, whether that is products, developers, or the company. Let's go back to the context. And then in here, I name this text because there's going to be a state value by the page. So let's go with const, and I'll call this page, and then set page, and that one is equal to a use state. And then by default, it is going to be object with 2 values. So we pass in the object, page will be empty string, and then we have links, which is going to be an empty array. And you can see that I have pretty much the same structure. The thing is that, of course, there's no values. In the sublinks, you'll find values. In here, there are no values. So here, when I open up the submenu, I also can get the correct page. So I can go with const, and then page is equal to a sublinks, whatever data I have in there, and I would want to use the find method. So with find method, I'm just going to say, get me the page that matches the page that is coming from the button, correct? Now I'll call this link just because I'm running out of names here. And I'll say if link page is equal to the text. So essentially, if the text that is coming from the button matches my page value in my data, then of course that is my page. And of course I can go with set page is equal to page. Good. So we have coordinates, we have page, and then we also open up the submenu. Now, of course, we need to handle that in the submenu. So we navigate back to the submenu, and this is going to be interesting where I would want to get the page. So let's go back, and you know what? No, I cannot go really there because we still need to pass in the page. So let's start with that. Let's pass in our state value, and then in the submenu, when we use that global context, I also would want to grab the page, and I'll right away destructure it. I'll say page, and since I know that it is going to be an object, correct? If we double check it, there it is. It is an object with these values, the page and then the links. So what I can say, yeah, grab me the page, but more specifically from page, I'm looking for page and then comma links. So those are the 2 values that I'm getting from my state. Beautiful. And now where I have the aside, now of course I would want to iterate over those links, correct? So first we can just start by displaying the page. Of course, that is the value that I can access right away. And now, of course, let's check it out. So I'm going to navigate back to my project, and then I have big fat error where it says page is undefined. Let's see. So we have it in the context. At least we should, because when we open up submenu, we have the text. So let's see in the navbar, maybe I messed it up on a property. And yes, of course I did. Where I have the page, it should be event target text content, not context. All right. That is the property name. My bad. And now, of course, we should see properly our page. So as I hover, notice it tells me, all right, that is the products page. Then I have developers page, and then I have the company. And what's really left is just to iterate over the links. So I'm going to navigate back to my submenu. I think we are in good shape. Of course, the links are here. That is my array. So right after the heading 4, I'm going to go with a div. In this case, there's going to be a bit more logic there because I also would want to change the amount of columns that I get depending on the links. If you check out data, some have 3, some have 4, and some have 2 links. And what I would want is dynamically change the width of my submenu depending on that. So set up my class name. Again, we're going to set up our interpolation in a template string. And for the time being, we'll just say submenu and then hyphen center. And our initial value will be column number 2. So that's the class we're adding. But eventually, of course, we'll check what is the length of our array. And then depending on that, we'll change those values. So inside of this div, I'm going to go with my links. I'll map over. And then as far as the return, I'm going to go with a simple link. But before we set up anything, I'm going to have two parameters, one for link, one for index. Then I'll destructure those properties out. And again, the properties that I'm looking for are here, label, icon, and then URL. So we say label, icon, and then URL. And that is coming from my link. And now, like I just said, I would want to return the link. So I'm going to say link. So simple link, not a React router one. We're going to go with index. We'll have the href that points to the URL. And then inside of this link, I'm going to go with icon. And I'm also going to go with a label. So once I save, when I hover over my buttons, notice I nicely display not only the page, but also the links that relate to that page. But like I said, depending on the amount of links, I also would want to change the amount of columns. And in the process, of course, the width of my submenu. And the way I can do that is when I'm setting up my use effect. Notice I have my links. So what I could do is say, you know what, there's going to be some kind of state value. So that's my global context. This is my container. And also we'll set up a state value. We'll say columns like so. And then we'll have set columns as well. And that is equal to use state. And by default, I'm going to have this column number 2. So that's my default value. But in here, of course, now I can change it to the interpolation. And I'm looking for the columns state value. So then in the use effect, once the data changes, I also would want to change this state value for the columns. Now, by default, I'll set it back to 2. And that is important because otherwise you might run into some bugs. So we're going to go with set columns. And by default, we'll set it equal to column 2. That is my default one. And then right after I set up my inline style, I'm going to say if links length. So length of my array is equal to 3. Then I'm just going to change it to different class. Now, of course, these classes are already set up in the CSS. If you want to check them out, go ahead and just Google them, meaning just use the search and you'll find these classes. And if the length is bigger than 3, then I would want to add a column 4 class. So we go with if, and then links length is bigger than 3. Then of course we'll have 4 column layout. So we go with set columns, and the class name is column-4. Now there's some dependencies that I would want to add over here. So I think I'm going to go with location and also if the links value changes like so. And now let's test it out. We're going to navigate to a bigger screen and now see if we have 3 links, then of course we have our 3 column layout. If we have more than 3, then we have 4 column layout. And then eventually, if we have only 2 items, then by default, we'll have a 2 column layout. So now, of course, the only thing we need to worry about is hiding this submenu at some point. Because at the moment, yeah, we hover over the buttons and then we display them. But also at some point, of course, we would want to hide it as well. Not bad, not bad. We're almost there. And as far as hiding the submenu, I would want to hide it in 2 cases. When we hover over the hero, so not when we're hovering over the submenu, then of course we would want to display it. And also when we're hovering over the navbar, not including the buttons. We need to keep in mind that if you check out the elements, of course, we know that our buttons are in the nav. So I would want to check if I'm hovering over the navbar, but not over the buttons. So if the buttons, then of course I would still want to display the submenu. But then if it is a navbar, so somewhere over here, then of course I would want to hide it. And we can test it out over here. Notice this is my submenu. If I hover over the hero, of course I cannot see. And that if I move on to the navbar, then I also hide the submenu. And we're going to start over here by navigating probably to a hero because that is going to be the fastest one. Notice where we have the hero, we do have the close submenu. And remember the event that we're listening for on the buttons, what it was on mouse over. So the moment our mouse pointer moves onto the hero, what I would want to call, well, simple, close submenu. So what we should see right now is, of course, I can open it nicely. Yep, there it is. But then the moment I move onto the hero, of course, I hide it. Now, with the navbar, it is going to be a bit trickier because essentially we'll have to implement that event target as well. So I'm going to navigate to my navbar. Of course, I already have the function. I have close submenu, and then I have the nav. So again, I'll call my on mouse over, but I'll come up with my function. I'll say handle submenu like so. And in here, I'll declare the function. I'll say handle submenu, and I'm looking for the event object. That is definitely something that I would want. And I can check whether the class list is the link button. Now, why am I checking that? Well, because if I'm hovering over the button, remember, buttons had that class of nav button or link button, correct? One of the two. It was link button. There it is. So what I'm saying here is if the event target has the class of link button, then I wouldn't want to call the close submenu. But if it is anything else, if it is nav center or nav or whatever, then of course I would want to close the submenu, because we need to understand if we just say close submenu, what is going to happen? Well, we'll never open it because now, of course, we're hovering over the navbar because the buttons are in the navbar, and there it is. Now I cannot open it since I'm right away closing it as well. So essentially, we avoid that if we set up a condition, and I'm going to say if event target, then class list. Again, we're going back to vanilla JavaScript, contains, and then the class that I'm looking for is link btn. If that is the case, then I would want to close it. So essentially, if the target that I'm hovering over does not have the link button, then I would want to close it. If it does contain link button, which of course link buttons do, you can clearly see that, then I would want to close my submenu. So now, of course, notice as I'm hovering, everything is beautiful. And then once I move on to the actual navbar, then I hide it. And that was exactly the reason why I lifted up the submenu 3 pixels, because now it is actually sitting on a button. So that was done on purpose. So that way, once I move from button to a submenu, everything still works. That's our project. Hopefully everyone enjoyed our project, and I hope to see you in the next one. Excellent. And once we have covered use context and then context API, as well as UseReducer hook, let's build a project with both of them, and we're going to build a card. So take a look at how to fetch data with UseReducer. Notice that's why we have loading, and then we'll fetch the product. And as you can see, we'll have the ability to increase the amount of the items in the cart. And then of course, it will reflect here in the navbar how many items we have the cart, as well as the total. And then of course, we can also decrease the amount. And then once we go below 1, then of course, we remove the item from the cart, as well as we can just remove the item from the cart by clicking on remove. And then also we have the ability to clear the cart. All right. And we already know the drill. So I'll open up localhost 3000 just so we can have the big screen as well. And then we're navigating back to our project. We would want to stop the server, of course. That's number 1. Then navigate back to the root. And then I'll clear my terminal. And I'm just going to say that I would want to navigate to the setup folder. Now, this particular setup folder is going to be a bit different than the previous ones, just because I already prepared somewhat a lot of stuff for you. Now, the reason why I did that is because I exclusively wanted to focus on the UseReducer, how to fetch data, how to set up functionality and all that stuff. And I didn't see the point of creating everything from the scratch because then, of course, we would spend way more time on the project. And I didn't want this project to be 3 hours long. That's why when you spin up the setup, you'll notice that a lot of UI is already prepared for you. Now, don't worry. Of course, we will work on the functionality. But as far as the look, yes, I prepared a lot of stuff already for you. So the first video we're going to spend going over the setup just so we all are on the same page. And then, of course, we'll start working with UseReducer. Now, none of the functionalities work. So you can click on all the buttons and nothing is going to happen. And if we take a look at the project, we'll start with Context.js. So I'll close the terminal and we should be already familiar with the context since we have created quite a few times. So we have the app provider that, of course, returns the app context and then that provider. And then, of course, I have the value prop where I'm returning the cart. Now, at the moment, cart is a state value using use state. So essentially, it is an array, and I'm just passing in hard-coded items from the file called data. And if you take a look at the data, it is just going to be an array of items. And yes, don't worry. Eventually, when we set up UseReducer, we will fetch this data from the API. But for the time being, it is just an array of items where we have the ID, we have the title, price, as well as the image, and then the amount. So what is the amount of items in the cart? Okay, good. Then, of course, in the context, eventually we set up the use global context, or however you would want to call your custom hook. So in my case, of course, it is use global context. Then I return the use context and pass in the app context. And then I export the app context as well as app provider. And of course, in the index.js, you'll notice that we import app provider, and then I wrap my whole app, my app component in the app provider. And then we can take a look at the app.js, where of course we have two components. We have the navbar as well as cart container, and we import that use global context. So eventually there will be a loading as well. So that's why I have commented out, because eventually we will grab the loading value from the context. And then if we're loading, essentially, if we're fetching data, then of course we'll display loading. And then once we've got the data, then of course we return our app, which is going to be the main element with our two components, navbar and cart container. So let me refresh so we can see our current application in a smaller browser window. And then if we take a look at the navbar, essentially we're going to have some kind of return, which is going to be nav, and then a little bit of styling and everything else. And then in here, you'll notice that for the icon, in this case, I'm using the SVG. So this is just to showcase that, of course, you don't need to always use the React icons if you don't want to. If, for example, you prefer using inline SVG, you can definitely do that. So again, I just added this icon. So now, of course, it is displayed on the screen. All right. And then in here, eventually, this will be dynamic, where at the moment it is hard-coded value. So we have the paragraph with some kind of amount, and I just hard-coded to be 3. Eventually, of course, this will be dynamic. So as we're changing the amount of items in a cart, or we're removing the cart, or we're clearing the cart, of course, this will also change. That's why we right away import use global context. So we'll hook it up to the global context, and then that way it will always be in sync with our data. Then we have the cart container where we import the cart currently. So we're grabbing the use global context, and then I say, yeah, I would want to get the cart, because remember, in the context, we're sharing the cart. And then if the cart length is 0, then we just display that, you know what, your cart is currently empty, which we will see later when we set up the actual functionality. And then if the cart has some length, so essentially if there are some items in the cart, of course, we have the section with a cart, and then we have some kind of title, and then we have the div where we iterate over the items, and then we display the cart item. So I'll show you the card item in a second, but just to complete this particular component, we also have the footer where we have the total, which again is just hard coded for now. Eventually, it will be in sync with our context. And then, of course, we have the clear button, which at the moment just console logs clear card. And you can probably already guess that, yes, eventually there will be functionality where we can clear out the cart. And the last component that I would want to show you is the cart item, where essentially we iterate over our cart array. And then for every item, we return the cart item. And then, of course, we need to have a key. And then I spread out the properties that I have in the item. Again, if you want to double check those properties, you can find them in data. And it is title, price, image, and amount. Again, something we have done already quite a few times. So I just thought that I can save you some time on setting up the boilerplate. So in here, I'm grabbing those values. I would like to get the image. I would like to get the title, price, and amount. I also would want to get the ID because we'll use that ID for our functionality. And then I'm returning the article. Inside the article, I have the image. I have some kind of title. I have the price. Of course, there it is. And then we have remove button, which at the moment just console logs remove. Again, functionality is coming up. And then, of course, we have the amount button here. And then we have, again, the SVG. So instead of setting up the React icons, I just went with inline SVG again. Then we have the actual amount, which, of course, eventually will change. At the moment, it is just one. And then we have the crease button as well. That should conclude the overview of our setup. And now, of course, we can start setting up UseReducer functionality. All right, so let's get this party started. And we're going to go to Context.js. And first, I would want to set up our UseReducer hook. So instead of state, we're going to do a little bit of refactoring. And I'm going to say UseReducer. Now, what two things UseReducer was looking for? It was looking for reducer function, which eventually we'll set up in the reducer.js file. And also we needed initial state, correct? So for now, let's just pass in nothing over here. So it's just going to be an empty. And let's change these values where I'm not going to call this cart because there's going to be some more values there. So I'm just going to go with state. And then remember, instead of set state or whatever, we go with dispatch like so. And then once we set up this function, then I would want to pass in those two values, the reducer function as well as initial state. Let's start with initial state, and I'm just going to set it up as a local value. So let me set up my variable first, and then I'll set it equal to the object. And then inside of the object, I would want to have a loading, which is going to be false for time being. Of course, eventually we'll change that. Then we'll set up our cart, and eventually it will be empty array. But then since we haven't fetched the data yet, I would want to have some kind of values. That's why for time being, we'll set it equal to the hard-coded ones, the cart item. And then, of course, we also have the total, which essentially will always show the total of the cart. Again, we'll start with 0 and then the amount. So how many items we have in a cart? Again, we start with 0. So in here, UseReducer, and then we pass in our initial state variable. Okay, beautiful. Now we only need to set up the reducer. So I'll navigate to reducer.js, and we'll just start with a boilerplate. And as far as the boilerplate, we'll set up a function, of course. I'm going to go with const and then reducer, and it's going to be looking for two things. So as an argument, it is going to get state and then the action. So remember, in tutorial, we covered that state is the current state before the update, and then action is, well, what we're trying to do. Now, eventually, we'll throw the error if no actions match, but for time being, let's just return a state. And then, of course, I would also want to export the reducer. And I just prefer going with default, so I'm going to say export and then default, and I will export my reducer. So now in a context, I can bravely grab my reducer that is coming from reducer.js and then set it up as a first argument. So I have my hook, UseReducer, I pass in reducer function and then initial state. Now, the moment we will save, of course, there's going to be an error. Why? Well, because in the value, we are exporting cart, our previous state value. In this case, I have the state. So, of course, what I would want is to spread out my state, correct? That would make sense because I would want to pass all these properties since eventually, of course, I will use them. So what we could do is just go with dot, 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 and then we're looking for the state value, which of course at the moment will be our initial state. Now, we can see that there's something on a screen. And why is that? Well, because if we navigate to a cart container, that is the only thing, or at least it should be the only thing that is grabbing something from use global context. Of course, the cart property is already there because I said dot, 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 and then state. So I spread out all my state values. Now, of course, eventually we will set up some functions as well. So add them separately. But for time being, we're just spreading out all the state values, which are loading, which are cart, and of course, those are cart items, and then total and amount. And to complete this video, why don't we go over the components that are looking for those values, even though at the moment they're just hard-coded and they are zeros and then they are false. And then eventually, of course, once our functionality starts working, we don't need to hop around our components and waste our time on hooking everything up. We might as well do that in this video. Now, first, I guess I would want to start with a navbar, like so. And then, of course, I already have use global context. And what is the navbar looking for? Well, it is looking for the amount of items in the cart, correct? So we go here with const, then we destructure it. I know that it is coming from my use global context. And then, of course, I need to invoke it. And then where I have the paragraph, well, let's change it around. Let's say that we'll be looking for amount. Again, it is going to be 0 because that is the value that I hard-coded. Okay, that's an awesome start. Let's double check. We also have the app, and then we're checking for the loading, which of course doesn't make sense right now because we're not loading anything as far as fetching data, but we might as well can uncomment it. And then when we do fetch the data, it is going to be already working. So we go with const, and then again, we're looking for our variable, our loading variable, of course, and that is equal to my use global context. I invoke it, and then, of course, I can uncomment it. There it is. Now I have my loading as well. And of course, the reason why we don't see that is because loading is false. If I go back and if I'll set this up as true, you can probably already guess that, of course, you will be able to see the loading. Let's go back to false, and we should see the items. Then, still back within the cart container, where essentially we have the cart, I also would want to check for the total. Because in here, of course, I'm displaying that total. So not only I would want to get the cart, I would also want to get a total. And then we'll scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, and then where we have the total, I'll place my total value. Again, shouldn't change much because we have the 0 there. So we add the 0, and there it is. Now we have our total. And that should conclude our first video, where we just set up the initial functionality of UseReducer. Beautiful. And with our initial setup in place, why don't we start working on functionality? And I can tell you right away that for the following videos, the structure pretty much is going to be the same. Where first, in the context, I'm going to set up my function and dispatch some kind of action. Then we'll pass that function down to the provider. And then, of course, we'll look for the component that is looking for that functionality, whether that is to remove all the items or just a single item or increase or decrease or whatever. And then, of course, we will deal with that in the reducer. So steps will be the same. Of course, the functionality will change. And I'll start with the easiest one, and that one is to remove all the items from the cart. So we have the clear cart button, and of course, it is looking for that function. So I'm going to go with const. I will name this, I don't know, clear cart, and I'll say clear cart. Now the function won't be looking for any arguments, and we'll simply would want to dispatch So say dispatch, remember, we needed to pass in the object, of course. And then as far as the type, again, common convention is typing this all in uppercase. So just say clear underscore and then cart. So that is the action that we're dispatching. Like I said, then I would want to pass it down to my provider so the whole app can access that function. And which component is looking for this functionality? Well, that one is the cart container. Now, at the moment, we have cart and then total. So we also the structure clear cart function. And then there it is. Now we have our button. And then instead of setting up the inline, I can simply delete because I'm not going to be passing any kind of arguments. So we go with clear and cart. And the last thing, like I said, is to make sure that we handle that in the reducer. Now, before we set up the functionality, I just want to mention something that I didn't cover in tutorial when we talked about reducer. Some people prefer using the switch statement here instead. So in my case, I prefer setting up a bunch of if statements. That is just my preference. There's some people who prefer using switch statement. So if you're one of those people, feel free to do that. In my case, I'm still going to use a bunch of if statements just because I prefer that better. And we're going to start with the first one. So I have my condition, and what I'm looking for, of course, is if, and then I'm going to say, well, what is the type, correct? And in my case, the type that I'm looking for is clear cart. So I go with if, and then action, and then type. And if that is equal to clear cart, what I would want to do? Well, let's think about it. We have our state. Now, in the state, I have multiple values. Not only I have the cart, I also have loading, I have total, and then the amount. And we already know that once we return something from the reducer, that will be our new state. So we need to be careful where I have other values as well. So I'm going to go return. I'm returning the object. So that is going to be my new state. And then I go with dot, 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 and I spread out the old state values. And then the only one that I would want to change is what? Well, that is the cart, correct? Because I would want to clear all the items from the cart. And how we can do that? Well, if it is an array right now, I can simply say, you know what? Change the value of the cart property to a empty array. That's all we have to do. Now, of course, once we click, there it is. Now we clear out all the items from the cart, like so. And then since we're handling that in the cart container, where we have the condition where we say if the cart length is 0, then of course we can see your bag is currently empty. Now, if you want to see that in the components, as far as the React developer tools, you can go to components. There is our provider, and there is our reducer. We have the amount, we have the cart, we have the loading and total. And since we nicely spread out the old values, we don't remove them from the state. We just simply turn the array from 3 items down to an empty array, meaning 0 items in our array. Awesome. And once we can successfully clear our whole cart, the next easiest functionality is going to be removing single item from the cart. So we're going to navigate back to Context.js, and we're going to come up with some kind of name. We're going to say, you know what? The function name will be remove. Right after clear cart, we're going to go with const and then remove. Now, in this case, though, we are looking for the ID. That is important in this case, because of course, when we want to remove the item, we need to know, well, which item are we actually removing, correct? So we go with dispatch again. We pass in the object. Now type in this case is going to be remove. Again, common convention. We set up everything uppercase, and then we need to pass in that ID. And then again, common convention is calling this payload, but you can call it Bugs Bunny, you can call it Taco and Burrito. Doesn't really matter, but in my case, I'm going to call this payload. And of course, I'll set it equal to the ID. We save, and now, of course, we would want to pass that function down. And I can tell you right away that as far as next functions, all of them will end up in one place, and that is the cart item. Because in this cart item, I would want to remove the item from the cart. I would want to increase or decrease. So we navigate there. We navigate to the cart item. Of course, I'll close my sidebar, and then I already have the use global context, and I simply say const, and I destructure remove function, and that is coming from my use global context. Of course, I invoke it, and this is the part where I do need to set up my inline function because I want to pass in the ID. Remember, when I showed you the overview of the setup, I said, yeah, we have the ID, but at the moment we're not using. However, we will use it when we start hooking up everything as far as the context is concerned. And in this case, I'll pass in my function remove, and I'll pass in the ID. So that will be that specific ID that is unique for every item that I have in the cart. And of course, the last thing, again, we just need to deal with that in the reducer. Again, we have if, and we would want to come up with the functionality. And it's going to be a condition again. So if, then action, and then type. And if it is equal to remove, what I would want to do, well, again, let's think about it. I would want to return the old state. Of course, I would still want to preserve my loadings, my totals, and then my amounts, but I would want to change the cart. Now, if you want, you can set up separate variable and then do the functionality here. That is definitely the case. But since I feel like a rebel, I'm going to do somewhat similar where I'm going to return the state and then I'll do my functionality right here in the object. But you don't have to. You can set it up separately as well. So we go with return, ... and then of course we're returning a state, and then again cart, and I'm looking for state. So state before update, there is a cart array, and I can just run filter, correct? And something that we have already done over the projects and tutorials, I would want to say 50 times, is to grab the values, the items whose IDs do not match. So I'm passing in a payload the ID of the item that I would want to remove, and I'm just going to say cart item. That is every item in my array. And if the cart item ID does not match the ID that I'm passing in the payload, beautiful, then that item will be returned. So we go with action and then payload, like so. However, if the item ID matches, then of course that is the item that I would want to remove. So it is not going to be in my cart. And there it is. Now I can just simply say, yep, this item is gone, this item is gone, as well as this one. So now, of course, we go back to the empty cart. Now, if you want, of course, you can navigate to the bigger screen and take a look at the components, DevTools. But in my case, we'll move on to our next piece of functionality. Beautiful. And up next, we have increase the amount of items in the cart. So I have my items. Each of them have the amount. And then once I click on a button, I would want to increase that amount in the cart. Now, at the moment, we'll just deal with amount. And then eventually, of course, we will set up our global amount as far as how many items we have in the cart and then the totals. But at the moment, we'll just deal with the single amounts for each of the items we have in the cart. As always, the spiel is the same. Context is the first one. And we go with const, and then I'll call this increase because I think it is just going to be faster. Again, we are looking for the ID. Yeah, that is the same. So we go with dispatch. Here we pass in the object, and then I would want to go with type, and I'm going to say increase. Now, same thing, we pass in the payload, and that one is equal to my ID. And you know what? Just so we can speed up the process a little bit, I'll also pass in the decrease. Now, I won't set up the functionality for both of them in the reducer, but since the setup is pretty much the same, we have increase and decrease, and the only thing that is changing is the type. I'm going to say here decrease, decrease, and then I would want to pass both of them down. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's say increase and then decrease, and now let's destructure both of them in the cart item. We have remove already, and then we're going to go with increase and then decrease. Let's save. And then what we're looking for is, of course, the on click. At the moment we have two console logs where we have the same thing, remove. Of course, if the first one is the increase, and the second one will be decrease. We increase, we pass in the ID, and the same thing will be decrease amount. If you're lost a little bit, just look for the comments. For the decrease, of course, I have decrease amount, and then for the increase, I have increase amount. So in here we go with decrease, and then again we pass in the ID. And now, of course, we would just need to handle that in the reducer. So we go back over here, we have action type, and then of course, in this case, the action type is increase. So we go with action and type is equal to increase. And in this case, I will set up the separate variable because I think it's just going to be easier to follow along. So I'm going to go with let and then temp cart. And for the time being, it's just going to be an empty array because first I would want to set up my return and I'll say, yep, I would want to return the state. I don't want to change as far as other properties. So of course we'll copy them and then I'll say the cart value will be equal to my temp cart. Now, of course, at the moment it is an empty array, but we'll change that in a split second. So we go with state. That is my old state. I'm looking for the cart. And again, I would want to call in the map method. So I would want to iterate over the cart that is before the update. And in here, again, I'll call this cart item. So that is going to be each item in the cart. And as I'm iterating over it, what I would want is check if the item ID matches the ID that I'm passing in. Then, of course, I would want to increase that amount property in that item. So here we say if cart item, then ID matches to the payload that I'm passing in, then beautiful. Then I would want to change that item. If not, then I simply want to return. So I just return the cart item the way it is. So I'm iterating over array. Each item is represented by the cart item. And then I have my condition where I say if cart item ID matches the payload that I'm passing in, awesome. Then increase that amount by 1. If not, then return the item. So in here, of course, I just need to come up with my return where I'm going to say if that is the case, if the ID matches, then I would want to return new object. I'll copy other properties from the cart item because I don't want to change them. However, the amount is the one that I would want to change. So in here, I'm going to say, yeah, there's going to be new value for the amount property, and that one will be cart item, then current amount, and then +1. And the reason why we have +1, because of course, we're increasing by 1. Now in here, I had a tiny bug. It should be action and then .payload. And what you should notice is that once you click, notice we're increasing the value. Again, it's not reflected in Navbar or in total. Don't worry, we're going to get there. For now, I just want to be able to increase these amounts, which of course I can do that. Beautiful. Once we have this one in place, then of course we can start dealing with decrease. Not bad, not bad. We have increased functionality. And then as far as decrease, we already have the function. We already passed it down. And then of course we already destructured it in the cart item. And technically we are calling it when we click on decrease. The only problem is that in reducer, we're not handling that. And essentially functionality will be almost the same. The difference is going to be that I also would want to remove the item if I go below 1. So if I'm decreasing and I go below 1, then I also would want to automatically remove that item from the cart. So in this case, I think it's going to be faster if we copy and paste. So I'm just going to grab it. I'm going to copy and paste. And then, of course, the type that we're looking for is decrease, like so. And then again, we're iterating over that still stays the same. Notice I'm iterating over the state and I still return that temp cart. Now, what is going to be a difference right now when we're decreasing? Well, of course, the difference is going to be that if when I set up increase, I added +1, in this case, it is going to be -1. So I'll change this around where, of course, I'm decreasing. And also, like I said, I would want to set up the functionality where once I go below 1, well, then I would want to remove that item from the cart. So notice I can nicely increase and I can nicely decrease. So that still works. Everything is the same. We have temp cart. We're iterating over the cart array. Each item is cart item. If the payload matches, then we just decrease amount by 1. And then if the ID doesn't match, then we just return the cart item, and cart is equal to the temp cart. Now, the problem is that I don't want to go negative. That doesn't make sense. And the way we can fix that is chaining filter method. So I have my temp cart. I'm iterating over the cart array. And what I can do over here is say, you know what? Also filter it as well. And the way we'll set up our filter is in the following way, where I'm going to call again each item cart item. And I'm going to say if the cart item amount is not equal to 0, then I would want to return. So I'll say if it is not equal to 0, then please return to my temp cart. If it is 0, which of course is going to be the case once we go below 1, then of course remove it from the cart. And that way I can increase nicely, I can decrease nicely, and then the moment it is less than 1, there it is. Now it's not anymore in the cart. Now, as you're looking at it, you can make a strong case where, hey, listen, both of these should be combined in one function because there is somewhat repetition, and that is not the best setup. And you're right, but we will do that at the very end for 2 reasons. First, because I would want to give you a challenge to do it yourself. And second, for people who are not interested in combining this into one function, because of course it will require a little bit of refactoring as well. Keep that in mind. Once we set up one action over here, of course, we'll also have to hop around our project a bit and change the setup in the cart item as well as the context. So for those people who are not interested, who are okay with having 2 functions, they can just skip that video. That's why it's going to be all the way at the very end and move on to a next project. But at this point, we should have a nice functionality in our project where we can increase the amount, decrease the amount, and of course, once we go below 0, we remove the item from the cart, or we can simply remove the item from the cart, and of course, we can clear the cart as well. Excellent work. And up next, I would want to set up the functionality where every time we increase or decrease, or we remove the item from the cart or clear the cart, we update the values as well as far as the amount and then the total. And before we set up the functionality, let me just quickly mention that we will use a reduce function. And if you're not familiar with the reduce, again, go back to JavaScript Nuggets playlist that I have, where we have introduction for the reduce basics. And I'm also planning adding a Nuggets video where I cover the functionality that we're going to cover in this video in greater detail. So if you get stuck with reduce, just go to JavaScript Nuggets playlist and you'll be able to find multiple videos and reduce. One is going to be the basic one. And then there's also going to be some videos that cover more advanced topics. And then one of them will be the functionality that we're about to do. Now, that is just a side note. Of course, we need to navigate back to our project. And then first, let's set up the function. Now, in this case, though, I really don't need to even set it up as a separate function in the context. Instead, what I would want is to set up a use effect where every time the value in my state, more specifically in the cart in my state, changes, then I would want to call that use effect. So let's start with that. We have use effect, we have callback function, then we have dependency array, and then in here I'll pass in state and then cart. And let's just start very simply by console logging hello. Now, once I save, every time we do something with our cart, we should have the hello in the console. So there it is. I increase the amount. Of course, it changes. I decrease. I remove the item and also clear the cart. So every time something happens with the cart, of course, we run our use effect. So what I'm looking for here is dispatching an action. And I'll call this action get totals. Again, we don't really need to set up a separate function. So we go with type, and then we look for get underscore totals. We save. Okay, beautiful. Now we have our use effect. And of course, we would need to navigate to the reducer and deal with that action. So again, of course, I'll set up my if. So right after decrease, I'm going to go with if. And then we're going to go with action dot type is equal to get underscore totals. Then, of course, we would want to do something. And yes, we will start by setting up separate variables. However, it is going to be a bit different since we have two of them. We have total and then we have the amount. So for now, I would want to return. Of course, I'm going to go with dot 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 and then state, since I wouldn't want to mess with other values, but I would want to change the values for the total property as well as the amount property. Keep that in mind. Those are the same properties that at the moment I have hard coded. And then I will be setting up the reduce. Now, I won't set up just simple reduce. I will set up a reduce that returns a object. So it returns an object with these two values. And that's why I'll be able to destructure it right away. So I'm going to go with const, and then I will set up the names exactly the same. So say total and then amount, and that one is equal to state. So my current state, then the cart array, and then we go with reduce. And then of course we pass in the callback function as well as, well, what is the value that we are returning? So that is my callback function. Then we have a comma, and then what am I returning? Well, I would want to return an object. That's why I go with object and then two properties, total, and that will be equal to 0. And then of course, I'm also looking for the amount. So as I'm looking at it, of course, it doesn't change much from what I have right now. I have total and amount 0, and then in reducer, pretty much the same thing. I have my reducer function. It has the callback function. I'm returning a object with two properties, total and amount, and I right away destructure them. And then I return the state. So I copy the rest of the values, and I'll be overriding total and amount. So of course, that one will be equal to the property that's here as well as here. Okay. Hopefully that is clear. Of course, we have the error because we haven't set up our two arguments, and those two arguments are cart total. And then the second argument, I'm going to call cart and then item. So cart item represents each and every item that we're turning over, and cart total is what we're returning. Of course, in this case, that is an object with these two properties. And then inside my function body, I would want to start by getting two values out of the cart item. Now, what values am I looking for? I am looking for, let me just double check with the data. I'm looking for price and I'm looking for the amount. Why? Well, because when I'm setting up the amount, then of course, I'll just be looking for the amount property value. But then when I'm looking for the total, I would want to multiply that. So since I have multiple items and then they have different amounts, I would need to multiply that by the price. So let me navigate back to my reducer, and then I'm looking for these two properties. Each and every item has them. I'm looking for price and then the amount. And that one is coming from my cart and then item. Let me close the sidebar here. And then as far as return, let's just start simply by returning cart total. So let's go with return and then cart total. And now once we save, we shouldn't get errors. Now, if you want, you can definitely console log these properties if that helps you. You can go with price and then amount, and you'll see that, of course, we have the price, so 599, and then the amount is 1. And notice how for each item we have a different price, but amount stays the same. So what is the first thing that I would want? Well, I would want to first get the amount of items that I have total in the cart. So I have my total amount. So this is the amount for all the items in the cart. So this is the sum of all the amount property values in my items. So each item has the amount property, and of course it is some kind of value. So now, of course, I would want to return the total of all those properties. And the way we do that, we simply say, you know what, cart total is an object. On that object, we have the amount property. And then every time I'm iterating over, I would just want to add the amount. Now I'll say plus equals and then the amount. And what that simply means is whatever is the value, just add the amount property value. And now you'll notice that the amount will also change. And there it is. Now, of course, it is 3 right away. Why? Well, because we right away run the use effect, correct? And then it is counting how many items we have in a cart. And then more specifically, for every item, we have that amount property. So as I'm increasing, notice how the amount is also increasing. Because remember, in Navbar, we right away structured the amount property coming from the state. So there's 2 amount properties. So there's one that is specific for every item. And then there's one in the state that just sums up all these values. So that was amount. That was a bit more straightforward because we simply needed to add the value that is coming from each item and we sum them up. And as far as the total, so how much is the total of the cart? Of course, in this case, we need to set up a separate variable because I would want to multiply the amount by price. So how many pieces of that item I have in a cart and then multiply by the price of each piece. So we're going to go here with const and then item total. And that one is equal to a price multiplied by the amount. And of course, now I would want to add this total to the cart total property. So the same how we worked with amount, I'll do with a total. So let's go to the next line and we'll say cart total property plus equals, and then of course we're adding this item total value like so. Now, one gotcha is going to be that once in a while we might get some weird values. So as you can see, everything works nicely. So we can increase, we can decrease, but notice once in a while we get these weird values. And essentially avoid that, we would just need to make sure that we have only set amount of numbers after the dot. And in order to do that, I'll change this around. I'll say let, like so. Now, of course, I'm still getting these 2 properties, but I would want to do a little bit more work on the total. So I'm going to say here total is equal to a parse float, like so. And I would want to say total and then 2 fixed. So this is going to limit the amount of numbers I have after the dot, but it does return a string. So I just need to pass it through the parse float. And now you'll notice that still functionality works, but you won't get these weird bugs. Again, we're iterating over the array. We have the cart total and then cart item. As far as the cart total, we return an object where we have 2 properties, total and the amount. So of course, that is the total of my cart and the amount of items I have in the cart. However, as we iterating, each item also has the amount and price property. And then as far as the amount, I just sum up these values. That gives me that total amount. And then as far as total, well, since I would want to count the pieces times the price, so of course that is going to give me the total. That's why I set up the variable. I say price times the amount. So amount of items in the cart of that specific item multiplied by price, and then just add to the total that is coming from the state. Hopefully it is clear. And now, of course, we can nicely increase, decrease, remove, and every time we do something with the cart, of course, we call our use effect. In the use effect, we call get totals. So we dispatch the type of get totals, and then we take care of that in the reducer. Excellent work. All of our functionality works, but now I would want to make it a bit more interesting, where I would want to show you how we can fetch data using UseReducer. So let's go back to our context. And essentially the idea is exactly the same like we did previously. We will still have the use effect. So still fetch the data the same way. Now, of course, the difference is going to be that once we get the data back, then of course I would want to dispatch and add it to my cart. So essentially add it to my state. As far as the URL, you have it over here. So if you want to check it out, just navigate to bigger browser, copy and paste, and there it is. We're going to have an array of 4 items. Now I added 4 items just so you can clearly see that we're fetching data. So in our hard-coded values, we have 3. And then once we fetch, we've got for. All right. So we already know the drill. We will need to set up the function. And I think I'm going to do it over here. I'm going to say const, and I'll call this fetch data. And then as far as the parameters, I don't need any, but I would want to dispatch loading. Now, why do I want to dispatch loading? Well, because once I start fetching, which I would want to say, hey, listen, I'm loading my data. Now, of course, at the moment, we don't take care of that in Reducer. Don't worry, we will. And let's say dispatch, and then type is, and then loading. Okay, beautiful. So we're loading while we're fetching. And let's set up the functionality where we go with const. And you know what? I forgot to add here a sync, since of course I'm going to use the await functionality. I'm going to go with the response. That one is equal to await, and then fetch. We pass in the URL. Once we've got the response, I can go with const and then cart. That one is equal to response.json. And then once I've got my cart, now I would want to pass it in to my dispatch. So we have one dispatch for loading, and then there's going to be second one for displaying the items. So we go for dispatch, then we have the object, again, we have the type, and I'll call this display, and then underscore items, like so. And now, of course, I would want to go with payload, like so, and then I'll pass in the cart. So whatever I'm getting back from the API, I'll pass in as a payload into the reducer. Let's save it. And now, of course, I would want to call it. And I would want to call it only when my app renders. So I go with another use effect, since we know that we can set up as many use effects as we would want. And now, of course, I'll have empty dependency array. And I'm just going to say fetch and then data. And of course, I would need to invoke it. So once I invoke the function, then of course we navigate to the reducer, and let's start with the loading one. So what do I want to do when I'm loading? Well, pretty simple. I would want to first check for that type. So I'm going to say if, and then action type is equal to a loading. Then, of course, I would want to set my loading property to true. So we're going to go with return, and then ... and then we have the state, of course, and then it is loading, and loading is equal to true. We save it, and then right away, the moment we start fetching data, we have the loading. Now, the next type is displaying the items, right? So we go with if, and then action type, and that one is equal to display, and then underscore items. And now, of course, again, I would want to return the whole state. So I'm going to say state, like so, and then comma. And now I would want to set my cart to the action and then payload. Why? Well, because that is where my cart is sitting, the one that I fetched from the API. And of course, since I don't want to have the loading anymore, I don't need to call another dispatch. I can simply say, yeah, in this case, I set loading to true. So let's add comma, and let's say loading is equal to false. And then, of course, the moment we get our data back, we should see the cart. Now, the problem is going to be that we're going to get a big fat error simply because I wasn't paying attention. So if I go back to the context, I'll notice that I was not waiting for response. So we just type here await. Now, of course, our functionality is going to work where we have loading first. And then once we get the data back, then of course we have all our items and our functionality works. Where I have the total, I have also the amount of items I have in a cart. And then as I increase or decrease, of course, these values are in sync. Nice. Our application is actually complete, but I'm fully aware that there's definitely some people who are very, very upset about the fact that there's somewhat repeating functionality. So now I would like to refactor it and set it up as one function. Again, if you're not interested in that, just move on to the next video. And also, if you would like to set it up yourself, so if you would want to have a challenge, definitely do so. In my case, I will refactor this into one function. So if you want to stop the video, try to do it yourself and then resume it. That is definitely a good option. Now I've got two functions, and then I would want to set up as one. So So first, I guess I would need to go to the context and I would need to come up with a function here first. And I'm going to do that after fetch data, since again, that is something that we're doing as an extra. And I'm going to say const and then toggle and then amount. So that is how I'm going to call my function. Now in this function, I'm going to be looking for two parameters. I'm going to be looking for the ID, and then I'm going to be looking, well, what am I doing? Am I increasing or am I decreasing? And then I'm going to say here type like so. So those are my two parameters. And now, of course, I would want to set up my reducer. So I'll say here dispatch, and then we're going to go with type. I will call this toggle as well. So essentially it's going to be toggle and then underscore amount. And now, of course, in the payload, I'll need two things. So instead of setting up two separate properties, I'm going to go with comma and then the object. So that is my payload object. So I'll set it equal, of course, to my payload like so. So that is my object. And then in here, I'll pass in these two things. I'll pass in the ID and then the type. So whether I would want increase or decrease. So once I've got this in place, then of course I need to navigate here. And then we'll say toggle amount. That's the function we're passing in. Then, of course, we navigate to the cart item. And then in here, we need to destructure it first. So toggle and then amount. And of course, where we have the increase and decrease, now I would want to change this around. So I'll have my two cursors. I will remove both of them. And we'll say toggle and then amount. And now remember, the function is looking for two things. It is looking for the ID first, and then the type. Now the ID I'm already passing. ID is first, and then of course for the increase, I'll just say inc, and then for the decrease, I'm going to say DEC. Okay, beautiful. And then now we need to navigate to the reducer, and then again, I'll do that right after display items because it is an extra in my opinion. And we'll say if action dot type is equal to toggle and then underscore amount. And let me double check so I don't get some weird bugs. Yep, toggle amount. Then, of course, I would want to handle that. And I'll start by setting up again a new variable. We'll say let and then temp cart. That will be equal to my empty array for the time being. And then, of course, I would want to return. So we're going to go with return dot state, and then we'll change the cart around, where it's going to be equal to my temp cart. Now, as far as the functionality for the temp cart, I will set up still map. However, in this case, I'll check whether we're increasing or decreasing. And if that is the case, then of course, I'll also change the values. So we're going to go with state, then cart, then map. So we're mapping over, and I'll still call this cart item. I'll say cart item. And then in here, I'll say first, if the ID matches, then I would want to do something. So I'll say cart item ID. If it matches action, then dot, and then payload, and then ID, well, then I would want to return essentially new item. If it doesn't match, then of course we're doing the same thing where we just return the cart item. And as far as the changes we would want to do, we would need to set up two more if statements. So this is the first case where the ID matches the action, payload, and then since payload is an object, and then I'm looking for the ID property. If that is the case, well, then I would want to check what is the type. So I go with action, then payload, and then type. And I say if it is increasing, then I would want to increase amount by 1. So I'll say INC. Or if it is decreasing, then I would want to return something else. So I'm going to say again, if action, and then dot, and of course I'm looking for payload, and then type is equal to a decreasing one, then of course we'll return something else. In the first case, we'll return everything that currently item has. So dot, and then we'll call this cart item. And you can probably already guess that we're just going to go with cart item and then amount plus 1. And then if we are decreasing, then of course we'll have -1, like so. And the last thing that I would want is where I'm setting up the temp cart, I also would want to filter it. Remember, this is something that we're doing when we are decreasing. And in order to speed this up, I'm just going to grab the filter, navigate down. I'm looking for my temp card. I'll pass it in. I'll add a dot. And then every time the value will be below 0, of course, it is going to remove that item from the cart. So now, of course, I can increase, I can decrease, still my functionality works, and I can also remove the item from the cart. And for those of you who are upset that we had two somewhat similar functionalities, now, of course, we have only one. And I guess the last thing that I would want is, instead of returning the state, I'm just going to throw the error if the action type does not match. And the way we do that, we simply say throw new error, throw new error. And let's just say here, no matching action type. So if we'll try to dispatch some kind of action that doesn't exist, we're going to get the error. Now, the fastest thing to check that, notice where we're dispatching get totals. Let me dispatch something that I'm not handling. So I'm going to say here type, and I'm going to say, I don't know, random over here. So the moment I run this, of course, there's going to be an error that says no matching action type. Okay, beautiful. I can remove it. That was just for demonstration purposes. And if I navigate to the big screen, of course, our functionality works. That was our application. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it, and I hope to see you in the next one. Right, and our next project is going to be Cocktails DB, where essentially we will use external API to fetch information about the cocktails. And of course, we'll display them nicely using cards. And we'll also have multiple pages since we'll implement React Router DOM. And then if we would want to get more info about this particular cocktail, we just click on details and notice how we fetch more info about that specific cocktail. And of course, we can navigate home, and there it is. We have our list of cocktails. Now we'll also set up search functionality where if I start typing, notice how we're fetching the cocktails that have D in their name. Okay. And of course, we can do it by adding more text. And then eventually, once I get to the point where I have no cocktails that match my gibberish, then of course we display this text. So again, let me delete. We get our basic cocktails and we are in good shape. And you also notice that we have the loading one. So in this project, of course, we'll implement the loading component as well. Since this is a bigger project and I would not want to repeat myself, my assumption is that you have watched tutorial sections where we cover Context API and React Router, as well as all Context API projects. Since I would like to hit the ground running instead of wasting your time with a redundant repetition. If you have not done that, please do so, since the goal of the project is to show you how to use both of them together when building bigger project, not the basic setup of React Router and Context API. All right, and let's start working on the project. I'll open up a bigger browser window, localhost 3000. Of course, there's nothing there at the moment. Then I'm going to navigate back to our repo. I'm looking for number 15, cocktails, and then more specifically, of course, the setup. I'm definitely in the root. If you want to double check, just run cd and then /. And then what you're looking for, of course, is the setup folder. So we go with cd, and then we drag and drop our setup folder. Once we're there, you can just run npm install, and then, of course, the start. As far as the setup, yes, there's more files and folders because, of course, the project is bigger as well. And you'll notice that as far as the folders, we have one for components, and then we have one for pages. Now, I can tell you right away that essentially files are exactly the same. They're just React components. So technically, if you wanted to, you could jam all of them in source. But it is my preference to set them up in separate folders. So that way I know, hey, listen, this is going to be a page for my React router, and then this is just going to be a simple component. But again, that is just a preference. So if you want to, you can set them up all in one folder. Just keep in mind that, of course, I already have the imports there as well. So these are my components that we're going to work on. Essentially, only the loading is done because there's not much there. There's just a div with a class name, but then the rest of them, of course, we'll work on ourselves. And then we have pages where, like I said, we still have our React components. The difference is that, of course, eventually this is going to be a page. Then we have app.js, where essentially all our components will meet. We will set up, of course, a router here. And then from the router, we'll have pages. And then in those pages, we'll have components. And then, of course, we also have Context.js. So I already have the boilerplate here where we have some URL that we're looking for. Of course, we have the app provider. We pass in the children. For the time being, we just have silly hello. We render the children. And then, of course, we also have our global hook. And then, like in the previous project, in the index.js, we wrap our whole application in the app provider. And of course, as far as what we should see on a screen, we should see the app component. So that's our text. Now, in my case, I think I'm going to zoom in just so we can see a bit better. That should conclude the overview of the setup folder. So now, of course, let's get to work. Beautiful. And I would want to start this project by setting up our pages, of course, with React Router. And what I'm looking for are the homepage, then the about page, where we'll just have some dummy text. Also, we would need to have a cocktail page where we'll display info about that specific cocktail. And then eventually also I would want to have the error page where if the user navigates to the page that doesn't exist, in this case, hello, of course, we have some kind of text where we say, oops, it's a dead end. And then we can navigate back to the homepage. And of course, we're going to do that with React Router. As always, you should install it, but of course, I already installed for us. So for this project in the package.json, you'll right away find React Router DOM version 5.2. But then in your own project, you would need to run npm install and then react-router-dom. And then once you install it, of course, we can start using it. And we have few options. We can either wrap our whole root component, which in our case is going to be app, or if you want to, you can also do it in the index.js. So this is where you'd want to get the router, and then usually you would place it in between the provider and the app, because of course you would want to access whatever is coming from the provider in the router as well, as far as the pages and all of that. But in my case, I'm going to go with app route. Essentially, I will wrap my whole app components return. Just keep in mind, you have multiple options. And maybe in one of the projects, essentially, we will set up our router in the index.js. Okay. Just keep in mind that we're just talking about the browser router. We're not talking about the routes, the switches, or nothing like that. We're just talking about the router because that's the one that wraps our whole app. In our case, of course, that is going to be the app.js. So here I have imported already everything from the React Router DOM. We have browser router, we have router, which has the alias of router. Then we have single route as well as the switch component. And then, of course, we have the pages. We have all the pages coming from the pages directory. And then eventually we also have one component. And of course, that is going to be our navbar. So in here, I would like to replace my heading 2 with a router, of course, which is coming from React Router DOM. And then inside of it, I'll place the navbar first. Because remember, I did not want to place a navbar and a switch. And then I'm going to go with my switch component. And inside of the switch component, I will set up my routes. I'll start with a home route. So I'll have a route component. And I'm going to right away add exact prop because I don't want to go to the home page if the user is going to /about or a cocktail. Then we need to add a path, which of course points to our domain, which is just going to be a /, and then which component we would want to render. Of course, I'm going with a home. Then we have one route for about, one for cocktail, but in there we'll set up our URL parameters. And then we have one for the error. So let me just copy and paste this thing 1, 2, and 3 times. And I don't need the exact for the about. So I'm just going to say about path. That is going to be my URL. And then, of course, in here, we go with about component. Then we have one for that single cocktail. And this is where we would want to use those URL parameters. So we go with some kind of URL, which in my case is going to be / cocktail, and then /, and then this is where I would want to set up that param. And I'm just going to name my one ID. So we have a colon and then ID. And then, of course, once we click on that cocktail, we'll pass in that ID, and then we'll handle that in our single cocktail page. And of course, this is our single cocktail page. So we go with single cocktail component. And lastly, I also would want to have the error page. So we go with a route. And then remember, it needed to have a path. And we're going to add a star. And then which component we would want to display? We're going to go with error page. So the error component. And now once I have everything in place, I should see the navbar. Because of course, navbar is above the switch component. That is by design. And then once we navigate to URL bar and we start typing about, of course, now we're navigating to about page. Then as far as the single cocktail, we're going for cocktail and then some kind of value. Again, at the moment, it doesn't really matter which value because we just have single cocktail page. And then, of course, I also would want to go with error page, which in my case is going to be hello. And now I have the error page. So with our structure in place, now we can start putting some meat on the bones, whether that is navbar or rest of the pages. Not bad, not bad. We have our structure. So now let's focus on navbar. Since I think it's just going to be easier if we set up the routing where we don't have to navigate using the URL bar. We navigate to the navbar component. We have here the link coming from react.js. Remember, that was the component that we had to use with react.js. And then we also have the logo. And in this case, I would want to showcase that we can wrap our images in the links as well. And simply what that means is if I navigate to about page, and for some reason I would want to navigate back by clicking on the logo, I can definitely do it. Notice I'm navigating back to the homepage. So as far as the return, we go with nav. We'll add a class name, of course. So we go with nav, and then the class name we're looking for is the navbar. No surprises over there. And also I would want to go with div with the class of nav center. And then I would want to go with a link. So we're going to go here with link to, and then the /. So eventually, of course, I will place my logo inside of this link. So I'm going to go here with img. I have the source and I'll have the logo. And then the alternative will be cocktail DB logo. And lastly, I also would want to add a class name. So we go with class name, and that one is equal to logo. So let's add that one. And then, of course, we can close our image. So I have my logo. Beautiful. Then I also would want to display the unordered list. So I have my div. Yeah, that's beautiful. But still within div, I would want to go with my unordered list. So we go here with unordered list. And what we're looking for is the nav links. So class name and then a nav links. And here I would want to go with my 2 links. Again, in this case, I'm not going to place it somewhere in a separate file because there's only 2 links and I'm not going to reuse them anywhere else in my project. So just go with link. Then I'll have to set up the path. In this case, again, it is going to be a homepage. That's why I add the /. And then as far as the text, I'm going to go with home. We're saved. Beautiful. And then I'll have one more. So list item here. And then we go with link to. And now, of course, I'm going to navigate to about. So I'm going to add here the text of about as well. So once we save, we should see the logo. And of course, once we click, we navigate to the home page. And if we click on the about link, of course, we navigate to the About page. And with our navbar in place, why don't we focus on the easy pages? And by easy pages, I mean the About page as well as Error page. Because essentially, if you check out the complete project, you'll see that there's not much there. We have the title, some kind of dummy text, and then as far as the Error page, it's somewhat similar story where we go with heading and then a button that allows us to navigate back to the homepage. So I think we can knock both of them out in this video. We'll start with about.js, so our about page. So navigate to pages directory, then look for about.js. And as far as the return, we're going to go with section. So we have section here, then heading 1. I will call this about us, like so. But as far as the styling, we'll have to add some classes as well. So we're going to go with class name, and then we're looking for section, and then about section. So about hyphen section, and then here let's add a section title, class name, and then section title. That should do it. And then we're going to go with some kind of paragraph. So paragraph and text of 30, 40, whatever you'd want. I'm going to go with 40 words. We save it. And of course, we have the title and we have the dummy text. So now, of course, let's focus on the error page. So let's navigate there. We have the error page. Now, there might be a bit more classes though, but as far as the content, it's going to be even less. We have the div. Again, we go with section, class name, and in here, I would want to go with error hyphen page, and then also section class, then div with the class of error container, and then inside of this div, we're going to go with heading 1. Let's add our awesome text. Oops. And then exclamation point. It's a dead end. Okay. And then I don't need the heading 2 anymore. And right next to the heading 1, I'm just going to place my link, which I'm importing from React Rotterdam. I have my /. That means that I'm navigating back home. Now, of course, if you want to navigate somewhere else, just add different URL. And let's add a little bit of styling. So we're going to go here with btn and then btn hyphen primary. We save that one. And of course, I'm going to navigate to the bigger screen because I think it's going to be easier. I have my home page, I have my about page, and then let's also set up the hello, our famous error, and we should have the heading as well as option to navigate back home. That's it. We have the easy pages out of the way. So now, of course, let's start working on more complicated stuff. Not bad, not bad. We have our structure. We have the easy pages. So now, of course, let's deal with the big beast, which is going to be a homepage. And in the homepage, we're going to have 2 components. One, search form, where we can type the text. And of course, we'll be searching for the cocktails. And then a list of cocktails. Now, each cocktail will be represented by this card. So if you click on details, then of course you can navigate to that single cocktail page, which we're going to work on the last. So now I would want to set up the basic structure for both of these components, and then also the basic structure in the context, because the initial fetching will do in the context. And that's why I would want to set up my state values. And then, of course, also right away, use my global custom hook to grab those values and place them inside of the components. And then, of course, one by one, we'll work on those components as well. So here, I would want to close everything that I have been working on, all the files. And then what I would want to open is the homepage. Now, I'm already importing both of these components. I have cocktail list as well as the search form, and I'll just change this around. I'll say we're returning the main, and then, of course, I would want to get a cocktail list and also a search form. Now, I think the order is a bit off because I would want to start with search form and then the cocktail list. So now if I check it out, I have both of these components. And effectively, we're done with our work in home.js. We're not going to return here anymore. And I think we can navigate to the context. And then, like I said, I would want to set up some basic state values. At the moment, no functionality, just state values, pass them down, and then grab them in my components. So I have the basic structure in place. So I'm going to go with loading. Of course, there's going to be a loading state value. We're going to go with set loading here. And by default, I'll set it right away to be true. So we're going to go with true here. And then we have a search term and set search term. So if we think of search term, we need to think about our form. So in form, of course, we'll be typing something, and I would want to grab that value and then add it to my fetch. So in the fetch, of course, as I'm typing, I'll be getting different values. So I'll be fetching different cocktails. So let's go here, const, and then let's say search term. So whatever we're typing in the input, and of course, the function is set search, and then we're looking for term. That is equal to a use state, and by default, I'll set it equal to a. And I'll show you, of course, why I'm doing that in few videos. Now, the more you can place whatever value you'd want is just essential to have something, because I would want to display already some cocktails when the app loads. Okay. And then the last one is the actual cocktails. So I'm going to go with const and then cocktails. And then I'll have my set cocktails. That, of course, is my function. And then I want to set it equal to the use state. And by default, it's just going to be an empty array. And once we have this setup where we have the basic hello, of course, that will turn into the object. So double curlies, and then we just go with loading, then of course, search term. And also I would want to go with cocktails. And one last thing that I would want to pass in this case is also that set search term. So I'm looking for that function. And now, of course, I would want to navigate to both of those components. The ones that I'm rendering, one, of course, is the search form, and the other one is the cocktail list. And then grab those values using my global hook. So I have use global context, and then I pass in the app context. So now, of course, in both components, I can access these values, whether that's loading, search term, cocktails, or the function by the name of set search term. And I think I'm going to start with a search form. And in this component, notice I have my global context. And essentially, I'm just looking for the function by the name of set search term. So every time we're going to type, we're going to invoke the function, the set search term, and we'll pass in the value that is coming from the form. Okay. Now, first, let's set up those values, and then later we'll worry about the functionality. So we'll go with const. We would want to structure it. So set search, and then we're looking for term that is equal to my use global context, and I just invoke it. Now, if you want to console log it, definitely do so. But in my case, I'm going to skip that part, and I'll right away navigate to a home. And in the home page, I'm looking for two things. Or I'm sorry, said home. Actually, I meant cocktail list. Sorry, that was the other component that I was rendering. And then in the cocktail list, I'm looking for use global context, which of course is already imported. I also imported the loading component as well as the cocktail. So cocktail will be displayed for every cocktail in my list. Loading will be displayed if we're loading. And then use global context just allows me to access my context values. Again, I would want the structure, and I'm going to be looking for cocktails. That is my array, of course. And then also I have the loading one. So I'm going to go with use global context. And just because I would want to show you the loading component as well as what happens if we cannot fetch any cocktails, I'll right away set up my conditions where I'm going to have multiple returns. First one will be for the loading. So I'll check for the loading, which remember, at the moment in the context, it is true. So it is true by default. And if I'm loading, I would want to return, of course, my loading component, the only component that is already complete. And there it is. This is going to be rendered if we are loading. And of course, if you want to test it out, you can navigate to complete project and you'll notice that not only by default when the app renders we're loading, but also as we're typing. Because as we're going to be typing, of course, we'll set back loading to true. And that's why this will be displayed. Now, also, there's going to be a case where we cannot get any cocktails. For example, I go with this gibberish term and I would want to display to the user that, hey, listen, the term that you're using doesn't return any cocktails. And in this case, I just went with somewhat simple message where it displays on the screen, no cocktails match your search criteria. Now, when we would want to display that? Well, when the cocktails are just empty array. So, of course, eventually we'll have our fetch function where we're fetching the cocktails. And there's going to be cases where our return says, well, there's no cocktails. So in that case, we'll set back our array to an empty array. And in here, in the cocktail list, we'll handle that. I'll say if, and then cocktails, length, dot length, since it is an array at the end of the day, right? If it is less than 1, then of course, I would want to show that error. Now we already know that that is also something that is happening by default, right? So we have loading by default as well as cocktails length. So in order to see that, we'll have to set loading to false. Otherwise, we'll always see the loading. And here, like I said, nothing really special. Heading to, let's add a class name here. And we'll say that the value will be section and then hyphen title. And let's just say no cocktails matched your search. And let's add criteria as well. Criteria. Okay. Awesome. We can save it. And in here, of course, I messed it up. It should be returned. Let's do this way. And we have the return. Okay, awesome. And like I just said, we won't be able to see that because our loading is true. So let's change this to false. Then, of course, we'll have our text. No cocktails matched your search. And that, of course, will happen when our cocktails array is just an empty array. Now, I'll set it back to true because I would want to display my loading. But hopefully everything is clear as far as our basic setup in a search form where we are just looking for a function as well as the cocktails list where we have loading as well as the cocktails. And one thing you probably notice that in the context, I'm also passing in that search term. Now, to tell you honestly, I just went with the flow and added it by mistake. Essentially, we won't need it because the search form, the component that is going to be responsible for our input, won't be controlled input. Remember, we had two flavors. We had controlled and uncontrolled input. And in this case, just to spice things up, we're going to go with uncontrolled input. So my apologies. We're just looking for set search term function, which should be destructured in our search form component. Excellent job. We have everything in place to start fetching for the cocktails. But before we start typing away, I would want to cover the API we're going to use and what essentially are your other options and which options we will use for this particular project. And for this project, I chose the API by the name of the Cocktail DB. Of course, you can just search for it. In my case, I just typed Cocktails DB, and that essentially should be the first thing that pops up. Bravely navigate to their site. Again, the URL is thecocktaildb.com. And then more specifically, you're looking for API. Notice they have multiple endpoints. And of course, you can explore them, what they do. In our case, we're going to use only 2. Now, some of them are for free, totally free. And some of them you would need to have the Patreon. Now, what's really cool about this particular API that they don't request a key. So we don't need to worry about hiding the key and all that annoying stuff. Now, the endpoints we're going to use is this one, search cocktail by name. And also I would want to get lookup full cocktail details by ID. So this URL we're going to run in our single cocktail page. So in here, when we navigate to the page, let's say this guy, this is where we'll run that second URL. And then in order to display what the user is fetching, we're going to go with the first one. And then notice here at the end, we have the URL parameter, and it is S, and then equal sign, correct? And then it is a name. And in our case, of course, we'll pass in the search term. So whatever user is typing in the input, equal here in the URL parameters. And that way we'll be able to fetch. And while I like everything pretty much about this API, one annoying thing here is if you check out the response, the property names. So the setup should look familiar. Again, even though this is external API, the idea is exactly the same, where there's going to be an array and then each item is an object. But then notice these property names. Again, it's not the end of the world, but essentially you have this str and then whatever is the actual property name. And that just adds few lines of code to our project. Not the end of the world, but a little bit annoying. And then if you want to check out the other endpoint we're going to use, again, just copy and paste the URL. And essentially this is info about that one single cocktail. Oh, by the way, I think I messed it up. This is ingredient, sorry. You should look for this one, where you have I and then some kind of value. So this is where we'll pass in that ID. So we pass it down. And of course, this is going to be that one specific drink. Again, the API name is the cocktail DB. And then you have multiple options. You can go free route, or you can donate $2 in Patreon. And of course, you have some additional routes. And what's really cool, you don't need to have the API key. Perfect. Once we're familiar with our API, now, of course, let's set up fetch in the context. So right after my state values, I would want to come up with my function. I'm going to call this fetch drinks. Now that one is equal to my arrow function, but I would want to add the async keyword, since of course I would want to use that syntax as well. I have my async, beautiful. And then inside of the function body, I'll right away set up try and catch. So in here, we'll try to fetch for cocktails. And then if we have some kind of error, at least we can console log it. So we're going to go with console log and then error. Now let's also keep one thing in mind, where we will call this function every time we type something in the input, correct? And essentially, once we've got our data back, once we return a list of cocktails, we'll also have to set that loading to false. That's why when we start fetching, we always would want to go with set loading and true. Again, if you want to double check that, if you go to complete cocktails, navigate home, notice how we type, right? And then we showcase that loading. That is important. So every time we start fetching, we go with set loading true. And the reason why I'm telling you that, because you might find that redundant. You might say, hey, listen, we're already fetching by default. Why, when we start fetching, we still set loading to true? Well, because we'll use this function multiple times, not just by default, but also every time we type something in the input. And now let's set up our functionality in the try block. And I'm going to go again with some kind of response. And that one is equal to await. Then I'm fetching. And now let's think about it. I have the URL, correct? So this is the URL if I would want to get cocktail by name. And here, of course, I'll have that changing parameter. So what I would want is to set up template string. And first I'm going to say, yeah, grab me that URL value. Okay, good. And then in here, right next to it, I'll place that search term. That's why I added some kind of value here. So I get some cocktails right away by default once my app renders. That's all. That's all we're doing. And we can probably already guess that as we're going to be typing, we'll be calling this function. This value, of course, will change. And then in our use effect, we will refetch those new drinks that match the search term that is coming from our input. So in here, right next to it, we will set up our search term as well, which by default is A. Okay, awesome. Now I would want to deal with data. So const and then data. And that one is equal to await. And then we go with response JSON. Response JSON. We invoke it. And effectively, we'll have two options. Either data will be array of cocktails, or it is going to be null. So let's console log data, just so you trust me. And I'm going to navigate back to the cocktails. And if I inspect, and by the way, of course, I won't be able to see anything because I'm not fetching. So let's set up our use effect. We're going to go with use effect. We'll invoke it. And I would want to invoke this fetch drinks every time something changes about my search term. So we go here with search term and we go with fetch and then drinks, like so, of course, correct? So invoke the function, we navigate to the bigger screen, and of course, there it is. This is what I'm getting back. I'm getting back the object with a drinks property, which is an array. And then each item in there is that drink, which is represented, of course, by the object. Now, what happens if I type a bunch of gibberish here? So I'm going to go with some kind of name that shouldn't return any cocktails. And of course, it doesn't. So I have drinks equal to null. So what we could do is set up here a if statement. So first, I'll destructure drinks. I'll say, yeah, grab me the drinks property from my data. And then I have two options. Either it is going to be null or it's going to be an array. Now, keep in mind, it is not an error as far as fetching error. We are getting data. It's just nothing there. We have it null. Okay, that's why we are not placing that in a catch. We're still placing it here where we say, yeah, try to fetch that data. If data is essentially null, yeah, then we'll set it back the cocktails to an empty array. Because remember, that case, we are displaying some kind of message on a screen, correct? So in here, I'm going to say if drinks. So if it is not null, then I would want to do something, and that is going to be mapping over my array. Or if it is null, well, then I would want to go with else, and I'm just going to go with set cocktails, and I'll set them equal to an empty array. Not set loading, sorry, set cocktails, and that one will be empty array. Again, this is happening if cocktails are null. Now, still within the try though, I would want to go with set loading and set it equal to false. And the same is going to work over here with an error, where we go with set loading and then false. So in both cases, once we get something back or there's some kind of error, now of course we have the set loading to false. And notice, now once I saved it, since I have gibberish here, I have use state and then some kind of search term that definitely shouldn't return any cocktails. Now, of course, I changed my loading from true to false. And then since we're handling that already in our cocktail list, we say cocktails length is less than 1. Then, of course, we have our message. Hopefully that is clear. And now it's going to be an annoying part where we'll have to iterate over that list. So I'm going to go back to A, meaning I'm going to go back to some kind of search term that should yield the results. And don't freak out if you change this value and you still get this no cocktails match your search. Because remember, even though we don't explicitly set it over here in the else, because of course our drinks is an array, we have this by default. Remember, by default, this is an empty array. And then in the cocktail list, if we're not loading, we're still checking for the length of our array. Once we set up this fetch properly, then of course, we'll display our list as well. So we go here where we have the drinks. And then, like I said, I would want to iterate over them. So I'm going to call this new drinks. We're going to go with new and then cocktails. And that one is equal to the drinks. And then I would want to map over them. I'll be lazy and I'll just call this item. And then, like I said, this is going to be that annoying part where I would want to destructure those properties out of those objects. So what we're looking for, and by the way, let me close this one. What we're looking for are these properties. Now, of course, I won't destructure all of them. Essentially, I'm looking for the ID of drink, then the drink name, the thumbnail, whether it is alcoholic or not, and what kind of glass it uses. Now, if you want to get more properties, that is definitely up to you. But in my case, I'm going to go with ID drink, then str drink, str, and then I'm looking for the image. So drink, and I believe the name was thumbnail, like so. Then we have str and then alcoholic. And then the last one is str and then glass. So what kind of glass we're using to serve that cocktail? That is, of course, coming from the item. And now, in order to make it easier for us, I'm going to say that I would want to return a new object, and I'll set up nice property names that are much shorter. So in here, this will be equal to ID of drink. Then I would want to go with name, which will be equal, of course, to my str drink. Then I have the image, which of course is my thumbnail. So str and then drink thumbnail. We have the info, which is going to be whether it is alcoholic or not. And then, sorry, not thumbnail. We're looking for str and then alcoholic. And then lastly, I would want to go with my glass. So let's add a glass property. And that one will be equal to str and then glass. So we return right now this object. Awesome. So in the new cocktails, we should have the array with these items. And now we have much more simple property names. And we don't have, of course, that many properties. So right after I map over, I also would want to call set cocktails, and then I pass in that new cocktails. I'll save it, and now we have the cocktail list. Now, of course, there's nothing in the list. This is something we're going to do in the next video, but at least we should have the array. And if you want to double check, just navigate to the cocktail list and then console log the cocktails. And if we navigate to the bigger screen, we should have 25 cocktails with the property names that are much more easier to manage. And once we have access to the cocktails array, we can just remove the console log. And then where we have the return, we're going to go with section. We'll add a class name by the name of section. Then also would want to have a heading 2 with a class name of section title, section hyphen title. Inside of it, let's type cocktails. And then right next to it, there's going to be a cocktail center. So this is where I would want to iterate over my array. And for every item, I would want to return a cocktail component. So we go here with the first, we'll add a class name of cocktails center, cocktails, and then center. And then inside of this div, like I said, let's iterate over our array. Of course, we'll use a map method. And then again, I'm just going to be lazy and call this item. Now, the good news that in the item, I have the ID, and I go with return, and then I'm looking for my cocktail component. Then I would want to set up the key, and I'm looking for item.id. And then also I'd want to spread out all the properties. So I'm going to say object per operator, ... and then item. And the last thing that we will need is to handle that in the cocktail component. So I'm going to navigate to that particular component. The properties that I'm looking for are image, name, ID, info, and glass. Because remember, we still need to pass that ID into the link. Because of course, we'll grab that ID in the single cocktail page and do another fetch. So let's say here, image, name, ID, info, and then glass. These are the properties that I'm looking for. And as far as the return, it is going to be an article with a class of cocktail, class name, and then cocktail. Then I also would want to have the image container. So let's go with div. I'll add a class name here with img and then hyphen container. inside of this div, let's place our image. So we're going to set up our source, of course, which will be equal to the image. Alternative will be equal to the name, like so. And then we're going to have the footer where we're going to have the info. We have one div, and then right next to it, let's have a cocktail, and then hyphen footer. And let's go with heading 3. We're going to have name, glass, and then info. So heading 3, heading 4, and inside of the heading 4, we go with glass. Let's save it just so we can see how it looks. Okay, that looks about right. And also, I'd want to go with paragraph, and that, of course, will be my info. So essentially, in here, we just display, well, which glass are we using? And, or I'm sorry, no, this one was whether, yeah, my apologies. This one was whether it is alcoholic or not. Of course, the glass one was the heading 4. And then lastly, let's set up that link. Because remember, in the app where we have our React router, I have a path for /cocktail and then / and then the ID. So now, of course, as I'm setting up my link, I would want to make it dynamic, where yes, it is going to navigate to the same component, but in every case, we'll pass in different ID. We navigate back to the cocktail. Right after the paragraph, we're going to go with our link component. And let me close the sidebar here. So link component. Then we have 2. And of course, now the value will be dynamic. And in order to set this up as dynamic, we go with curly braces, then the template string, and we have the first part of URL. Again, just because I set this up already in the app, I have to follow the same syntax. So I go with / and then cocktail, and then one more /, and then now I would want to grab that ID, the dynamic value. And then since I would want to add a little bit of styling, I'm going to go with btn primary, and then btn, and then details, like so. And then instead of the link, let's just say details. We save it, and then if I check it out on a bigger screen, there it is. Now, of course, we have a list of cocktails, and then every time I'll click, I'll navigate to the single cocktail where, of course, I'm going to have my ID. Now, of course, we're not handling that yet in a single cocktail, but what's beautiful is that we're passing in that value. So then once we navigate here, we'll perform another fetch. And of course, in that case, the URL will be a little bit different, where we'll use this URL, the one that has the parameter of I, and we can zoom in, of course, and we'll pass in whatever we're getting back from the React router. Before we start working on the single cocktail page, I would want to set up my form. Or essentially, as the user is typing, we are refetching the cocktails. And in order to do that, of course, we need to navigate there. I'll start with my return, but like I already previously mentioned, we'll spice things up. And instead of controlled input, I'm going to go with uncontrolled input. So you can probably already guess that, yes, we're going to use a UseRef. So before we set up anything, I'm going to go with const and then search, and I'll call this search value is equal to React and then UseRef. As you can see, if I don't want to, I don't have to import it. I can simply go with React and then dot UseRef. And by default, it's just going to be empty string. And then before we set up use effects or functions and all that cool stuff, let's just worry about our return, where we go with section. It's going to have 2 classes here. It's going to have a class of section and then search. So, and then inside of this section, I would want to go with form with the class of search hyphen form. Now, eventually we will add on submit, and I'll show you why. So we have our search form, awesome. And then we're going to go with div with the class of form hyphen control. And then inside of this div, let's go with label. And I'm going to have the ID of name. And as far as the text value, let's go with search your favorite and then cocktail. Okay, awesome. Let's save it. We should see something like this. And then right after the label, we're going to go with input. It's going to be a text. Let's add an ID and it should be name. And then of course I would also want to set up my useref. So say ref is equal to search and then value. Okay, awesome. And what's the plan now? Well, every time the user types something in input, I would want to invoke set search term, which in turn, of course, will invoke the use effect, correct? Where we'll fetch drinks, or of course, the value now will change. Since it's not going to be a, it's going to be whatever we are typing, correct? Because we have value of search term. So we have our set search term, which of course will change this value, the search term, and then we'll perform a fetch and get those new values back. The cool thing is that we can still set up the on change. I can say here on change, and I'll set it equal to some kind of function that I'm going to create. And I'm going to call this search cocktail. Okay, awesome. You can save it. Now, of course, React complains because there's no such function. So we'll go with const and then search cocktail. That is my function. And then how can we access this value when it comes to useref? Well, simply we go with our function. So set search term. And then we pass in the search value dot current and then the value, whatever is in the form. So now every time we will type something, of course, we will get the new drinks. There it is. Now, as I'm typing, notice how we are getting the drinks. And then eventually, of course, we hit the error because there is no cocktails that match that particular input value. So again, we go with something and we're getting our drinks. But then eventually, if we start adding gibberish, we get no cocktails matched your search. Now, we're almost done, but there's two things that I would want to add. First of all, I would want to set up my focus on the input. And I can do that simply by running React and then use effect. And as you can see here on purpose, I'm just showcasing that we don't always need to import. And then when I would want to call it, well, when the component renders, and I'm just going to go with focus function. So again, in order to access my input, I need to go with search value and then dot and current, of course, and then focus. So once I run my focus, you'll notice that the moment app renders, it will have the focus. Beautiful. And then lastly, you'll notice also something very interesting where even though we don't have the submit, since we're not handling that, if the user just presses enter, notice how we're reloading the application. And that is not the behavior that I would want. So instead, what we're going to set up is on submit, and we'll just make sure that we're preventing the default. So where we have the form, we're going to go with on submit, and then we'll have our handle submit. So handle and then submit. Okay, awesome. And then we would want to come up with function. So handle and then submit. Now I do want the event object, and then I would want to just go with E and then prevent. And of course, the name of the function was prevent default. So now if the user is pressing enter, notice how we're not refreshing our application, which is just awesome. Again, other flavor, how we can set up the input, and that is using the uncontrolled input where we use useref, and then we have that current property. And then more specifically, we're looking for the value, since that is how we can access values in the inputs using JavaScript. So simply, we can start typing our values here. And I think in this case, I'll zoom out. Notice how we're getting back the cocktails. So while we still have the cocktails, of course, we display them on the screen. And eventually, we have no cocktails matched your search criteria. All right, folks, and we're almost done. We just need to set up single cocktail component. So if we have our list, then of course we have option of navigating to the single cocktail page. And then once we navigate here, I would want to display info about that specific cocktail. And we'll start somewhat simply where I would want to see whether I'm getting that ID. Because remember, in the cocktail, we use the link and then we go with / cocktail and then the ID. So let's navigate to the single cocktail and we're looking for use params. That is the hook that React Router provides so we can access those unique values. So let's start here by simply console logging, because otherwise, if the ID, of course, is not there, well, we have bigger problems. So let's go with use params, and I'll right away would want to either console log it, or we can even display it on a screen. So instead of this console logging, I'm just going to say, you know what, show me that ID. And no console logging here. Let's save it. And one thing that I mentioned, I'll try to set up everything in one video because I think that we should be already comfortable as far as working with API and everything else, but it might get a little lengthy. So my apologies for that. I'm going to go with home. Notice that was one ID. Then we have another one. And yep, it looks like our functionality works. And I decided to set up the whole functionality in this component. So I'm not going to be getting any values from the context. Again, just to showcase that it is up to you. In my opinion, in this case, it just made a little bit more sense to separate these components instead of jamming everything in the context and then deal with a massive file. So I'll set up here 2 state values. So we're going to have const. One will be loading. And then, of course, we have set loading as well. That one is equal to my React. And then use state, and I'll pass in false. And also I would want to go with const, and we'll set up cocktail. So that is that single cocktail, and then set cocktail. Okay, awesome. That one is equal to React, and then use state, and we'll pass in null. That is my default value. And I'll right away would want to set up the use effect where every time the component renders, I would fetch the info about that specific cocktail. Now I already have the URL here. So there it is. That is my URL. And what I would want is to pass this into the fetch, correct? But also we'll have to do a little bit of magic where we combine the two. So let's set up our use effect. Again, we go with React. Use effect. We have our callback function. And then here, I would just want to say that every time component renders or the ID changes, then of course, I would want to fetch for that specific cocktail. And then instead of setting up separate function, I'll set that function inside of the use effect just to show you that, of course, that is possible. So I'm going to go with set loading. I'll right away set it equal to true. And why don't we go nuts and use the good old function declaration? Again, of course, nuts is in the air quotation marks. No one's crazy for using the good old function declaration. And we're going to go with get and then cocktail. So that will be my name here. I will set up my parameter. And then as far as the function body, again, I will set up right away this try and catch. And the functionality will be somewhat similar where we go with const and then response is equal to await. Then we're fetching. And of course, I would want to set up those 2 values. One be that URL and the second one will be the ID. So I pass these 2 in. Then I'll get back my data. So const and then data. And what's really interesting that again, we have the object and that is called drinks. So I'll show you that in a second. So we go here with await and that one is equal to response and then a JSON. We invoke it and notice if we'll console log data. So first, of course, we need to navigate there. We have the ID and if we'll inspect, we should see in a console something. And of course, we don't see anything because I wasn't particularly bright and I didn't invoke this function. So I have my function get cocktail And then right after I set up my function, of course, I would want to invoke it as well. And now once we navigate to the page, we should see the object. And again, it's going to be a property of drinks, and then it is an array of 1. Again, that is just how the API is set up. There's nothing I can do about it. So what we're going to do is check whether data drinks exist. If not, then of course we will set it back to null, and we need to handle loading as well. So let's navigate there. We have catch error. So I guess let's start here by setting up the error, and then we'll deal with everything else. We have console log error, and then set loading, and then false. And then where we have the data, this is of course where I would want to check if data drinks exist. Awesome. I'll do one thing. And then if it doesn't exist, well, then we'll do something else. And in this case, when we're talking about that something else, what I would want is to go with set cocktail, and I'll set it back to null. Now, in either case, I would want to go with loading and set it back to false. So we have the null, and now let's worry about, well, what if we actually get the data back? And again, we just have a giant object that we would need to destructure. And then once we destructure, we'll have to set up the ingredients as well. So one interesting thing that you'll notice about the API, if we're talking about that one single cocktail, is notice how they have a bunch of ingredients. Now, in my case, I just went with 5. And then if you want to check whether there's more, of course, you can do that. But in my case, I thought, you know what, 5 is going to be enough. So we'll have to set up array that holds that value. Now, remember, data drinks is still array. So yes, I would want the structure, but just keep in mind that it is the first item in the array. So we go with data drinks. That is our property. It is an array, and I'm looking for a first item. And now in here, I would want to grab my drink, and we'll go, in this case, the alias route, where previously noticed the context. We were grabbing the values, and then I was returning a new object. In this case, what I'm going to do is grab the property. That still stays the same, but I'll right away give it an alias. Then again, we're looking for str drink and then thumbnail. Now that one will be named image from now on. Then str, again, we're looking for these guys. The alcoholic one. Alcoholic. So hopefully I'm spelling them correctly, because it's going to be annoying to find them later. So we're going to go with info here. Then we have the category. So comma, str, category. That one is equal to the category. That will be the new name. Then we have str glass. Like I said, a little bit of annoying getting these properties. Str glass is going to be equal to glass. And then we have str instructions. And that one will be equal to instructions. So we go here with instructions like so. And then I would want to get those ingredients. And essentially we go with str and then ingredient. Now let me make sure that I spell correctly, because ingredient is something that gives me hassle every time. We have ingredient, and then, like I said, I'm going to go with 5 of them. If you want less or more, it's up to you. In here, I'm going to go with 1, then 2, 3, and then 4. And the only thing we would need to change are the numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go here, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Once we've got all of these things, then I would want to set up my ingredients array. So I'm going to say const and then ingredients like so. And then there I'll just place my values for all the ingredients. So let's just copy them, copy and paste. And now, of course, we have our ingredients array. And then finally, let's set up that new cocktail and also use our set cocktail function. So I'm going to create a new variable just because I think it's a bit explicit of what we're doing. That one will be object. And here I have name. and then image. And of course, I'm using the ES6 function, where essentially if the property name matches the variable that holds the value, then of course I can skip it. That is ES6 shorthand, then info, then category, then glass, of course, the instructions, and then comma ingredients. Okay, we pass that into the new cocktail, and then lastly we have set cocktail, and we pass in that new cocktail. That should do it as far as the structuring. That was definitely the annoying part. Now let's start working on the return, where at the moment we just have the ID, and I'll start by checking if we're loading. So if we are loading, then of course I would want to return my loading component. Nothing new over there. So loading component. Then we'll check whether we were able to get back the cocktail, just in case there's some weird error. So I'm going to say if the cocktail doesn't exist, meaning if it is null, then I would want to return a heading 2, and I'll say cocktail to display. And then lastly, we have a class as well. So class name, and that one will be equal to a section title. Now in this case, I think I'm going to go to the actual page. And there it is. At the moment, I have my ID, which means that we're not loading anymore. And of course, we have some cocktail to display. And now finally, let's destructure first the properties from our object, and then let's place them where? Well, I would want to place them inside of my return, correct? So we're going to go with const, and then we're looking for name, again, image, category, info, comma, info, then glass, and then we're looking for instructions, ingredients, and all of that is coming now from my state value. So I set it equal to the cocktail. And then once I've got all of that, then I'm just going to go with return. I'm going to say that I'm returning a section. And let's start simply by displaying the name. So at the moment we have heading 2 with our ID, and I'm going to set it up as class name is equal to a section and then title. And let's pass in that name, just so we can see that we're getting that value. Let's save it, and there it is. Now, of course, we have this name. So if I go back and if I check this ace, I can see that I have ace as far as my details. Awesome. Now let's add a little bit of classes here as well for the section. I just wanted to check whether we're getting some values. Cocktail and then hyphen section. Now don't worry, we already in the home stretch. We're almost there. So you'll have the project ready in no time. I'll set up my link where the user still has the option to navigate back home. So class name, and then we go with BTN, and then BTN primary. As far as the value, let's just say back home. Okay, awesome. And then we're just gonna go with div, and a class name will be drink, and this is where we'll place all that data. So we have section title. We'll leave it the way it is, and right next to it, we're gonna go with div with the class of drink, and we'll start with an image because there's gonna be 2-column layout. So we're looking for the image, and as far as the alternative, I'm just gonna go with a name. So let's save it. We should see the image, and of course we do. Then we're gonna have a div with a class of drink info. So div inside of the drink, and the class name is drink info. And in here, there's going to be a paragraph. It's gonna have a span, and the class name will be drink hyphen data. And inside of the span, I'm just gonna go with name, and I will add a colon as well. And of course, right next to the span, I would want to take a look at the actual name. So let's save, and there it is. Now we have this setup. And essentially, we just need to copy and paste this 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and just change these values around. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, of course, the second one is category. And of course, the value is exactly the same. So category. Then we have info. So you know what? I'm going to use two cursors in this case. We'll remove here and then info. Then we'll also have the glass and instructions. So two cursors, glass, and then we have instructions. And then once we've got all of this, we just need to go with our ingredients. Instructions here. Yep. All of those values came back, which is really, really nice. And we just need to iterate over our ingredients array. So we still have the paragraph. We'll have some span. I'll add a class name here. And that one will still be drink data. And then let's add here the name, ingredients, and colon, of course. And then let's iterate over our ingredients array. So right next to the span, I'm just going to go with ingredients array, map, and then I'll add the item and the index since I have the list. And as far as the return, I'm just going to say, you know what? Get me the item if it's there. If it's not, return null. Because keep in mind, since I'm grabbing here ingredient number 1, number 2, number 3, 4, and 5, notice how some of them don't have the 5. Maybe some of them won't have the 4. So I also would want to check in my array whether some of the items are null. So if it is null, then of course I wouldn't want to return that particular item. So I'm going to go if the item is there, then awesome. Then I'm returning span, and I'll add a key and I'll set it equal to the index. And inside of it, I'll place my item. Now, if the item is null, well, then I won't return anything. So I'll just show the ingredients that I have. And once we navigate to the bigger screen, we should have our project. Now, the only thing that is missing is this use callback. Now, I'll show you where it is missing and why we should add it. So let's navigate here. And then, of course, I'll go back to the home page. I can have my cocktails and search for them. I have loading. If I don't have any cocktails, I display the text. And then if I search for a specific cocktail, I get this one. And there it is. I have info about the cocktail, and I only display the ingredients that the cocktail has. So what's up with this one? If we check out right now our console, we see that there's a warning. It says React hook use effect has a missing dependency. Fetch drinks. Now where it is, that is in the context. So if we navigate to the context, we should see that, of course, we have fetch drinks. That is our function. And then React is complaining, hey, listen, you did not add this as dependency. But since we have covered use callback function, we know that if I will add this fetch drinks as my dependency over here, I'm going to get a infinite loop. Why? Because this function, the way it's set up right now, gets created every time. And then inside of this function, I'm also changing the state value, correct? The cocktails. So we're getting that infinite loop. And in order to avoid that, and in order to also avoid that warning, we simply set up the use callback. So we go here with use and then callback hook, where essentially we're saying, you know what, only if something changes about this function. So essentially only if the search term changes, then create it from the scratch. If it doesn't, then don't create it from the scratch. And then of course we can add it to dependency array. So we go with use callback. I wrap my function like so. And I also would want to set it up that every time the search term changes, I would want to create it from the scratch. Why? Well, because we're passing in this search term. Otherwise, you'll always have this A, which essentially is that default value. So we save here. And then, of course, I can go to search term and we can add that fetch drinks as our dependency. We go back. We shouldn't have any warning. But what's also really nice that we're not getting that infinite loop. That is our project. That should conclude all the basic project. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the project, and I hope to see you in the next project, the API project, and bigger and complex projects that we're going to build during the course. And once we're done building our first 15 projects, it's time to see how we can share them with the rest of the world. So host them online. While there are a ton of hosting companies out there, I personally enjoy using Netlify. And in order to follow along, you will need an account. Now, don't worry, sign up is hassle free and they won't ask you for your credit card. Effectively, we'll cover two setup options, drag and drop, and then the continuous deployment where we will implement Git as well. And in the process, I'll talk about a few gotchas that you need to be aware of. So if you don't have the account already, sign up for a free account and let's get started. So I'm going to start by navigating back to the desktop. You can pick whichever project you would want, but I purposely go with 15 because there we have React Router. And one of the gotchas that I would want to show you is regarding React Router. And I'm going to open up the folder. Of course, this is where we have all the projects. And then I'm picking 15. And more specifically, I'm looking for the final. Please keep in mind that, of course, you can set up the local build using the repo, the main repo. But just to make it easier, I'm just going to grab the final folder. So I'll copy and paste in my desktop. And I would want to rename it. And I'm going to call this a React project. So React -project. And then, of course, I'll open up my text editor, drag and drop. And instead of running npm start, what we're looking for is npm build. So I'll open up the integrated terminal. Then, of course, we would want to install dependencies. So we're going to go with npm install. And then right away, I'm going to go with npm and then run build. So we go with npm, run build. And once we install everything, of course, we'll perform that local build. And that, of course, will be our production ready project. Since it takes a little bit of time, I'll stop the video and I'll resume it once we have our production ready project. And once that is done, of course, we should have the build folder where we have our production ready application. We just need to somehow get it to Netlify. So I'll make this one smaller, or you know what, can actually minify it. And then I will make this one smaller. The Netlify one, I'll log in. And once you log in, you'll have a few options. You'll have one new site from Git, which we are going to do next in the next video. However, we also have this option of drag and drop. So what you're looking for is, of course, the build folder over here. And you just need to grab the folder and drag and drop. Pretty self-explanatory. Now, once we make the screen size bigger again, in the side settings, you can change the name of the site. There it is. And of course, if you have custom domain, there's a way how you can hook that up as well. But in this case, you'll just get some generic name and that will end with Netlify and then .app. So if you want, you can change this part, but you won't be able to change the Netlify.app. And of course, you need to make sure that the name is not already taken. Notice if I go here with React and try to save, of course, that name is already taken. So I cannot do that. So in this case, I'll just call this temp1 React project. Hopefully that name is not taken. And there it is. Now I have my site ready to go. I just need to, of course, open this up. And there it is. And of course, the project is exactly the same like we had locally. Now, one gotcha that I would like to cover as far as React Router when you work with Netlify, whether that is with a drag and drop or it is going to be with continuous deployment, which again, we're going to cover in the next video. If you want React Router to play nicely with Netlify, and more specifically, I'm talking about the pages. So for example, if you'll go to the single page and if you'll refresh, in this case, everything works. but it only works because I added the redirects file in the public. If you want to read more about it, in the README, you'll find a link where you can find more info. Why is that happening? And what is the fix? But essentially, the fix is somewhat simple. Where in the public folder, we create file underscore redirect, and then we just add this line of code. And that just makes sure that Netlify will play nicely with React Router DOM. And if you don't have that, of course, you will get some weird bugs if your project is using React Router DOM. Now, drag and drop option is pretty cool. But one issue with that one is if I would want to change something about my project, meaning anything, starting from CSS all the way to JavaScript logic, every time I would need to make those changes, then again, I would need to run my local build. And of course, I would need to update that on Netlify as well. And it gets somewhat annoying. So a better option would be setting up a GitHub repo, then connect our project to the repo. And then every time we'll have some kind of change to the project, we will push those updates to the GitHub. And then Netlify automatically will pick it up from there. Now, since this is an advanced course, I'm not going to cover how to create a GitHub account. As a side note, it is free though. And what are the basic Git commands that we are going to be using in this video. If you need to study that, please just go to your search engine and within a matter of minutes, you'll find all the answers. So I'm going to navigate to the GitHub and I'm going to create a new repo. So say new or here. Again, I'll call this temporary just because I'll delete it, of course. So we're looking for temporary, and then I'll call this a React project. And of course, you have option public or private. I'm going to go with public. And then once we create this repo, what we're looking for are these commands. So we can just copy and paste them like so. Now I'm going to navigate back to my project. And I'll clear my integrated terminal. I'll initialize a new Git repository. I'll say that I would like to add everything here. And as far as the commit, I'm just going to say initial and then commit. Okay, good. We're in good shape. And now, of course, I'm going to clear the terminal again. And then I'll just pass these three commands. And essentially what we're doing, we're setting up that GitHub repo, the one that I just created, to be our remote URL. So essentially every time we'll push some changes, they will be pushed to the GitHub. And I can check that out by navigating to the GitHub. Then of course I can refresh and there it is. This is my project. And from here, I would want to navigate back to the Netlify. And then remember that second option, new site from Git. We click here and then we look for the GitHub. And then, of course, I already authorized it. If you're doing this for the first time, they might prompt you to do that. And then we're looking for React and then, I'm sorry, it was temporary and then React and then project. I believe that was my name for the repo. And there it is. Now I have my repo. So you click over here and then notice how we have this option of just deploying the site. So in this case, Netlify is running the build. We're not doing that locally. And notice how right away it tells us, well, what is going to be the directory. Again, Netlify will do all of that for us. So we literally just need to click on deploy site. That's all we have to do. And what's really cool is that every time we'll have some kind of change, we'll be able to push it to the GitHub. And then from there, Netlify will pick it up and then just do the rebuild. Now I'll show you that in a second. First, please understand that, of course, now the build process will take a little bit of time because Netlify is doing that. And while we're still on a subject, first I would want to change the site name. So here I'm going to go with temporary and then React project number 2, like so. And as far as the gotcha, so the second gotcha that I would want to cover you would need to change in a package.json your build command, where by default, you'll just have React scripts build. I can tell you right away that for all the projects, I already changed that for the package.json. So if you take a look at any project in the repo, you'll find in the package.json that command changed. Where essentially you just need to add this CI and then the equal sign. So that's what you need to add. Otherwise, what happens, even if you don't have any errors and everything runs smoothly locally when you're using localhost or when you're using the build command, if you use this continuous deployment, you might get some weird errors. Again, you just add this CI and then equal sign, and then of course it is added to the build command. Now, if you want to check out the build, just go to deploys, and you can see it over here that we have the deploy ready, and of course the site is live. So if I navigate back to my temporary React project number 2, of course it is going to be the same cocktails project. But what's really cool that if I navigate back to my local project and then in a source in the index.js, for some weird reason, I decide that, you know what, body won't have this main background color. It's going to have a color of red. Now, I'm not going to show you locally. I'm just going to right away push it up to the GitHub. Again, I can add the commands in the integrated terminal, or if you're using Visual Studio Code, there's a faster way where you just click on this icon. You would need to add the commit message. So say BCG changed. And then, of course, I'll say that I would want to commit that. And then I would want to push it up to the GitHub. Again, you can do it in the integrated terminal, or if you're using Visual Studio Code, you can do it through the GUI. And then if we navigate back, first of all, I can show you that I have the changes in the GitHub, of course. Notice I have BCG changed. And what's really, really, really cool is that Netlify is starting another build. So Netlify checks, hey, listen, there were some changes to the repo. So beautiful. Now I just need to rebuild the site. And as you can see, site is ready to go. And once I open, I don't see the change. Interesting. So let me navigate back, and I can see that the background is equal to the color. Should be equal to red. My apologies. We'll save it. And let's do one more commit. We're going to go with BCG changed to red, like so. Again, same spiel. We push it up. Now, again, we can double check in the GitHub. I'll refresh, and I can see that BCG changed to red. And notice if we navigate to the Netlify, of course, we have deploy. And now I have the first one, the BCG changed. And then I have BCG changed to red. So as you can see, every time you'll do something with the project, Netlify will start the rebuild. So that way you don't have to complete those manual steps where you add the change and then you run the build manually and then you do the drag and drop. If you want to check it out, the actual deploy, just open up the deploy and then you can scroll down. And if everything is correct, which it is, we have site is live. So hopefully now everything works, and I can already see, yep, I have my background set to red. So these are two flavors that we can use with Netlify, either drag and drop, or we have continuous deployment option. Just keep in mind about those two gotchas. One is with React Router, where we would have to add the underscore redirect. And the second one is if we're using continuous deployment. And by the way, this is important. If you're using local build, you won't have issues. Or if you're using the continuous deployment, then you must change your build command and you need to add this CI and then equal sign in front of the React script build.